Chapter 1 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Grave Danger by Frank Kane. Chapter 1. Her voice sounded throaty and sultry over the phone. When she opened the door in response to Johnny Liddell's knock, it was obvious that the voice belonged. She was tall, her red hair was piled on top of her head, and a blue silk gown managed to cling skin tight to her figure under the guise of covering her curves. It was, Liddell noted, a figure worth clinging to. High-breasted, narrow-waisted, and long-legged. Her lips were full and moist, her eyes green and slanted. "You're Johnny Liddell?" The slanted eyes hopscotched from the broad shoulders to the face approvingly. "Won't you come in?" She stood aside and took his hat as he walked by. "Thank you for coming." "I got here as soon as I could, Mrs. Hart," Liddell told her. She led the way into an expensive furnished living room. As she walked, her hips worked smoothly against the fragile fabric of the gown. It was highly debatable whether she wore anything under it. "Will you have a drink?" she asked. "I could certainly use one." Liddell nodded and dropped down on the couch, watching her until she disappeared into the kitchen. When she returned, the view from the front was equally satisfying. She set the bottles and glasses down on a small table in front of the sofa and dropped down beside him. "I need your help very badly, Mr. Liddell," she said. "I've gotten into something way over my head." Liddell nodded. "Mind filling me in?" The redhead caught her lower lip between her teeth and worried it. "It makes me feel like such a fool." She leaned over with devastating effect on her neckline, spilled some liquor into each of the glasses, and dissipated any remaining doubt that she might be wearing something under the gown. "It all started a little over a year ago. I was married to Ed Hart at the time." Liddell picked up one of the glasses and swirled the liquor around the sides. "You're not now?" The redhead pursed her lips and shook her head. "We were divorced almost 6 weeks ago." She held up her glass. "Will you drink with me to my freedom?" Liddell grinned and clicked his glass against hers. "Then there's really no reason to keep calling you Mrs. Hart, since you aren't." "I'm Lucille." She sipped at her drink and studied him over the rim of the glass. "You know, I feel better about telling you this story already. I have the feeling you'll understand." "Try me." The girl tossed off the rest of her drink and set her glass down. "I guess you'd really have to know Ed Hart to fully understand. He was dead set against gambling and drinking. Pretty straight-laced." She shrugged, leaned over, and added some more liquor to her glass. "I put up with it because—" She paused and looked up at Liddell, the soft lips smiling. "Why should I fool you? I put up with it because Ed Hart was exactly what I'd been gunning for since I left Ohio. A millionaire." Liddell showed no signs of being shocked. "But just the same, I like to take a little fling at the track or cards." She shrugged. "I didn't figure there was anything wrong in it." "But he would have?" "He would have been furious, so I just didn't tell him." Liddell nodded and picked 2 cigarettes out of the humidor on the table, lighted them, and passed one to the girl. "And you lost more than you intended?" The redhead nodded. "I guess I don't have a copyright on this story." She took a deep drag on the cigarette. "I went for about 5,000 more than I intended. I had enough IOUs floating around to paper a good-sized room, and then they lowered the boom." "Who had this paper?" The redhead lifted the cigarette from between her lips and studied the carmined end with distaste. "A nasty little chiseler named Carl Reuter. Know him?" "Just what I read about him in the gossip columns, and that's not very pretty." "He's even crummier than that." She took a swallow from the glass and seemed to be washing the taste of the name from her mouth. "He married old Madeline Stewart when she didn't have all of her marbles and spent most of the rest of her life going through her money. When she died, she was practically broke." "How does he pay his rent these days?" "By playing cards with the right people, mostly married women." Liddell nodded. "And you were his pigeon?" The redhead shrugged. "I figured it was only money and that I'd be able to square it with him as soon as Ed Hart came across with either an allowance or a settlement." "But?" "Carl got itchy. He said he needed the money right away and suggested that I tell Ed all about it. The implication was pretty broad that if I didn't, he would." She finished the drink and leaned back against the cushions, her breasts jutting forward against the robe. "That would have spoiled everything. I managed to persuade Carl to hold off, so he came up with another idea. Liddell fought a losing battle to keep his eyes on her face, and lost it happily. What was that? I had no money, no allowance, but Ed kept me well decked out in jewelry. I guess it made him feel like a big shot. Anyway, it was insured for plenty. Carl suggested that we fake a robbery and collect from the insurance company. I could pay him off with the jewels, Ed would get the money, and nobody would be the wiser. Liddell groaned. And you went for that? He freshened up both drinks and handed her a glass. A smart babe like you. I went for it. It looked like such an easy out. Carl got his money by selling the jewels, I got my IOUs back, and Ed got his money back from the insurance company. She put her hand on Liddell's knee and leaned over. There was just one thing. Carl insisted that I write him a letter telling him I was paying him off with my jewels. Just a precaution, he said. Liddell nodded. And he's been bleeding you ever since. The redhead nodded. Mercilessly. She got up, walked to the window, and stared down into the street below. I can't take much more. What can I do? He's got you pretty much over a barrel, Liddell told her. He's got your letter saying you gave him the jewels as payment for a loan. He's probably got photostats of the original IOUs to back it up, and you're on record as making a claim they were stolen and taking the money from the insurance company. He shook his head. You're in trouble, baby. I don't suppose he'd put a price on that letter. Don't you think I've tried? She turned and walked back to where he sat, the sway of her breasts tracing designs on the shiny silk of her robe. I've done everything to get it back, everything that's humanly possible. I tried to make a deal, but he wasn't interested in me. She wet her lips with the tip of her tongue, her eyes half-lidded. Would you be interested in a deal like that, Liddell? Liddell's eyes ran over her. I couldn't get that fee past my bookkeeper, baby. He grinned. Besides, I don't have the letter. It wouldn't have to be the fee, she told him. Just a bonus. You know where we can find this Carl Reuter? The redhead nodded. How soon can you get dressed? End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 2. Carl Reuter was listed in the telephone book as living at the Settler Arms, an expensive pile of rocks and plate glass overlooking Riverside Drive. Johnny Liddell plowed through the deep pile carpeting to the desk and asked the tired-looking man in the morning coat for Reuter's apartment number. Mr. Reuter isn't entertaining today, the desk man told him in a bored tone. I'm not here for laughs, Liddell answered. This is business. Tell him I'm representing Mrs. Hart, Lucille Hart. It's in reference to the sale of some property. The desk clerk shook his head doubtfully at the prospect of Liddell getting up and was prevailed upon to check his hunch with a phone call. After a murmured conversation with the mouthpiece, he reversed himself. It's the penthouse. He nodded in the direction of a bank of elevators. The in-cage. Liddell walked to the elevator and rode up to the penthouse. He rapped on the door and waited. After a moment the door was opened and a man stood in the doorway. Liddell couldn't make out the man's features, but from the bulging shoulders and complete absence of neck, it didn't strain his deductive powers to place him as a professional bodyguard. You the guy the Nance at the desk phoned up about? The bodyguard's voice was heavy and coarse. Yeah, is Reuter in? Mr. Reuter, the man in the doorway growled. He nodded Liddell through the darkened vestibule into what appeared to be a library. In the light, the man turned out to have bulging eyebrows and a misshapen nose in keeping with the heavy-set shoulders. There was a dark shadow of a beard on his jowls. His beady eyes were unfriendly as he looked Liddell over. You healed? He asked. Liddell shook his head. This is a friendly call. He offered no resistance when the butler fanned him, satisfied himself that Liddell was unarmed. Mr. Reuter's in the den. He led the way down the corridor with a surprisingly light step for a man his size. At the far end, a door led into a comfortably furnished den. Carl Reuter sat behind a highly polished desk. He didn't raise his eyes from the 5-inch switch knife with which he was manicuring his nails. He was thin and dapper. His thick hair was shiny, and he affected a 3/4 part designed to give his widow's peak its best play. His face was almost perfectly oval. The only thing that spoiled his good looks was his thin, purplish lips. What do you want? You got something to sell. I want to buy. Reuter raised his eyes from his nail and tested the point of his knife against the ball of his thumb. You used Lucille Hart's name. Who are you? My name's Liddell. Johnny Liddell. Reuter's eyes flowed from Liddell's to the battered face of the bodyguard inquiringly. He's a private eye. I heard of him before. Bad medicine, the bodyguard told him. Reuter's eyes dropped back to the knife, and he started paring at his nails again. You must have mixed me up with someone else. I have nothing to sell. Let's stop playing games, Reuter. You have some evidence against my client. It's paid for itself a dozen times over already, but I'm ready to buy it again, this time permanently. Sit down, Liddell, the little man behind the desk invited. When the private detective showed no sign of accepting the invitation, the butler grabbed him by the arm and shoved him into a chair. That's better. Reuter got up from behind the desk, walked to where Liddell sat, and pointed with the knife so that its tip was less than an inch from Liddell's throat. We know all about what a tough guy you are. We're not impressed. Get smart and quit while you're ahead. You're scaring me to death, Reuter, Liddell growled. Now that you've finished playing Mr. Anthony, let me give you some advice. Don't make me come back after you. Like I told your boy, this time it's a social call. Next time it'll be for business. The knife at his throat didn't waver. Finally, Reuter shrugged. What good would that do your client? If anything happens to me, plenty of evidence against it goes to the district attorney. He pasted a leering smile on the thin lips. Wouldn't it be a shame to lock stuff like that in a cage for 15 or 20 years? He jabbed suddenly with the knife and nicked the skin on Liddell's neck. It would be very foolish of you to show your face around here again. Ever. Liddell touched the spot where the knife had broken his skin and examined the drop of blood on his finger. I have an idea we'll be discussing this again under more favorable conditions, pal. Suddenly he lashed out with his heel and caught the little man in the shin. Reuter howled, dropped his knife, clasped both hands around his shin, and hopped about. The bodyguard swore under his breath, grabbed Liddell by the lapels, and dragged him to his feet. The private detective broke the hold with an upward and outward fling of his arms and smashed his toe into the big man's instep. The butler grunted with pain and dropped his guard. Liddell sank his left in the man's middle and chopped down against the side of his neck with his right. The bodyguard hit the floor face first and didn't move. Reuter leaned against the desk, his hand on his shin. I'll get you for this, Liddell, he said. Nobody pushes me around. And you're crazy if you think this'll help that red-headed bitch of yours. I'll take care of her, too. You can tell her that for me. Liddell looked around the office, debated the advisability of trying to find the evidence, and decided against it. He walked over to where Reuter stood. I'm giving you until midnight to get up what I came for, he told him in a low, hard voice. If you don't come up with it, I'm coming to see you again. Then you'll tell me. The little man started to bluster, but it froze on his lips when Liddell caught the front of his jacket and lifted him up on his toes. A thin line of perspiration glistened suddenly at the little man's hairline. Don't think you won't get it up, Reuter, Liddell told him. You'd be surprised how persuasive I can get. He shoved Reuter backward and sent him sprawling on his back across the desk. I'll expect you by midnight, in my office. Reuter made no attempt to move. The bodyguard on the floor started to moan his way back to consciousness. Liddell walked over to where he lay, caught him by the collar, and dragged him to a chair and dumped him in it. And I wouldn't figure on this guy doing you much good. He turned his back, walked to the door, and disappeared into the corridor leading to the outside hall. The redhead was waiting in his car on the block north of the Settler Arms. Johnny Liddell slid into the front seat next to her. How'd it go? She asked. Liddell shrugged. He's a tough little cookie, but I think I threw a little scare into him. He touched his finger to the nick on his throat and showed the faint smear of blood to the girl. He sure likes to play with that shiv of his. The redhead's eyes widened. He did that? While he was still on his feet. Liddell grinned crookedly. He swung halfway around in his seat and watched the entrance of the Settler Arms through the rear window. What do we do now? The redhead wanted to know. Sit and wait. If my guess is right, he'll be coming out any time now. Lucille shook her head. Why should he? Won't he figure to be safer up there with that trained gorilla of his to watch over him? Liddell grunted. I've got a feeling he's lost a little faith in the trained gorilla. The last time I saw him, he wasn't capable of watching over anything, including himself. The redhead's mouth was an O of admiration.
You went up against both of them?
She moved closer to him.
I'm glad you're on my side, but what if Reuter decides to hole up in there anyhow?
Liddell shook his head. I don't think he will. I gave him a midnight deadline. My guess is that Reuter's not the type for toe-to-toe slugging. He'll try to hole up somewhere until he can put the heat on you to call me off, or until he can get someone to take care of me. The girl lit a cigarette nervously and took a drag.
But even if he does run, what good will that do us?
She exhaled the smoke.
Maybe I've only made it worse by going to you and...
Stop worrying, baby. Here's the way it figures. I threw a real scare into Reuter. Deliberately tried to make him run for it. When he hides out, does he leave his most valuable possessions behind for me to maybe dig up while he's in his hole? The redhead studied Liddell's face, and the tiny frown between her eyes melted away.
You mean you think he'll take the evidence with him?
Liddell shrugged. Wouldn't you? He took the cigarette from between her lips and took a deep drag on it. Lucille caught her full lower lip between her teeth and considered.
It does make sense at that. Then, when you find out where he's hiding, you go in and take it away from him.
Liddell nodded. And if he's real good, he might even know I'm doing it. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 3. The redhead was on her fourth cigarette and fifth nail when Carl Reuter walked out of the Settler Arms. He stood in front of the building and looked up and down the street. After a moment, the bulky form of his bodyguard joined him on the sidewalk. A bellhop brought out 5 suitcases and piled them at the curb. At the sight of the suitcases, the redhead dug her nails into Liddell's arm.
If it's only in that stuff, Johnny. If it's only there.
Liddell nodded and motioned for her to sink down below the window level as a cab pulled up to the hotel and Reuter and the big man climbed in. The cab whizzed by the parked car and headed uptown. Johnny Liddell waited until the cab was a block ahead, then kicked his motor into life and eased the car away from the curb and followed it. The cabbie threaded his way through the drive traffic, started bearing east, and finally came to a stop on 110th Street in the middle of the block between Park and Madison. Liddell drove slowly by and marked the number in his mind. Reuter and the big man were too busy taking care of the luggage to pay any attention to a passing car. Liddell drove to the corner of Madison and pulled the car to the curb. Take the car back to your place, he told the redhead. I'll stick out here and wait until one or the other leave. Then maybe we can check on my hunch. He took his shoulder harness and a .45 from the glove compartment, took off his jacket, adjusted the harness, and covered it with his jacket. Lucille wet her lips nervously with her tongue.
Do you really think he'll have it with him, Johnny?
She put her hand on his knee.
If he has and you get it back, I'll never be able to tell you how grateful I am.
Liddell grinned. You can make a start any time you want to, baby. After the car had melted into the downtown traffic on Madison, Liddell crossed 110th Street to a small confectionery store and bought a pack of cigarettes. He stood in front of the store watching the doorway across the street through its grimy window. After about an hour, he went outside and leaned against the far side of the building, where he'd be invisible to anyone in any of the windows of the building Reuter had entered. The early heat of the day started to cool off as the shadows grew longer. Liddell was debating the advisability of waiting until evening, and then, if necessary, forcing his way in and facing both men. He had almost decided upon it when the door across the street opened. The bodyguard stepped out onto the stoop and looked in both directions. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and stood smoking for a second. Then he walked down the steps and blended into the stream of whites, browns, yellows, and blacks that ebb and flow the length of 110th Street 24 hours a day. Liddell waited until the big man had reached the corner of Park, then he crossed the street. He walked up the short stoop of the house from which the bodyguard had just come. The vestibule was small, foul-smelling, empty. Liddell looked around and scowled. There were no mailboxes, merely a few scribbled sex suggestions in crayon and pencil. Several were illustrated, but seemed impractical, if not impossible. Liddell pushed through the half-open door into the hallway. Here, an odor compounded of equal parts of Spanish cooking, inadequate toilet facilities, and unwashed bodies was almost gagging. As he walked in, an old man in a dirty undershirt came up from the cellar stairs at the back of the hall. He stared at Liddell suspiciously through a pair of small, old-fashioned metal-rimmed glasses. He took a short-stemmed pipe from between toothless gums and spat on the floor. His eyes never left Liddell. "I'm looking for a friend of mine. He's a new tenant. Just moved in today," Liddell told him. "He gave me the apartment number, but I've forgotten it." The old man continued to stare and spat again. He gave no sign of having heard. Liddell reached into his pocket, brought out a bill, and folded it lengthwise. The old man dried the palm of his hand along the seam of his pants, reached out and snagged the bill.
"There'll be no trouble, mister?"
His voice was beery, coarse. Liddell grinned and shook his head. "No trouble. He's an old pal."
"He's in 2C.
He struck the bill in his pocket and headed for the street. As soon as he had closed the hall door behind him, Liddell started up the grimy, uncarpeted stairs. 2C was the second door from the stairwell. Liddell put his ear to the paper-thin panel but heard nothing. He tried the knob and found it locked. He could detect a faint rustle of motion from inside the room.
"That you, Benny?"
Reuter's voice was muffled, cautious.
"Yeah."
Liddell tried to sound gruff, raspy. There was the sound of a chain being taken off, a key turning in the lock. The door opened a crack. Before Reuter could get set, Liddell put his shoulder to it and pushed it open. The little man swore under his breath. There was a flash of steel, and the tip of his knife jabbed Liddell right above the belt buckle.
"How'd you get here?"
he snarled. "I just followed the smell. You leave a stink a foot wide."
"You sure want it bad, sucker,"
Reuter said. His tongue wet his purple-red lips and retreated back into his mouth. His sleepy eyes looked malevolent, lethal, half-veiled by discolored lids. He looked beyond Liddell into the hall, satisfied himself that the private detective was alone, and motioned him into the room. He shoved the door closed with his foot and locked it with his hand behind him.
"Nice of you to save us the trouble of looking you up. Now I won't have to stay in this rat hole any longer than it takes to get rid of you."
Liddell looked around the squalidly furnished room. "Not quite as fancy as the Settler Arms, is it, Reuter? But I figured you'd rather go on living in a rat hole than to stop living entirely." Reuter smoothed the hair back over his ears, using his fingers as a comb.
"Speak for yourself, Seamus. I expect to go on living. Too bad you can't say the same."
He jabbed the point of the knife into Liddell's back.
"Get those hands up on the back of your neck where I can see 'em."
Liddell laced his fingers at the back of his neck and permitted Reuter to reach around to him to relieve him of his gun. The man with the knife made the mistake of getting too close while he was doing it. Liddell pivoted at the waist, the point of his elbow catching the shorter man in the temple. Reuter staggered and tried to slash out with the knife. Liddell spun around, brought up his knee viciously, simultaneously chopping down at Reuter's neck with the side of his hand. Reuter managed a choking grunt and dropped the knife. He stood swaying for a brief moment, then his knees folded under him. He went to his knees, fell over forward, face first, didn't move. Liddell replaced his .45 in its shoulder holster, picked up the knife that had fallen from Reuter's fingers, and tossed it on the table. He turned the unconscious man over and went through his pockets. There was almost $100 in bills, a handful of silver, and an alligator wallet. There were no baggage checks or checkroom receipts of any kind. Liddell took Reuter's keychain and turned his attention to the little man's baggage. After 15 minutes, he knew that what he was looking for was not in any of the valises nor on the man's person. He picked up Reuter's knife and slashed the sides of the bags, slit their bottoms looking for a secret compartment. Finally, he straightened up, raked his fingers through his hair, and looked around. The man hadn't been in the room long enough to find any but an obvious hiding place, he realized. He checked the drawers of the bureau, felt on top of the closets, and stripped the bedding from the bed. The thing he was looking for was under the mattress. It was a thick briefcase. Using one of the keys on Reuter's chain, he opened it and dumped its contents on the bed. They consisted of photostats of IOUs, letters from women turning over their jewels as payment of my debt, newspaper clippings of jewel robberies. Liddell whistled at the size of the racket and dumped the papers back into the briefcase. Reuter's eyes opened and rolled back in his head. He seemed to have difficulty in focusing them. Liddell caught him under the arms and dragged him to a chair. Carl Reuter was no longer dapper. The thin purple lips were now blue, the eyes watery, and the carefully combed hair hung lankly down over his face. He was sick. His head rolled uncontrollably from side to side. He seemed to lack the power to lift it. "Listen hard, Reuter," Liddell told him. "You're finished. I'm destroying these letters and the IOUs. Then I'm tipping the cops off to the racket you've been pulling. If you're smart, you won't be here when they come looking for you." There was a light tap on the door. Liddell walked over and put his lips close to the door.
"That you, Benny?"
he whispered in a passable imitation of Reuter's voice. The voice on the other side was urgent.
Yeah, let me in.
Liddell carefully unlocked the door and waited until he detected signs of the bodyguard holding the knob on the other side. Then he yanked it open with all his strength and pulled the man on the other side off balance. Benny's eyes popped when he recognized Liddell. He started to raise his hands, but his reflexes were too slow. Liddell hit him in the stomach with a straight left and slammed his right against the big man's jaw. Benny reeled backward. Liddell hit him again with an overhand right that drove him still farther back. The low banister caught his back, gave way with a screech, and the big man disappeared into the well of the stairway. Heads popped out from doorways all along the hall and were withdrawn as though they were on strings. Liddell stood at the head of the stairs, looking down at the tangle of arms and legs that were the big man. He walked back into Reuter's room and picked up the briefcase. The man in the chair stared his impotent hatred. Liddell grinned at him, walked down the stairs, and stepped across the unconscious bodyguard. At the bottom, he came face to face with the old man in the dirty undershirt. He had a bag filled with beer bottles in his arms. He looked from the unconscious man on the floor to Liddell.
You told me there wouldn't be no trouble, mister,
he said reprovingly. Liddell grinned at him. No trouble at all, Pop. It was a pleasure. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 4. Johnny Liddell pushed through the frosted glass door that bore the legend, Johnny Liddell, Private Investigations. A red-headed girl sat at a typewriter in the outer office pecking at its keys, taking excessive care not to fracture the finish on her nails. Her hair was cut short, curled around her ears. She wore a sheer silk blouse that made no attempt to discount her obvious assets. She looked up as Liddell walked in and consulted the baguette on her wrist with an annoyed frown.
You said you'd keep in touch, she told him. I've been calling every gin mill in town. It's almost 9 o'clock.
You shouldn't have waited, Pinky, Liddell told her.
Now he tells me, she groaned, after I've gone and broken my date.
Sorry, Pink. I've been up to my ears.
In business, I hope,
she pouted. She reached over and picked up a penciled memo from her basket.
Some babe's been calling you every hour on the hour.
Lucille Hart? The redhead nodded.
Sounds like she's in a real fever to hear from you.
Liddell nodded. Any other calls? Pinky shook her head.
She kept the line so busy nobody else could have gotten through, she sniffed. What's in the briefcase?
Dynamite, enough to blow a dozen screwy dames into a cell.
Padded?
Barred. He held the briefcase up and glowered at it. A little character named Reuter collected things. Letters, mostly. I traded him for his collection.
What'd you give him? A fractured skull?
The x-rays aren't down yet. He walked over to the door to his private office and pushed it open. Give me a few minutes to clean this up and I'll make up that dinner you missed. The Hart gal leave a number?
Yeah, want her?
Liddell nodded and walked through into the private office. He dropped the briefcase behind the desk and sank into his swivel chair. After a moment, the telephone on his desk buzzed. He snagged the receiver and held it to his ear. Lucille? Johnny Liddell. He could hear the sharp intake of breath across the wire.
I've been trying to reach you for hours, Johnny. Is everything all right?
Liddell picked up a cigarette from the pack on his desk and stuck it in the corner of his mouth. Everything's fine, baby.
You've got them?
Sure, I told you to stop worrying, didn't I? The wire was silent for a moment.
Are you going to bring them over?
In the morning. He lit the cigarette and blew a stream of smoke at the receiver. I can't make it right now.
I'll be here all evening. It doesn't have to be right now.
Liddell considered and dropped the decision. Better make it the morning, baby. I've got a couple odds and ends to clean up around here. The voice on the other end seemed mildly disappointed.
If that's what you want, I'm terribly grateful, Johnny.
Forget it, baby. I'll see you around 11 in the morning. He dropped the receiver on its hook and leaned back. The redhead from the front office came stamping in.
Don't call me odds and ends.
If you persist in eavesdropping on other people's conversations, you're bound to hear unpleasant things about yourself. After all, Miss Hart's a client.
That's another thing, baby. What's with this grateful routine? She gets a bill, doesn't she?
She made a face.
I'm terribly grateful, Johnny, she mimicked.
Liddell chuckled. You sound almost as though you didn't trust me, Pink.
That's a coincidence. I don't.
The redhead stalked to the corner of the desk and helped herself to a cigarette.
What do we do for her, anyway?
I told you, she wrote some letters that mightn't look good to a judge and jury. Pinky dropped into the armchair across from the desk.
She was probably just proving she could write.
Lay off, Pink. It was just a business deal. We get the letters back and trade them to her for a check.
From the sound of that drool of hers, it was more like monkey business. How come we never have any men clients that get that grateful?
Liddell leaned across the desk and held a lighter for her. Maybe I should use a different deodorant. He set the lighter down on the desk. Don't give me a bad time, baby. I've had a hard day.
I'll bet,
the redhead snorted. Where do you want to go for dinner? How about a ride out to Tony's Trouville? And there was the sound of a closing door in the outer office. A moment later, the doorway to the inner office opened and two men stood in the doorway. Liddell's hand streaked for the .45 in his shoulder holster and froze with the tips of his fingers brushing the butt. Pinky sat still, her cigarette halfway to her lips. Her eyes, like Liddell's, were glued to the muzzles of the twin .38s that stared back at them unblinkingly. Hope we're not breaking up anything, one of the men grinned. He was heavy-set, thick in the shoulder. He wore a pearly gray fedora, its brim pulled low over his eyes, a dark suit, dazzlingly white shirt, and a dark tie. The .38 looked like a toy gun in his heavy hand. When he grinned, a gold tooth glistened in his lower jaw. The other man was slim and wore no hat. His hair, beginning to show signs of thinning at the temples, was light and wavy. He was pretty in a weak, effeminate way. He ran to flashiness in his clothes, from the powder blue of his suit to the rainbow colors in his tie. The hand that held the gun also sported a heavy gold bracelet. He ignored Pinky and concentrated on Liddell. The heavy-set man led the way into the room, and his partner took up his place beside the door. Mind if we come in? Be my guest. Liddell looked from one to the other, but failed to recognize either. What's this all about?
We're just returning a call you made today to a friend of ours,
Wavy Hair told him. His voice held the faintest trace of a lisp, was low, intimate, almost as though he were whispering.
You were pretty rough with our friend. We don't like people to be rough with our friends, do we, Stanley?
The big man stuck his gun in the waistband of his trousers and shook his head. No, Liddell, we don't like it at all. He walked over to the desk and stared down at Liddell. You know, Joey, I see a lot of these private eye characters on TV. They're real tough characters, Joey. Real tough. Ah, Liddell. Liddell stared up at him. We get by. The cigarette waggled in the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Stanley shuffled around the desk and grinned down at him. His heavy hand swung in a short arc and knocked the cigarette from between the detective's lips. You don't want to smoke so much, Pally. It's bad for your wind. Liddell struggled to get out of the chair, but was at a disadvantage, and couldn't ward off the brutal chop Stanley aimed at the side of his neck. He grunted and sank back into the chair. The big man reached down and pulled him to his feet. Liddell stood swaying, his eyes glassy from the blow. See what I mean, Joey? They're real tough characters. The big man chopped at Liddell's neck again and knocked him to his knees. The gold tooth glistened in a pleased grin. I like tough characters.
Leave him alone, you'll kill him,
Pinky screamed. She pulled herself out of her chair and started for Liddell. The big man caught her by the arm and swung her around. Hey, I like babes with spirit. He pulled her against him brutally and sought her mouth with his. She threw her head back and tried to twist away. His lips missed her mouth and settled for the hollow of her throat. Pinky got the flat of her hands against his chest and pushed with all her strength. He let her get an arm's length away, then reached out and caught her blouse at the neckline and tore it away. Her breast spilled out as she struggled to get away from him. He slid his arm around her and bent her backward.
Cut it out, Stanley, Wavy Hair snapped. That's not what we came for. Take care of Liddell and let's get out of here.
Stanley covered the girl's mouth with his and straightened up. That was real nice, baby. Let's do it again sometime. He stared at her nakedness and reached over and grabbed her breast.
I told you to cut it out,
Joey disapproved. The big man looked at him and grinned. If you never tried it, don't knock it, he leered. He started to pull the girl toward him again. Tears glistened in Pinky's eyes. She swore at him and lunged for his face with clenched fingers, nails going for his eyes. The big man sidestepped, hit her across the face with the flat of his hand, and knocked her sprawling. She lay there quietly, dress twisted over her thighs, a thin trickle of blood running from the corner of her mouth. Stanley walked over and leered down at her.
You ought to try wearing pants, baby. You wouldn't want to go catching cold.
He laughed loudly at her and turned back to where Liddell had struggled to his hands and knees. He caught him under the arms and dragged him to his feet.
Where's the stuff you took from Reuter this afternoon?
Liddell shook his head groggily and rubbed at the side of his neck. His head rolled forward helplessly. Stanley caught a handful of the private detective's hair and yanked the head up.
Maybe you'd like some more, eh, tough guy?
He slapped Liddell's head to one side with the flat of his hand and backhanded it into position.
I got all night.
Liddell made a visible effort to focus his eyes on the big man's face.
Don't leave town, mister, he pleaded. Don't leave town.
The big man raised his hand to hit Liddell again.
Keep smacking him around like that and he won't even know his own name,
Joey snapped.
Maybe you got a better way,
Stanley growled.
Maybe. That kind of guy might talk a lot faster if we muss up that female of his.
Wavy Hair sneered.
Especially if we do it my way.
Stanley licked at his lips and grinned.
You'd love that, wouldn't you, Joey?
He walked over to where Pinky lay sobbing and pulled her roughly to her feet.
Your boyfriend wants to see you, baby.
He pushed her over in front of Liddell.
You got company, tough guy.
Liddell's eyes managed to focus on the girl's nakedness. He swore fervently.
You got something that belongs to a friend of ours. Where is it?
Stanley shoved his face so close to Liddell that the private detective could smell the foulness of his breath. The man with the wavy hair walked over behind the girl, caught her arm, and twisted it up behind her shoulder blades. She screamed shrilly.
You better tell us, Pally, Stanley grinned. Joey don't like girls, especially pretty ones. He could have a lot of fun with this one.
Tell him, Johnny,
the girl pleaded.
Tell him!
Liddell tried to reach for the girl, but was slammed back against the desk by the big man.
Where is it?
Stanley growled. Liddell wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stared at the red smear of blood.
The briefcase. Under my desk.
The big man walked around the desk, picked up the briefcase, and deposited it on the desk. He fumbled with the lock for a moment, dumped the contents on the desk, examined them, and nodded to the other man.
This looks like it, Joey.
He dumped the papers back into the briefcase, closed it, and walked around the desk.
I gotta hand it to you guys.
He grinned at Liddell.
You sure are tough on TV.
He walked to the door and followed his companion out. A moment later, the front door to the office slammed. The only sound in the office was the sobbing of the girl and the impotent cursing of the man. He tottered from the desk and tried to put his arm around her shoulder. She pushed him away and ran toward the outer office. Liddell stood for a moment, shaking his head in an effort to clear it. Then he walked over to the sink in the corner and splashed water into his face. He was drying his face on a hand towel when the office door slammed again. Pinky stood in the doorway, a sweater buttoned up to her chin, her face a white mask in which her eyes stood out like discolored bruises. She threw a key ring at him.
I'm finished, Liddell,
she sobbed.
I can't work for anybody I don't respect. I thought you were a man who could protect me from rats like that. You just stood there and let them...
Liddell nodded. I'll take you home, baby.
You don't have to. I can find my own way. I'll probably be a lot safer.
Her face gleamed wetly from the tears.
Maybe you'd better get somebody to take you home.
She slammed the door behind her. After a moment, the outer office door slammed too. Liddell threw the towel at the rack and walked back to his desk. He pulled a pint bottle from the bottom drawer and tilted it over his mouth. Then he tugged the .45 loose from its hammock, checked it, and shoved it back. He lit a cigarette, took 2 deep drags, snubbed it out, reached for his hat, and headed for home in a shower. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 5. 2 hours later, Johnny Liddell stepped out of a cab in front of the Café Verdun, a chromium-plated spot with a multicolored canopy that extended to the curb. As the cab pulled away from the curb, a 7-foot giant in full regalia of an admiral made a production of opening the heavy plate glass doors. Liddell crossed the sidewalk and plunged into the dim interior of the nightclub. He tossed a crooked smile in his hat at the hat-check girl. Lulu Monty or Shad Ryan been in here tonight, honey? He dropped a bill on the counter and picked up a pack of Chesterfields from her tray. The hat-check girl did not pause in the act of adding another layer of paint to her already flaming lips.
Not tonight so far, Johnny. Lulu will be in, though. Never misses a night with that babe of his working here.
She studied her handiwork in a small pocket mirror and rounded off the curve of her top lip with the ball of her pinky.
Want him to know you're looking for him?
Liddell nodded. A 200-pound fashion plate in a midnight blue tuxedo came up to greet him as Liddell walked through the dining room beyond. The headwaiter wore a red carnation in his buttonhole and a lazy smile pasted on his lips. His hair was thick and white, his eyes tired and dull.
"Hello, Johnny. Table or the bar?"
Liddell considered. Got a table set back a ways, Kurt? The white-haired man nodded.
"Anything special on your mind?"
Liddell shook his head. Just looking for a couple of guys. Kurt pursed his lips and managed to look concerned.
"No trouble in here, will there be, Johnny?"
No trouble, Kurt. I'm just shopping for information. The man in the blue tuxedo looked relieved. He snapped his fingers and fussily adjusted his cuffs while he waited for the captain to scurry over. He pulled a menu from under the captain's arm and motioned for Liddell to follow him. He led the way down 3 red-carpeted steps and around past the tables that skirted the dance floor. The one he selected faced the bandstand and was set back from the floor and sheltered by a large artificial palm.
"Will this be all right?"
Kurt asked solicitously. Liddell looked around, was satisfied, and nodded. He passed a folded bill to the white-haired man. I'm expecting a guy. If anyone asks for me, shoot them right over.
Anybody in particular?
Liddell grinned bleakly. Tonight I'm not particular, Kurt. I'll see anybody. The white-haired man nodded and glided off. Liddell watched him pick his way through the tables toward the door, stop here and there at a favored customer's table to bend over and exchange pleasantries. When Kurt had disappeared up the 3 steps to the foyer, Liddell waved down a waiter and ordered a bourbon and soda. He rubbed his fingers gently over the tender area of his face and neck, attempting to ease the throb. He tried to forget the pathetic figure Pinky had made as she stood before him sobbing. He swore bitterly under his breath and tried to wipe the taste from his mouth with a cigarette. The waiter finally showed up with the drink, set it down on the table in front of him, and withdrew. Down on the dance floor, the band blared an introductory chord and the house lights dimmed. A yellow spot probed through the semi-darkness, finally found its way to the backstage door, and picked up the MC as he pranced out onto the floor. He was tall and thin, had unbelievably broad shoulders, and walked with a peculiarly mincing step. Even from where Liddell sat, his teeth looked too white and too even to be real. He fluttered through a couple of off-color jokes that brought a faint ripple of laughter, and sang 2 nasal choruses, of a number never destined to become popular judging by his rendition. Then he raised his hands to cut off the non-existent applause. He gave way to a long line of girls in spangled brasiers and satin pants. They scampered around the dance floor, bare legs flashing, bare stomachs undulating. They ran off the stage and were followed by a tall, full-breasted brunette in a strapless red gown. Her voice was throaty and low. The lyrics of her song were blue and off-color, but throughout the number she maintained an expression of untroubled innocence. She finished her number to a loud burst of applause, grinned at the wolf calls and whistles, and permitted herself to be coaxed into an encore. It was almost 12:30 when Lulu Monty sauntered in. The girls were back with different colored costumes, but with the same routines, the same bare midriffs. This time the effeminate MC was dancing with them, teeth flashing whitely in pretended enjoyment, fooling nobody, least of all the girls. Monty picked his way through the tables and stopped at Liddell's.
Wanted to see me, Liddell?
He was thin and wiry. His hair was long, slicked down, chopped off at the end in a duck's tail. He chewed gum constantly and affected an ever-present smile that failed to change the expression in his button-like eyes. Sit down. Monty looked around cautiously, pulled out a chair and dropped into it.
What's the play?
I want to make, Lulu. 2 guys. Liddell leaned over and dropped his voice. 2 guns.
Locals?
Liddell shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. I never saw them before. Monty grimaced.
And that might make it tougher, if they're imported talent. What'd they look like?
One was a Nance. Marcelled hair and a gold chain on his wrist. Weighs maybe 140. He handled a .38 like he was born with it in his fist. Make him? Monty rolled his eyes up at the ceiling, squinted, and shook his head.
Not from that. How about the other guy?
Big, mean. Weighs maybe 210, wears a gray fedora and a blue suit. He was packing a .38 too, but I got the feeling he'd rather use his hands than a gun. Lulu pounded on his gum with rapt concentration and stared at Liddell. Finally, he shook his head.
You're not getting to me, he admitted. Team like that should. Only I never ran across them.
He plucked at his lower lips with thumb and forefinger. Important stuff? Plenty. It's personal business. Liddell grinned bleakly, missing his eyes. They busted into my office tonight and slammed me around, roughed up the kid that works for me. I got a real yin to talk it over with them. Monty nodded. I'll put out a couple of wires. You gonna be around long? All night. If I leave here, I'll leave word where to reach me. I'll do what I can, the thin man told him. I ain't promising a thing, see, but 2 guys like that working in harness, that I should be able to make. He pushed back his chair and got up. I'll check you. Liddell nodded and finished his drink. He signaled the waiter for a refill and watched Monty as he disappeared into the semi-gloom near the entrance. Liddell lit a cigarette and leaned back, added to the fog of smoke that swirled lazily near the ceiling. He was on his 3rd drink when a figure materialized beside his table. He looked into the face of the master of ceremonies. From here, he was older than he had looked on the floor. Pancake makeup was waging a losing war with the crow's feet and lines under his eyes. He had changed to a wasp-waisted tan suit. Are you Johnny Liddell? Liddell reached over and snubbed out his cigarette. Yeah, why? The MC looked around and dropped his voice. Will you come with me? He turned on his heel and led the way through the tables toward the backstage door. Liddell waited until he was halfway across the room, then followed slowly. The MC stopped at the door leading backstage and waited impatiently. When Liddell reached the door, he caught the man by the arm. Where are we going, sweetheart? An angry red flush mottled the man's skin. He wrenched his arm free with an angry shrug. Don't flatter yourself. He turned and flounced through the doorway. The glitter and tinsel of the dining room had no counterpart backstage. The door led to a long dingy corridor lined with doors, smelling exotically of 1 part perspiration to 3 parts perfume. They stopped in front of a door decorated with a peeling gilt star. The MC knocked. It's Charles, Ruby. I'm decent, a husky voice assured them. The brunette sat on a straight-backed chair in front of a cluttered makeup table. 6 snapshots and telegrams were stuck in the molding of a fly-specked mirror over the table. The girl was the dark-haired singer from the floor show. She had loosened her thick black hair and permitted it to cascade down over her shoulders, had exchanged the close-fitting red gown for a dressing gown. Hello, Liddell, she smiled, exposing perfect small white teeth set between the fullness of her lips. Waiting long? Liddell grinned back. All my life, seems like. He waited until the MC had closed the door behind them. Then he pushed the door open a crack and satisfied himself that the man had started down the corridor toward the front of the house. He pushed the door closed. Not that it's not pleasant, but what's it all about? I have a message for you. Liddell's eyes dropped to the half-opened robe, to the expansive breast and thigh it exposed. From? Lulu Monty. The girl made a half-hearted and ineffectual effort to pull the robe around her. He called me here, said he couldn't make it back in time. Liddell pulled over a chair, reversed it, and straddled it, his elbows resting on the back. What'd he find out? Nothing good. The girl got up from her chair, walked over to a closet, and brought out a bottle and 2 glasses, one of them stained with lipstick. He found out who your 2 boys were. She set the bottle and glasses on the makeup table. They're strictly poison, Liddell grunted. They didn't act like they were a tonic. He watched with interest while the girl tilted the bottle over each of the glasses. Where do I find these guys? The girl looked up and studied him from under half-lowered lids. I just told you. They're poison. Lulu says to stay away from them. She picked up a glass and handed it to him. That's why he didn't come back. He didn't want to be seen talking to you. Liddell tasted the liquor in the glass and approved. Who are they? The girl shrugged. The big guy's local. His name's Stanley Kalo. He's a strong-arm man from the Longshoremen's Union. Back in the old days, he was an enforcer for the old Purple Gang out of Detroit. A meatball, eh? Liddell pinched at his nostrils with thumb and forefinger. Where do I find him? Union headquarters are over the Harbor Cafe down on South Street. He works out of headquarters. She took a deep swallow from her glass and turned the full power of her eyes on him over the rim. You're not going up against him, are you? Liddell pulled 2 cigarettes from his pocket and passed one to the girl. I'm not looking for his hangout to invite him to a dance. He held a match and waited until the girl had drawn a lungful of smoke. How about the other one? Imported talent, from St. Lou. They call him Joey. She took the cigarette from between her lips and flicked a crumb of tobacco from the tip of her tongue with a long nail. He's strictly syndicate stuff. Lulu told me to tell you if this guy's in town, it's for a hit. He thinks you ought to lay low. If they were going to hit, it would have been tonight, Liddell growled. All the Nance did was cover the meatball with a .38 while he gave me a schlammin'. A what? A schlammin', a rough-up. The girl took a swallow of her drink and shrugged. Then you're lucky, but don't push it. These imported troops are bad medicine. Liddell finished his drink and set the glass down. Thanks, baby. Tell Lulu thanks. He dug into his pocket, brought out a roll, stripped a few bills from it, and folded them. Tell him to have a drink on me. The brunette took the bills and folded them into her brassiere. What are you going to do? Pay the boys a visit. He pushed the chair away and stood up. The girl ran long, graceful, and incredibly thin fingers through her hair. You're quite a man, Liddell. She wet her red lips with the tip of her tongue until they glistened moistly. Will I see you again? Liddell watched while the girl drained her glass and stood up. Where? I'm here every night. Just tell one of the waiters you want to see Ruby Cowan. In case I got thirsty during the daytime? Ruby grinned at him. It's a rule of the house not to give customers our home addresses. I'm no customer, Liddell told her. That drink was on the house. You might try the Backstage Club on 47th if you happen to be in the neighborhood. I'm usually there until 9 a.m.? It's not that kind of a club. It's where I live. Make it in the afternoon. Any afternoon. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 6. The Harbor Cafe was a grimy, brick-fronted two-story building set in the shadows of the Brooklyn Bridge, within smelling distance of the Fulton Fish Market. Across the slip, South Street was lined with ships of all nations, tied up at the docks as far as the eye could see. Most of the activity of unloading cargo had stopped for the day, and the only life Johnny Liddell could detect along the broad street was the occasional pier watchman, perched on a packing case enjoying a late evening pipe. Liddell walked into the Harbor Cafe and leaned against the bar. It apparently didn't get much of an evening play, despite the fact that the Union Hall occupied the second floor of the building. A bored bartender stood at the far end of the bar, polishing glasses with a damp rag, listening with half an ear to the woes of a faded and slightly blousy blonde who alternately sipped at her beer and dabbed at her damp nose with a gray-white handkerchief. The bartender nodded to Liddell and took his time about finishing the glass in his hand. He took a last puff on a cigarette, balanced it on the upturned end of a glass, and shuffled down to where he stood. What'll it be? Hickory and water, Liddell told him. He looked around the place while the bartender reached for a bottle from the back bar and produced a glass and some ice from under the bar. A row of booths lined the back wall. At the far end of the bar, a telephone booth seemed to be standing watch at the foot of a flight of stairs leading to the upper floors. The man behind the stick poured a generous slug of the bourbon into the glass and softened it with a touch from the water pitcher. He slid it over in front of Liddell. Looking for someone? Liddell shook his head. Nobody in particular. He dug into his pocket, came up with a bill, and dropped it on the bar. Stanley been around? The bartender screwed his face into a puzzled frown. Who? Stanley Kalo. Works upstairs in the Union office. The man behind the bar sucked at a tooth, thought about it, then finally shook his head. You couldn't prove it by me, mister. Anyhow, there ain't no one up there this hour. You better come around in the morning. Liddell added another bill to the bar. Wouldn't have any idea where I might bump into him tonight. The bartender bared the discolored stumps of his teeth in a mirthless grin. Funny thing about questions. Guys come around here all the time asking them. The river's full of guys like that. He ignored the bill on the bar, turned, rang up the drink, and dropped a quarter in front of Liddell. Then he picked up his polishing rag and a glass and seemed to lose interest in the private detective. After a moment, he worked his way down the bar to where the blonde sat damply patient. He leaned across the bar and whispered to her. She stole a look in Liddell's direction, struggled off her bar stool, and walked unsteadily in the direction of the phone booth in the rear. Liddell gave no sign that he noticed, fumbled in his pocket, and brought out a cigarette. He was on his second drink when the door opened and two men walked in. One of them, fat and coatless, with dark-dried crescents of sweat under his armpits, looked to the bartender. The man behind the stick nodded. The fat man walked over to where Liddell stood and took his place at the bar beside him. His companion, a red-headed man of less than 30 with sloping shoulders and long-dangling ape-like arms, took up his position on Liddell's far side. "Yeah, you looking for someone, Mac?" the fat man wanted to know. Liddell turned his head and studied him. Damp, wet hair was pasted to the man's forehead. His eyes were expressionless black discs, countersunken in pads of discolored flesh. His lips were thick, gleaming wet, with small bubbles forming in the center as he talked. "You've got good ears," Liddell told him.
"He's a beautiful lover, Julian," the red-haired man on the far side snickered. "He's queer for ears."
The fat man ignored him.
"You was looking for somebody, Mac?"
Liddell nodded. "Yeah, I was asking if Kalo was around."
"You hear what the guy says, Condon?"
The fat man asked his red-headed companion without taking his eyes off Liddell's face.
"He wants to know if Kalo around. You a friend of Stanley's, Mac?"
Liddell dropped his cigarette to the floor and crushed it out with his heel. "We're bosom buddies." The fat man puffed out his lips and blew bubbles.
"Any friend of Stanley's, we got to help. Ain't that right, Condon?"
The redhead mumbled assent.
"What'd you say your name was, Mac?"
The fat man wanted to know. "I didn't." The fat man grinned.
"Now, that ain't no way to act, Mac. Here, all we want to do is help you find this old buddy of yours. And you're going hard on us. He's bashful about giving us his name, Condon. See who he is."
Liddell started to turn and felt the sharp point of a knife pressing up against his side, just above the belt. Behind the bar, the bartender was working hard at being nonchalant, the sweat glistening on his forehead. The redhead slid his arm over Liddell's shoulder into his breast pocket and came up with his wallet. He handed it across to the fat man, who rifled through the credentials and snapped the wallet shut with a scowl.
"Who is he, Julian?"
the redhead wanted to know.
"A fink. A private eye."
The fat man shoved his face close to Liddell.
"What are you smelling around for, Mac? Who sent you here?"
"I told you I was looking for Kalo." Julian slid his hand into Liddell's jacket and tugged the .45 loose from its holster.
"Always go looking for old pals with a heater? Or maybe you just wear this so's your coat hangs straight."
He hit Liddell with the heel of his hand and nodded at a booth.
"Take him back to a booth, Condon."
The redhead jabbed the point of his knife into Liddell's side.
"Let's go, Fink."
He looked past Liddell to the fat man.
"What are you going to do with him, Julian?"
The fat man blew bubbles with his lips.
"I don't know yet. I better get a go-ahead. I'll see what they want us to do with him."
He dropped Liddell's .45 into his pocket and headed for the phone. The red-headed man herded Liddell to a booth and pushed him into his seat. He had his back to the door, his body shielding the long-bladed knife he held in front of him. After a few seconds, the fat man came out of the phone booth, mopping at his face with a balled handkerchief. He waddled back to the booth.
"We're going to take a little ride, Liddell,"
the fat man told him. The redhead licked his lips.
"Where?"
Julian shook his head.
"This guy must live right. He stands a good chance of walking away from this one."
The redhead stared his puzzlement. The fat man shrugged his shoulders.
"That's the big shot's orders. What do you want from me?"
The fat man nodded to Liddell. "Let's go, Mac." Both men stood aside as Liddell slid out of the booth. The redhead jabbed the point of the knife into his back.
"You first, Fink, and I only hope you try something."
Liddell led the way to the door and waited while the fat man pushed it open. Outside, a black sedan stood at the curb.
"You drive, Condon,"
the fat man ordered.
"I'll keep our boy company in the back seat."
He tugged Liddell's .45 from his pocket and shoved it against Liddell's back.
"Open the door and get in."
Liddell obeyed and dropped onto the cushions. The redhead kicked the motor to life and half-turned on the front seat.
"Where are we taking him?"
"Uptown."
The redhead scowled.
"Uptown?"
"Look, Condon, I'm having enough trouble with the fink. Don't you give me none. The big shot says take him uptown, and he don't like to be kept waiting."
The redhead shook his head and grumbled under his breath. He swung the sedan into a screeching U-turn and headed north on South Street to the East Side Drive. Liddell sat back and watched at the window as they shot past the huge black hulks of the new housing developments that line the drive, watched the sprawling buildings that constitute Bellevue Hospital, the red-lighted staircases, the subdued lights of the wards. "Okay if I smoke?" he asked the fat man finally.
"Where are they?"
"Side pocket." Julian nodded.
"Okay, but when you go for 'em, just use 2 fingers. That hand of yours goes in your pockets any deeper. Shoot it off."
Liddell slid his thumb and index finger into his jacket pocket and fished out a cigarette. He hung it in the corner of his mouth. "Got a match?" The fat man growled under his breath, dug into his pocket, and flipped a pack of paper matches at the private detective. His face was damp and shiny in the weak flicker of the match as Liddell lit his cigarette.
The muzzle of the .45 was pointed unwaveringly at Liddell's midsection. "Any law against telling me where we're headed?" Liddell wanted to know. "You'll find out when we get there." Liddell shrugged and subsided. He smoked for a minute. "The little rat Reuter is a bigger deal than I gave him credit for being." "Who?" "Reuter. He's the guy that's pulling all these strings, isn't he?" The fat man growled and shook his head. "Make up your mind, will you? First you want to see the meatball Kalo. Him I know. This other bum I never hear about." He waved Liddell to silence. Better you stop talking. Like that you save your breath. You may be needing it." The car whizzed by the United Nations underpass, headed for the 53rd Street exit, bore west across town. At Park it swung right to 55th, then bore west again for 2 blocks. The redhead slid the car to a smooth stop behind a row of cars parked in front of the El Condor. Liddell looked out. The El Condor, eh? We're really living it up. The fat man jabbed the snout of the .45 into his ribs and motioned for him to get out. "Don't pull anything, Fink. You're just as dead if I plug you in this trap as you'd be in the Harbor Cafe." Liddell grunted, pulled himself out of the back seat, and stood on the sidewalk while the 2 men took up their places on either side of him. "Take him to the private entrance, Condon," the fat man muttered. Liddell shook his head. "Now I'm really confused. What the hell does a guy like Tony Verone have in common with a little crook like Reuter, or a meatball like Kalo?" "You got questions? Ask Mr. Verone. Let's go. He's waiting." They crossed the sidewalk 3 abreast and entered a small, unmarked doorway to the right of the crusted plate glass doors to the supper club. The fat man pressed a button inside the door and waited. After a moment, an inner door opened and a man in a tuxedo stood there. He looked from Liddell to the other 2 questioningly. "Mr. Verone asked to see this guy," the fat man explained. There was a note of respect in his voice. "His name's Liddell." A scowl of annoyance disturbed the placidity of the newcomer's face. "I'll take care of him." He was soft-spoken, clean-shaven. His hair had receded from his broad forehead, exposing an area of sun-peeled pate. "Will you come this way, Mr. Liddell?" He stepped aside and smiled courteously. "The Harbor Cafe is never going to be able to compete with this place," Liddell told the fat man sadly. "No class." He stepped inside the doorway, stopped, and turned around. "By the way, as long as you're not going to need my gun to shoot me, can I have it back?" The fat man looked from Liddell to the man in the tuxedo. Reluctantly, he produced it and held it out butt first to the man in the tuxedo. "Maybe you better take it." The man in the tuxedo took the gun, weighed it in the palm of his hand, and nodded his approval. "A nice weapon." He snapped out the magazine, dislodged the shell in the chamber, and handed it to Liddell. "Not polite to make friendly calls with a gun." Liddell snapped the gun into his shoulder holster and grinned. "If I had known I was going formal, I would have worn my cummerbund." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 7. Johnny Liddell followed the man in the tuxedo to a private elevator set in the rear of the corridor. It connected with the El Condor bar through a small passageway. He had a brief glimpse of a crowd of formally dressed men and décolleté women leaning against a bar. At one end, a nationally syndicated columnist was huddling with a recently divorced movie star. The man in the tuxedo pulled open the elevator door and stepped aside. When Liddell was in, he followed and slammed the door after him. The cage rattled noisily to a stop at the 3rd floor and the gate swung open automatically. The man in the tuxedo led the way along a balcony that looked down on the main dining room of the El Condor. A smell of good food, expensive cigars, and imported perfumes wafted up from the floor below where a 5-piece orchestra was patiently beating out the rhythms of a complicated rumba arrangement. At the far end of the balcony was a door. The man in the tuxedo stopped and knocked. A muffled voice invited them in. The room beyond was half office, half den. It was a huge room with knotty pine paneling and brightly colored Indian rugs. There was no overhead lighting, just a few lamps scattered around giving the place a warm and intimate glow. Tony Verone sat sprawled in a huge leather easy chair, his feet propped comfortably on a small table. He looked up from a book he was reading and waved to Liddell as he entered.
Well, well, Johnny Liddell. It's been a long no-see, Johnny.
Tony Verone's voice showed the results of a determined effort at culture. It was soft and suave. He was long, loose-jointed. His graying hair was thick and wavy. He affected a thin, contrastingly dark mustache, and his ready smile plowed white furrows in the mahogany tan of his cheeks.
Glad you could come.
I had a few doubts myself the way that meatball kept jabbing that shib into my ribs, Liddell grunted. What gives? Verone's eyes flicked to the man in the tuxedo. I don't think we'll be needing you, Lou. He dismissed him casually. I'll ring when I want you. Lou nodded and withdrew. When he closed the door behind him, it gave the room a peculiar absence of sound, almost like a vacuum. Verone waved at a chair. Make yourself comfortable, Johnny. He laced his fingers across his chest. How do you like the place? A little rich for my blood, but quite an improvement over the 3 Mile Limit Club in the old days. Verone nodded. We've done all right. How about you? I'm not complaining. Liddell dropped into a chair. You still haven't told me what this is all about. I've got a pretty healthy hunch you didn't bring me up here to talk about the old days. The smile furrowed Verone's cheeks. But I did. While I've been sitting here waiting for you, I got to thinking about the night you pulled me out of that tough spot on the west side. Remember? Liddell nodded. Vaguely. You saved my life that night, Liddell. I've never forgotten it. Verone reached over, helped himself to a cigar, held one up for Liddell, and drew a shake of the head. Those were pretty wild days, Johnny. He bit off the end and spat it at a wastebasket. A lot of unnecessary killing and maiming. Liddell dug a cigarette from his pocket and stuck it in the corner of his mouth. And today? We've gotten some sense, Johnny. Today we're in business, and we act like businessmen, not like kill-happy hoodlums. He stuck the cigar in his mouth and touched a match to it. We're all one big outfit now. Not a lot of small gangs trying to cut each other's throats. Today, killing is out. Unless, of course, it's unavoidable. Liddell nodded. All very fascinating, but what's that got to do with me? Verone took the cigar from between his teeth, rolled it between his thumb and forefinger, and studied its firmness. Don't make it unavoidable, Johnny. He looked up at Liddell. You saved my life once. Now I'm trying to save yours. Then we'll be even. Get to the point, Tony. Verone's lips peeled back from a perfect set of teeth. All right. The point is that you're making some people dislike you, Johnny. Important people. Guys like Kalo, for instance, or Reuter. The nightclub man looked at him with a hurt expression. They're only small fry, Johnny. A meatball and a petty larceny shakedown artist. Okay, then why all the excitement? I just want to lay my hands on those two characters, and it's not that simple. Verone brushed a thin flake of ash from his lapel. You see, Kalo didn't do that job on you on his own. He was only sent to teach you a lesson. He looked up. It looks as though you didn't learn the lesson, Johnny. Liddell considered it and scowled at the white-haired man. You sent him, Tony? His voice was low, cold. Verone shook his head. No. The first I heard about it was when Julian, he tossed his head in the direction of the closed door, the meatball that brought you here, called. He said you were looking for Kalo, and you looked like trouble. He tapped a thin collar of ash into a tray. I remember that look from the old days. So I did some checking, and I figure I'd better have a talk with you. Who sent him, Tony? What's the difference? It was a contract. You stepped on somebody's toes, and you had to get straightened out. Fast. He dropped his feet from the table, walked over to a cabinet set into the wall, and brought out a bottle and 2 glasses. You see, Johnny, it's like I said. The old days are gone. Each guy keeps what he has, and no one moves in. But when he gets trouble, he can call on the syndicate for help. He returned and set the bottle and glasses on the table. An organization is no good unless it covers for its members. You know that, Johnny? I see your lips moving and I hear words, but they're not saying anything. You're not getting to me. Where would a little punk like Reuter fit into any setup big enough to send out a couple of enforcers to score for him? Verone tilted the bottle over each of the glasses, picked his up, and dropped back into the chair. Nobody's too big or too little to belong, Johnny. There's no such thing as an independent operator anymore. You either operate with the protection of the organization, or you don't operate. He sipped at his glass. The only reason you're sitting there is because we've got such a tight operation. Nobody can be killed in this territory without an okay from the local boss. Such as you. Verone nodded. Such as me. You know how it used to be, Johnny. Somebody guns out one of my boys, and I go out and knock off a couple of his. He's got to try for some more of mine, and first thing you know, we've lost a lot of good men, and we've gotten a lot of bad publicity. I still don't see where Reuter fits. He's operating. He needs as much protection as me or a guy running a book or booking dames. The white-haired man explained. Somebody tries to move in on him or push him around, and he calls on the organization for help. Unless they get that help in fast, you couldn't hold them in line. And if I'm still not convinced, if I still make it my business to get Kalo and Reuter, you won't now that you know the picture, Verone smiled. You're too smart to go up against a stacked deck. Suppose you did get Kalo and this other guy. Do you think it would end there? The organization would have to make an example of you to prove to the other small-timers that were standing behind them. He finished his drink and set the glass down. You might get a couple of the boys sent out for you, Johnny, but sooner or later one of them would get to you. You know you can't fight City Hall, and City Hall's a pushover compared to the organization. So what am I supposed to do? Verone shrugged. Drink up and forget it. It's too bad it had to happen, but it doesn't have to happen again. That's if I play ball. The smile froze on Verone's lips, and a pinched look crept into his eyes. There's no if about it, Johnny. You either play ball or you're dead. His voice had become hard and crisp. You keep giving the organization trouble, and the finger will be on you. And when it is, the world's not big enough to hide in. Nobody could run that fast. Maybe I've been practicing in my spare time. Liddell set his drink down alongside his chair and jabbed a finger at the nightclub man. You've been telling me what I can do and what I can't do. Now let me tell you something, Tony. He jabbed at his chest with his thumb. I got hired to get back some letters from that blackmailing little louse Reuter. Organization or no organization, I'm getting them. Verone started to argue and was waved to silence. 2 guys bust into my office and strip my secretary and push her around. I'm getting them too. And anybody who gets in my way gets stamped flat. Anybody. Verone sighed and stared at the soggy end of his cigar. I can't stop you if you want to commit suicide, but I can give you some advice. Stay away from those boys. Peek in keyholes. Guard 10 coffee pots. Do anything you like. Only don't stick your nose in organization business. He jammed the cigar between his teeth and chewed it angrily. It got too late for that advice when the organization stuck its nose into my business, Tony. Well, I tried. Verone shrugged. He picked up his glass and refilled it. Nothing personal in it. No reason we can't have a drink. Liddell grinned, reached down, and picked up his glass. No reason at all. He held his glass up. To a long life and a merry one. It'll be merry anyhow, Verone told him glumly. Look, Johnny, let me make one last pitch. Here is the picture. Under the new setup, no one can order a hit without the okay of the local boss. Here, that's me. Like I said, I owe you something for saving my life, and I can maybe hold them off long enough for this to cool down. But if you keep kicking over the apple cart, the other bosses like Cleach and Regan, and the rest of them can outvote me for the good of the organization. Then you're dead. Liddell drained his glass and nodded. Real good stuff. Verone picked up the bottle. Another? Liddell shook his head. Why don't you sleep on this, Johnny? Maybe in the morning you'll feel like a little trip until things cool down, and... I'll sleep on it because it's too late to do anything else tonight, Tony. But somebody's still going to pay through the nose for what happened at my office tonight. Grow up, will you? Suppose we do throw the meatball to you. What would it mean? He's just a strong arm doing a job. The organization would still... Maybe I ought to explain my organization to you, Tony. Mine is a lot smaller than yours. It's just me, my client, and the people who work for me. As you said, if an organization lets anybody push its members around, it's no damn good. I'd be no good to my clients, my help, and most of all to myself. I got a feeling a couple of slugs might be easier to swallow. I knew it was a waste of time when I started, Verone growled. Anyway, I tried. That makes us even. Liddell set his glass down and pulled himself to his feet. I'll be seeing you around, Tony. The nightclub man nodded. I've got a pretty strong hunch I'll be seeing you. I hope that when I do, you'll be able to see me back. He reached over and jabbed a button on the small table. The door opened and the man in the tuxedo walked in. Liddell will be going now, Lou. See that he gets into a cab. Might be an idea to have a couple of boys see to it that he goes right home. He needs the rest."
Lou nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Liddell. The private detective walked to the door and turned around. "How about telling Lou to give me back the slugs I lent him? You know the old saying, the things a man sees when he doesn't have a gun?" Verone nodded glumly.
"Give him back his bullets, Lou. A man can't commit suicide without bullets."
The man in the tuxedo dug into his jacket pocket and brought out the magazine for the .45 and tossed it over to Liddell. He watched without a change of expression while the private detective snapped it into place and drew a shell into the chamber.
"Good luck, Johnny,"
Verone called over to him. Liddell winked. "Make it good hunting, Tony. That's more appropriate." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 8. At first it sounded like a peal of thunder. Then it leveled off to the steady beat of a machine gun. Johnny Liddell opened one bleary eye and decided it was only someone trying to knock down the door to his apartment. The worn traveling clock on the night table said 9:15. The light spilling in under the drawn shade said it as a.m. He groaned and tried to bury his head deeper under the pillow. The pounding on the door refused to go away, grew louder, more insistent. He slid his feet out of bed, yawned, and found a bathrobe and a pair of slippers. "Keep your pants on, I'm coming," he called. The pounding stopped. Liddell shuffled across the room, left the chain on, opened the door. A man stood in the doorway, legs spread apart, a scowl on his face. "You took long enough," he grumbled. He fished a leather case from his pocket and flipped it open. "I'm Roddy, homicide." He held the badge up where Liddell could see it. "I'm Liddell, sleepy. What's on your mind?" "The inspector wants to see you." The man in the hallway didn't fit the usual pattern of a homicide detective. He looked more like a fugitive from a varsity football squad, hatless, his hair in a bristly crew cut. "Is it a come-as-you-are party, or can I get dressed?" "You can get dressed if you don't make a career out of it," Roddy snapped. "I'll wait. Inside." "Be my guest." Liddell unhooked the chain and pushed the door open. The homicide man walked in and looked around incuriously. "The inspector doesn't like to be kept waiting," he told Liddell. He found a chair, pulled a pipe from his pocket, and started packing it from an alligator pouch. Liddell headed for the bathroom and a shower. 10 minutes later, when he walked out, shrugging into a fresh shirt, the homicide man was still sitting in the same chair, rattling the juice in his pipe. "I don't want to appear too curious," Liddell broke the silence, "but do you mind telling me what the hell this is all about?" The homicide man regarded him with no great enthusiasm. "The inspector says he wants to see you. If he wants me to tell you the facts of life, he would have said so." "Thanks for nothing." Liddell slid a tie under his collar and took his time about knotting it. After he shrugged into his jacket, he walked over to the telephone, lifted the receiver, and started dialing a number. "Who are you calling?" Roddy wanted to know. Liddell finished dialing and looked up. "My office. I want to let them know if they need me, I'll be at headquarters." Roddy knotted the dotty from his pipe into an ashtray on the corner of the table. "You're not going to headquarters." Liddell growled deep in his chest and dropped the receiver back into place. "Where are we going?" "Know a babe named Hart? Lucille Hart?" Liddell nodded. "We're going to pay her a visit." The redhead sprawled across the bed, her bare arm crooked languidly over her head. Her thick, coppery hair was a tangle on the black silk of the pillowcase. The black sheet had been pulled down, baring her to the waist. Her full, perfectly molded breasts were firm, shapely. Her eyes were half closed, her lips parted in a half smile as though she were on the verge of saying something. The ugly gaping wound in her throat made it improbable that she would ever reveal what it had been she was about to say. Johnny Liddell stared down at her, swore under his breath, and swung around to face the two men who stood behind him, watching him curiously. "When did it happen, Inspector?" Inspector Hurley, a tall man in a rumpled blue suit and a gray fedora on his thick shock of white hair, shrugged. The doc'll have to do an autopsy to say for sure, but he's guessing it wasn't more than 4 hours ago." He dug a fresh piece of gum from his pocket, denuded it of its wrapper, and jammed it between his teeth. "Any ideas, Liddell?" Liddell shook his head and watched without a change of expression while the white-coated men from the medical examiner's office lifted the black sheet, blotted out the girl's face. "No ideas." Roddy stirred impatiently and scowled at the private detective. What'd you expect him to say, Inspector?
I expect him to tell me what he knows, if he wants to keep his ticket to work in this town, the inspector snapped. His eyes rolled back to Liddell. You knew this girl, Liddell? Liddell fished in his pocket, brought up a cigarette, and hung it in the corner of his mouth. You're very flattering, Inspector, but what makes you think I know every redhead in the city? But you do know this one, Hurley insisted. Liddell lit his cigarette and let the smoke drift from his nostrils. If you say so, he agreed. I don't have to say so. We know it. He nodded to Roddy. His eyes didn't leave Liddell. Tell him. Roddy dug a memo book from his pocket. You drive a Cadillac convertible 1948, registration 2TR9818. It was a statement, not a question. You can't prove it by me. I never was very good at numbers. It's been parked in front of this building all night, Hurley growled. What do you know about this woman, Liddell? Liddell removed the cigarette from between his lips and studied the glowing end. Nothing much. I never met her before yesterday. Roddy snorted indignantly. You never met her before yesterday, but you let her use your car? The private detective's eye rolled from his contemplation of his cigarette to the man with the crew cut. Yeah. Any law against it? No law against it, Liddell, only we don't believe it. Hurley cut in. And for your sake, we ought to believe it. She was a client of mine. I went out on a job with her. When I got there, it looked like the car was going to be getting under my feet, so I asked her to drive it back here where I could pick it up today. The man from the medical examiner's office walked over to the inspector. My boys are here, Inspector. All right if we take her? His eyes flicked at the bulge under the sheet. Hurley nodded, accepted a slip of paper from the man, and scrawled his initials on it. You say she was a client? What was the case you were working on? Roddy wanted to know. That's none of your business. My client's affairs are between her and me, Liddell told him coldly. Look, Seamus, don't use that tone with me. Roddy spat at him. This is a murder investigation, and so go ahead and investigate your murder. Leave my client's affairs out of it. You're in no position to get tough, Liddell, Roddy growled at him. You knew this, babe. Your car was parked outside, and she turned up dead. If I were in your shoes, I'd try to cooperate. Two men walked in with a stretcher. Liddell turned his back on the homicide man and smoked glumly as he watched the white-coated attendants transfer what was left of the redhead to the stretcher. When they had finished and had wheeled the body out of the room, he turned back to Roddy. Stop threatening me, Lieutenant. You couldn't pin anything on me, not unless they started making 45s with a cutting edge and you could prove I walked in my sleep. I could try. Liddell grinned at him humorlessly. I bet you could at that. All right, break it up, Hurley grunted. So you two guys don't like each other, but that's not getting us any place on this killing. You heard the man, Inspector. He thinks I did it. He's got it all wrapped up. Nobody thinks you killed her, Liddell, Hurley growled. But you might know who did. That's what we got you down here to find out. Liddell dropped his cigarette to the floor and ground it out. I don't have any ideas, Inspector. I told you all I know. She called me yesterday, set up a date for me to come here. She had a job for me, and I got started on it right away. He shrugged. That's about it. Hurley grunted and pounded the wad of gum methodically. This job you did for her, have you any possible connection with this? Liddell shook his head. I don't think so. She had written a few letters she wanted back. She didn't think they'd read too good in front of a judge or jury. Why should that bother her? She was already divorced. Why the big heat to get the letters back right now? Roddy wanted to know. Why don't you ask her? Maybe she wanted to edit them for publication. Liddell snapped at him. Who had these letters? Roddy persisted. I don't remember. But you do remember that your license comes up for renewal every so often? Hurley put in. Meaning? Liddell looked from Roddy to the inspector. Meaning that we expect you to cooperate with us and not hamper us in a murder investigation, Liddell. Hurley told him flatly. You're holding out on us, and I don't like it. I told you everything I know, Inspector. Hurley scowled at him and pushed his fedora on the back of his head. I hope for your sake you haven't got any ideas of trying to even the score on your own. I always like to do everything I can for a client, Inspector. I know, but take a tip from a guy who knows and keep your nose out of the police business. She hired you to get some letters back, which made that your business. Then she went out and got herself killed. That made her our business, and we don't need any help. Liddell considered it and shrugged. I always figure that I keep on working for a client until they tell me I'm through. Hurley pinched at his nostrils impatiently. Why don't you get smart?
Someday you're going to trip over your own feet and the DA is going to stamp you flat for obstructing justice. Liddell grinned glumly. Obstructing justice? Me? That's the farthest thing from my mind. I'm not kidding, Liddell. This is an election year. A kill like this is going to get plenty of newspaper space, and the heat'll be on. If you're holding out and the DA ever finds out, we'll be missing you around here. Liddell nodded. I know. Don't worry about it, Inspector. If I happen to remember anything that might have a bearing on the killing, I'll let you know. He looked over at Roddy and back. And if I happen to stumble across the guy who did it, I'll turn him over to you. Do that, Hurley snapped. But when you do us both a favor and turn him over to us while he's still breathing. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 9. The street air smelled fresh and clean after the apartment with its odor of death permeated every corner. Johnny Liddell stood on the sidewalk outside Lucille Hart's apartment house and filled his lungs with it. He gave no sign that he was aware of the man in the gray suit who lounged against the fender of a car halfway down the block, ostensibly reading a newspaper. Liddell decided to leave his car where it was parked, turned west, and headed for the IRT subway. The man in the gray suit folded his newspaper, stuck it in his jacket pocket, and started to follow. When Liddell walked down the subway steps to the platform, the man in the gray suit wasn't far behind. When they boarded the train, he leaned against the door on the platform, opened his paper, seemed to lose himself in a sports column. Liddell hung on a strap, watching the underground lights flash past the train window, and tried to organize his thoughts. At 42nd Street, Liddell followed the crowd to Barking and shouldered his way to the station. The man in the gray suit followed. When he was aware of Liddell's eyes on him, he started looking around as though unsure of his destination. As soon as the tail's back was turned, Liddell crossed the platform and melted into the crowd waiting for an uptown express. The tail turned around and gave every evidence of having lost his quarry. Finally, he headed for the flight of stairs at the end of the platform and went up two at a time. Liddell waited until the detective had disappeared up the stairs and joined the crowd going to the crosstown shuttle. At Grand Central, he headed for the East Side subway at Lexington Avenue, pushing through the turnstile and waited for the downtown local. On the platform, he looked around. The man in the gray suit was nowhere in sight. Liddell studied the faces of the other passengers on the platform, wondered idly which of them was the real tail. The first tail had been so obvious and was so easy to shake he knew a real tail had been working further back, waiting for him to shake the man in the gray suit. When the local barreled into the station, he got into the last car and started working his way forward. A stream of passengers followed in his wake as he opened a path between the strap hangers. By the fourth car forward, he had lost all but two of his followers and found himself a seat. The heavy-set man dropped into a seat opposite him, deposited a package between his feet, and started reading the car cards. The other, a dark-skinned man, took up a position at the end of the car, seemingly immersed in a Spanish-language newspaper. Liddell settled for the man with the newspaper. At each stop, the dark-skinned man would start, look around, and peer at the station markers as though uncertain of his destination. Liddell gave no sign he had made him and waited until the train pulled into the 14th Street station. The tail looked up and satisfied himself that Liddell was staying on. Just as the door started to close, Liddell got to his feet and squeezed through the closing door onto the station. An express was loading across the platform. He got into it just before the door closed. The last view he had of the Spanish detective was of his face flattened against the glass door of the local, scowling his frustration as the express pulled out of the station and rocketed past the slow-moving local. At Brooklyn Bridge, Johnny Liddell debarked, caught a cruising cab, and gave a number on Houston Street. The driver was a short, fat little man with a greasy chauffeur's cap shoved on the back of his head. The frayed end of a toothpick protruded from between his lips. He looked Liddell over with knowing eyes. "You sure that's for you, mister? That ain't exactly the carriage trade, that neighborhood." Liddell nodded and settled back among the cushions. "That's where I want to go. All right with you?" The driver considered it and shrugged his shoulder. "Okay. I just thought you might be a stranger around here. It just so happens I know some girls uptown." "I'm not looking for a girl," Liddell told him. Some of the interest drained out of the driver's face. He flipped his toothpick through the open window and slid around in his seat. Liddell winced as the cab shot away from the curb and threaded through the traffic. The driver spotted a hole between two trucks, threw the cab at it, decided at the last minute he couldn't make it, and jammed on the brakes with enough force to skid Liddell halfway off the seat. A few minutes later, the cab rolled to a stop in front of an old dilapidated two-story building on Houston Street. The driver swung around on his seat. "This the place?" He eyed the smoke-grimmed facade with distaste. Liddell nodded, pushed a bill through the window at him, got out and stood on the sidewalk. He waited until the cab roared into an illegal U-turn and disappeared in the direction from which it had come. Then he crossed the sidewalk and walked up the 3 unwashed steps that led to the vestibule. He went through into a darkened and smelly hallway, guided himself along the wall to the end of a musty corridor, and knocked on a door. After a moment there was a dim scraping sound, a faint stirring of air. A gravelly voice close at hand inquired. "Yeah?" "Johnny Liddell, Duke. I've got to see the dummy." The panel scraped shut, and after a moment the door swung open. The room beyond was in darkness. As soon as the door had closed behind Liddell, the doorman snapped on a dim light. "He's putting a crew of fresh fish through their paces, Liddell." The doorman was the thin, shriveled man in a collarless shirt. When he talked, his toothless gums glowed pinkly in the half-light. "We got a couple of new territories opened up." "Is it going to be long?" The little man shrugged. A muscle kept jumping under his left eye. "Not too long. You know your way. Why don't you go up and wait in his office?" Liddell nodded and walked to a flight of stairs in the rear of the room. At the top of the stairs, a door led into a huge room. The windows were boarded over, and heavy burlap covered the boarding to keep out any light. There was no sign of the partitions that had once separated the rooms. Along the walls, a group of ragged, unshaven men were dumped on wooden benches in varying attitudes of fatigue. They didn't bother to raise their eyes as Liddell walked in. He crossed the length of the room to a small office at the far end. Inside, it was furnished only with a large desk, an oversized swivel chair, and 2 straight-backed kitchen chairs. It was empty. Liddell walked to the back wall of the office and fumbled around with the molding until he found the cleverly hidden switch. He pressed it and stood aside while a camouflage panel slid open. A flight of iron stairs led to the building next door. The entire house had been converted into what resembled a huge auditorium. The floor between the first and second story had been ripped out, making it a huge 2-storied room. A fat man who seemed to be spilling off the sides of a stool stared up at him from the floor below. Then the fat face was creased by a smile. He motioned for Liddell to join him. Liddell descended the stairs and threaded his way through a group of ragged men, similar to the group in the other building. These men, however, wore signs around their necks proclaiming them blind or deaf and dumb. "Well, well, my very good friend, Mr. Liddell." The dummy stuck out a damp, pudgy hand that had dimples for knuckles. There was a smile pasted on his overripe lips, but his eyes were shadowed with concern. "It's always good to see you." He motioned to a chair next to him. "You don't mind if I finish with my boys?" "Go ahead," Liddell nodded. "Training beggars for a living has always fascinated me." The dummy clapped his hands, and a door at the far end of the arena opened. A man shuffled in, wearing a sign proclaiming him to be deaf and dumb. He shuffled slowly across the room toward where the dummy sat. Halfway across, a man stepped up behind him with a klaxon in his hand. Suddenly, the quiet of the room was blasted by the sound of the horn. The man with the sign around his neck continued forward, giving no sign that he had heard. The dummy nodded and pursed his lips. "He'll do. Give him the show break between 48th and the Circle," he instructed the man with the klaxon. The man with the sign started to protest. "That's a dry run, dummy. All the show break gravy's south of 47th. Give me a break." And the dummy cut him off with a wave of his hand. "You don't want it. There's a lot of these guys do." The deaf and dumb man shuffled off, muttering under his breath. "It must take you a long time to train the boys like that," Liddell grunted. He didn't move a hair when that horn blasted behind him. The dummy shrugged. "Sometimes it's not as hard as it looks, my friend." He looked around the room. "Most of them are so soaked with smoke their reactions are delayed anyhow. A little training, and I show them how they can make it pay." "Are they dependable?" "For a time. Then they crack up and go back to the Bowery where I found them. Or Bellevue." The dummy leaned back and laced his pudgy fingers across his stomach. "But you didn't come here to learn the secrets of my trade." "No, but I think your boys can help me." Liddell dug a cigarette from his pocket, offered one to the fat man, and drew a shake of the head. "There are a couple of people I'm very anxious to meet." The fat man's eyes were expressionless, almost lost behind their heavy, discolored pouches. "It's possible." He disturbed the multiple chins with a nod. "Who are these men?" "A petty larceny shakedown artist named Reuter, Carl Reuter. and a slugger named Stanley Kalo. The fat man pursed his wet lips. His eyes were hidden by heavily veined lids.
You're asking for trouble, Liddell. They're bad boys. Very bad boys.
He opened his eyes and studied Liddell.
They're part of the organization.
Liddell nodded. I know who they are. What I want you to tell me is where they are.
It could be very dangerous for me if the organization were to find out I was working with you, my friend.
The fat man's voice was blubbery, almost as though it were choked by the rolls of fat on his neck.
You're not in good standing.
Liddell grinned humorlessly. Word sure gets around. The fat man made a deprecatory gesture, palms raised upward.
I have hundreds of eyes and ears open for me every hour of the day and night. People are rarely careful of what they say or do in front of dumb beggars, particularly if they're blind or deaf and dumb.
What's the word on me? The dummy drummed on his knees with fat fingers and pursed his lips.
You moved in on a man who was protected by the organization.
He closed his eyes, seemed withdrawn.
You roughed him up and incapacitated his bodyguard. You're on notice not to get in the organization's way.
The eyes opened again. And if I do? The fat man licked at his pouty lips with the tip of his tongue.
You're to be turned over to the enforcers.
Liddell nodded. That's the way I heard it, too. He took a last drag on his cigarette, dropped it to the floor, and crushed it out. But to get back to the subject, how soon do you think your boys can turn up either Kalo or Reuter or both? The fat man's eyes showed surprise.
You still want them?
More than ever.
I don't know, my friend. It's a big risk for...
He broke off as his eyes followed Liddell's hand into his pocket and out with a roll of bills. He made an effort to pull his eyes away from the money, but failed. It's worth 100 now and 100 when you get them. Liddell peeled off 2 50s and folded them between his fingers. The fat man tapped his finger on his knee and exerted superhuman effort to keep his hands off the money.
I've already told you that it could mean a lot of trouble for you.
Let me worry about that. Liddell held out the money. The fat man licked at his lips, finally gave up the struggle, and took the bills.
All right, my friend.
He tucked the money into his pocket with loving care.
It will be at your office all day.
Liddell shook his head. I'll be keeping pretty much on the move. I'll keep in touch with my answering service. You can leave a message there for me or slip it under the office door.
We'll find you.
The fat man pasted the wet smile back on his face.
Good luck.
Liddell nodded and stood up. I can use it. But you still think I'm going up against a stacked deck?
Indubitably.
The dummy nodded.
There's only one chance in 1,000 you'll make it. But as long as there's that one chance, I'll string along with you. It may pay me to.
Liddell stared at him, then grinned. Don't tell me they got you on the hook, too. You gotta pay protection?
Everybody pays protection. Or if they don't run. Even the dummy. He shrugged. Maybe if you do manage to crack the organization, it will save me money.
For your sake, then, I hope I manage to stay alive.
I'm willing to gamble on it. He sighed. That's always been my failing, my friend. At heart, I'm a gambler.
Why not? It's my blood you're gambling with. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. Of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 10. From the school for beggars, Johnny Liddell taxied to the office of the Dispatch. He pushed through the glass door into the city room, which was in a state resembling suspended animation between editions. Desks were scattered around the room in organized confusion. Scraps of paper, crumpled newspapers, typewriters of varying vintages, telephones that had lost their luster were spread throughout. A few men in shirt sleeves, their coats hung over the backs of their chairs, were pecking away at typewriters, calling out periodically for the copy boys who were scooting between the desks, picking up copy and distributing proofs. At other desks, men were sitting back, drinking coffee out of cardboard containers or just staring ahead, organizing their thoughts for the follows they were to write on stories they'd already done for the early editions. 4 copymen were working on the rim, and 2 in this slot slashing copy down to size. Johnny Liddell worked his way through the desks, headed for a frosted glass door stenciled Managing Editor. He knocked, but when there was no response, he decided the knock couldn't be heard above the general confusion. So he turned the knob and pushed the door open. A thin, gray-haired man with sharp, inquisitive features sat behind the only desk in the room. He looked up as Liddell walked in, his eyes widened, his lean face split in a grin.
Well, well, who says there's nothing to mental telepathy? I was just thinking about you, Johnny.
Jim Keeley shoved out a gnarled claw.
How you been?
Pretty good, Jim. Got a minute? Keeley nodded, wadded up the copy of the opposition AM sheet he was clipping for follows, and tossed it into the barrel-sized wastebasket at his elbow.
Sure.
He jabbed at the button on the base of his phone.
But while you're here, you can give us some inside dope on that redhead that got her throat cut this morning.
The door opened. A copy boy stuck his head in.
Bring me the proofs on that heart-killing story Hutch is working on, son,
Keeley told him. When the boy's head was withdrawn, Keeley turned back to Liddell.
I hear you were right on deck. Know the girl?
She was a client. I was getting some letters back for her. The copy boy was back with a galley proof and handed it to Liddell at Keeley's direction. The private detective read through it, nodded. That about covers it.
Covers it, hell, Keeley snorted. There's more to it than just that handout, and you know it. Come on, Johnny, give. We can't go to press with that tripe. That won't sell papers.
Liddell tossed the proof onto the desk. Sorry, Jim, but that's all I know about it. Just what Hurley he gave out. She got it about 5 this morning, had her throat cut, and the police are running down clues, just like it says there. Keeley glared at him and nodded for the copy boy to get out.
That's a big help, Johnny, he grumbled. I thought you had a story for us.
Maybe I do have, Jim. One that'd make this Lucille Hart killing look sick by comparison. But I'll need help. The newspaper man nodded and dug a battered briar and some tobacco out of his desk.
I'm listening.
I've stumbled into something big. Maybe too big for me to tackle all by myself. He watched while Keeley packed the bowl of his pipe. Ever hear of a guy named Kalo? Stanley Kalo? Keeley stopped tamping the tobacco into the bowl and looked up.
Yeah, he's one of the boys in the waterfront mob. Runs Pier A for the organization.
Liddell nodded. That's the guy.
What about him?
Keeley wanted to know. What kind of a tie-in would a hood like that have with a white tie operator like Tony Verone, Jim? Keeley jammed the pipe stem between his teeth, lit a match, and considered while he sucked the pipe into life.
Plenty,
he said finally.
They're both in the organization, Johnny. Verone handles the white stuff, women and powder. Kalo handles the rough stuff on the docks. They both work for the same guy.
Marty Regan, eh? How about this organization? What do you newspaper guys like to call the crime empire? Keeley blew a stream of blue-gray smoke at the ceiling.
Don't sell it short, Johnny. Regan really has these boys whipped into an organization, and he's making it work. Do you know how it's set up?
Liddell shook his head. Just roughly. The newspaper man leaned back and hooked his heel on the corner of his desk.
You know, there were 6 mobs operating a couple of years back. Verone had his mob, Hernandez had the Spicks, Cleach was running Harlem. All of them were at each other's necks. Every so often, one would move in on the other, and then there'd be a killing.
Now they've got it fixed so no one cuts in on the other, eh?
It's more than that, Johnny. They've gotten together and pooled everything. Contacts, money, troops. Everything. It used to be that one mob would get into a battle with another, and both would lose valuable manpower, and it brought plenty of publicity and heat from the cops. Now that can't happen.
Liddell scowled and shook his head. I can't buy it. I can't see a guy like Verone throwing his racket into the pot. And
he didn't. Each guy kept what he had. The organization is just sort of an overall structure.
The juice rattled noisily in Keeley's pipe.
Here's the way it works. Each boss keeps his own racket, his own territory. He's top dog in that area, and nobody can be killed or roughed up in his area without his okay.
So I've heard, Liddell told him dryly.
Now he can do the job himself, or bring in outside talent to do it. But nothing can be done in his territory unless he says it can be done.
Suppose Regan and the other boys think it's necessary. Keeley chewed on the stem of his pipe.
Then they have a regular board of directors meeting with all the local bosses, getting one vote. If he's outvoted, he has to give the okay.
Liddell shook his head. Sounds pretty foolproof.
Mobs went for it like a baby after candy. Look what it does. Now a mob boss not only has his own guns behind him, but the guns of every other mob in town. Nobody can move in on him and muscle him out, and he can't be knocked off by somebody trying to move in. It's a natural.
And this was Regan's idea? What's he get out of it? Keeley shrugged.
He's the chairman of the board of the richest cartel in the world. It's a lifetime job with no headaches.
Nobody's ever tried for him?
They couldn't get within a mile of him. He carries one of the best shotgun crews in the country around with him every place he goes.
A shotgun crew? Keeley grinned.
Tommy guns are old-fashioned. A shotgun makes a better impression. Instead of a lot of little holes, it really tears the hell out of you. Psychologically, it's a better weapon.
Liddell fumbled for a cigarette and lit it. So Kalo and Verone are both on the board of directors, huh? Anybody who goes up against Kalo has to take on the whole mob. That it? Keeley nodded.
Pretty much. But who'd be that crazy?
Me. The editor's jaw dropped and he took the pipe from between his teeth.
You nuts? You're just one man. That's the best damn set-up co-op in the country. You couldn't make a dent in it.
Tell me more about this Kalo, Jim. What's his graft?
Strong-arming, mostly. He runs Pier A personally, and has his own boys on most of the other racket-controlled piers. He short gangs. He shakes down importers and shippers. He brings what he likes into the country. He's the boss of the waterfront. That answer your question?
Liddell nodded. Mostly. How come nobody's ever gone after him? He makes no bones about what he's doing from all I can gather. He robs them, slugs them, shakes them down, and makes them like it. How come they stand still for it?
What would you suggest?
Go after him. Catch him with the goods. Smash him. Keeley grinned at him and shook his head.
It's not that simple. In the first place, there's the question of getting him with the goods. It's almost impossible.
What about the cops?
What about them? The crooked ones won't lift a finger to stop him, and the decent ones get their knuckles rapped when they do. I just told you that the mobs have consolidated their contracts. They're big, Johnny. Real big. This is no petty larceny operation. Do you know that the mob's takes from just the docks hit over $120 million last year? For that kind of loot, you can buy yourself real protection. Not just beat cops, but deputy commissioners and congressmen and senators.
Liddell whistled soundlessly.
You want an idea of how much absolute control these mobs have over the pier? A couple of years ago on Pier 46 in North River, 10 tons of steel disappeared. They called it pilferage. Get it? 10 tons of steel disappear, but nobody saw it go. You think they just stuck it under their sweaters and walked off with it?
He jabbed the stem of his pipe at Liddell.
You know the kind of a fix they'd have to get away with 10 tons of steel? You realize how many people it had to go through?
Liddell nodded. I'm beginning to. I'm also beginning to see why a guy like Kalo would be an important guy to Verone and his customers for the white stuff. He could clear it right through his pier. Keeley nodded.
Probably does.
Liddell tapped a thin collar of ash from his cigarette. You seem to know a lot about Kalo and his operation, Jim.
I should. I had a man working on him for weeks, gathering material for a series of articles. Would have blasted him right before an investigating committee.
Why didn't they run? Keeley shrugged.
The publisher killed him at the last minute.
Liddell scowled. Why? Would have sold papers.
And it would have lost advertising. I told you these boys aren't plain hoods. They've got their fingers in 100 pies. All the circulation in the world won't do us any good if they cut off our advertising.
He made a face as though he had a bad taste in his mouth, and tried unsuccessfully to wipe it out with a pull on the pipe. And Marty Regan could make it stick. Liddell walked over and leaned on the edge of the desk. I thought a newspaper dealt primarily with the news. What are you, a newspaper or a shopping guide?
Look, friend, don't snarl at me. I don't like it any better than you do. All I know is we have payrolls to meet, and the unions say we gotta meet them. And we can't make them by cutting off our advertisers' noses. That's what the front office says.
Liddell straightened up and shook his head.
It's not like the old days. You can say that again. Today, the only difference between working on a newspaper and in a whorehouse is that we don't have a piano in our front parlor.
You say you had that series already written and documented? Keeley nodded. How about letting me use the stuff your boy dug? You're not going to use it, Liddell argued.
I would if I could, but it's locked away nice and safe, and the publisher's safe.
Keeley knocked the dottle out of the pipe on the heel of his hand.
I might be able to fix it for you to meet the guy who dug the stuff for us. He might have some ideas.
Good. Who is he?
Tom Farrell.
Keeley stared at Liddell for a moment.
You know, if you fumble this one, you can put a couple of guys on the spot. You sure you want to go ahead with it?
More than ever.
You're always a stubborn bastard. But after all, it's your skin. If you like to wear it with holes in it.
The newspaper man reached over, snagged a phone, and dialed a number. After a moment, he muttered into the mouthpiece. He nodded several times and tossed the instrument back on its hook. "Farrell's just finishing up a piece for the next edition. He'll be free in a few minutes. I told him you wanted some dope on the waterfront. I hope he kept his notes. He'll do better than that. He's going to take you down there to talk to a guy who knows the docks inside out. You can get your dope from the horse's mouth." "Thanks, Jim." The man behind the desk glowered at him. "Don't thank me. I just hope you know what you're doing." "I hope you get your hope." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 11. Tom Farrell was tall, bespectacled, and disillusioned. He picked Liddell up on the curb in front of the dispatch office and headed his Chevy for the west side. "There's plenty of stuff a crusading newspaper could have used out of the series I did, Liddell," he told the private detective. "I had a guy take his head in his hand to feed it to me. And what happens to it? It ends up in the round file." "I might be able to use that guy. I need somebody who can get me the kind of evidence I can sell the DA. "I think you'll have to peddle that chore someplace else," Farrell told him. "This boy of mine got a real scare not too long ago." He swung the little car around a slow-moving truck and cut back into line to the tune of screeching brakes. "His wife's expecting, and a couple of guys bull their way into their place one night and tell her what's going to happen to her if her husband gets out of line." "He was fingered for helping you?" Farrell shook his head. "And just been yelling for a new deal in the union. Just shooting his mouth off at meetings. Stuff like that." He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "If they had any idea he spilled to me, that kid of his would be an orphan before he was born." He swung the car off 18th Street into the shadow of the West Side Drive. "Where are we meeting him?" "He's working overtime on A. There's a little gin mill across the street. The guy that runs it's a friend of his, and it's got a back door." Liddell nodded and settled back. Farrell guided the car to a parking lot set under the drive and locked it. He pointed to a small storefront whose neon sign flickered fitfully, drenching the sidewalks in the front of the building a dull red and announcing itself as Marty's Tavern. "That's the new place." He consulted his watch. "And should be there now. Just follow my lead, Liddell." Liddell pushed open his door and got out. Across the road there was plenty of activity inside Pier A. Steam winches screeched. There was the occasional blast of a tugboat, the rattle of chains, and the hoarse shouts of gang bosses. The two men crossed the avenue and entered the bar. A man in a checked shirt, open at the neck, sleeves rolled to the elbow, sat in a booth against the wall. There was no one else in the place except for a bartender who was swabbing the bar with a damp rag that left greasy circles. As they walked in, he looked from Farrell to the man in the booth and back. "Hi, Marty," Farrell greeted the bartender. He led the way to the booth. "This is the guy I wanted you to meet, Ange. His name's Johnny Liddell." He looked to Liddell, nodded his head at the man in the booth. "Ange has been a one-man crusade to clean up the docks, Johnny." The man in the checked shirt looked at Liddell without expression. "You're sure he's not a fink, Farrell?" he asked without moving his lips. "Not a chance. My boss okayed him, Ange." He slid into the booth on the opposite side from Ange and made room for Liddell. "He's out to get Kalo and the rest of them, legally if possible." Ange's lips curled upward at the corners. "He don't stand a chance." He wrapped his fingers around a half-empty glass of beer. "Nobody stands a chance with the mob. Nobody." Liddell waved to the bartender for 2 bourbons and a fresh beer. "You used to think you did." "I didn't know as much then as I do now." He shook his head. "There's no way to beat them." "How about Mr. Whiskers?" The man in the checked shirt finished his beer and stared at the empty glass. "I think they even got the fixin' there. Nobody wants to take them on. They got the decks stacked." He waited until the bartender had deposited the drinks and moved back behind the bar. "They got it so organized now, nobody can even ask questions." "Maybe if the boys thought they had a chance to win." "No soap. Look, mister, you ask questions at a union meeting, you don't work. You start to stir things up, you don't breathe." "But you were willing to take a chance when you helped Farrell?" "I was crazy. Maybe it's because I kept remembering the docks when a man could do a day's work, get a day's pay, and go home feeling like a man. Today," he spat at the floor, "you gotta crawl on your belly, kick back half what you get, and keep your mouth shut." He leaned across the table and shoved his face close to Liddell's.
You don't know what it's like to be ashamed of the way you make your living. He hit himself on the chest with the side of his hand. Me? I know. I'm ashamed. What about the union? Ange snorted. What do they know about what's going on? Kalo and his stooges keep hiring ex-cons they can control. They got enough of them. They control us. You can't even open your mouth. Farrell pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and dumped it on the table. Give him a rundown of what a union man has to put up with on a syndicated dock, Ange. The longshoreman picked up a cigarette, wet the end with his tongue, and stuck it between his lips. First, he's got to join up. He kicks out hard-earned dough to get his book, $60 to join and $3 a month. And you know what it gets you? Liddell held a match for the man and shook his head. It gets you the right to stand in line with maybe a couple hundred other guys so a hiring boss can decide who works and who don't. You gotta crawl on your belly because it's the same every day. The ex-cons and the kickback boys work steady. He pasted the cigarette on his lower lip where it dangled when he talked. On this pier, you want to work, you stick a toothpick over your ear. That means you'll kick back some of your hard-earned dough without a squawk. He breathed heavily through his nose, his eyes sullen and angry. That's just the beginning. You break your back because they're short-ganging you. 22 men are supposed to work on a job, and they only hire 16, Farrell broke in. They make up the other 6 names and take the money for themselves. How much is involved? For us, Ange growled, a broken back. For them, figure it out yourself. We work 5 gangs to a ship. That's 30 ghosts a day at $2.27 an hour. Time and a half for overtime and weekends, and the mob is splitting close to 5 G's a week on short gangs alone. Liddell picked up a cigarette and rolled it between his thumb and forefinger. And they still get away with it? He leaned over and lit his cigarette from the one Ange was smoking. Some of us fought him. There was a guy named Peter Ponto. He gave him a real fight. He shrugged. He ended up in a lime pit. Just because I ask questions at a meeting, the meatballs rough up my wife and scare the hell out of her. She cries all night and makes me promise to keep my mouth shut. Tom Farrell took a swallow from his glass. That's pretty much the picture, Johnny. These boys are helpless, and they don't get much help from the cops. These things aren't hidden. They're wide open, but nobody can touch them. They've really got the protection. I don't care who they got in their back pocket, Tom. If enough people get mad enough. You don't read the front pages, mister, Ange told him. I read the front pages. I also read Buck Rogers, but that doesn't mean I believe it. Nobody can convince me that these guys can't be knocked off. Yeah? By who? I'll take a crack at it. You get me the dope, I'll carry the ball. Ange took a deep swallow from his glass and set it down. You'll have to get yourself another boy, mister. Liddell looked at Farrell. Can't you talk to him? My hands are tied unless I can get a pipeline into what's going on. I wouldn't even try, Johnny, Farrell told him. I wouldn't want to be responsible if anything happened to his wife, and that's where those rats would hit him. Yeah, I guess I don't blame him, Liddell grunted. He went out on a limb, dug up all that stuff for you, and what happens? The paper doesn't even have the guts to run it. There must be some way to drag it into the open where your paper and every other paper would have to handle it. How? Liddell shrugged irritably. Get a conviction or enough dope to force a public investigation. Somebody must be hit hard enough to... He broke off and stared at the reporter for a minute. Wait a minute. There's plenty of pilferage and looting goes on. Who takes the rap on that? The insurance companies, I guess. Well, nobody can tell me they're happy about paying out losses running to millions a year. How come they haven't done something about it? Ange grinned glumly. It ain't because they haven't tried, that's for sure. But every time they've planted an insurance fink on the docks, he's had an accident. A bad accident. Farrell shook his head. That's not the answer, Liddell. You can't plant an op. They smell him out the minute he walks on the pier, and from then on he's marked. But Ange, you just said the hiring bosses keep ringing in the new guys. Yeah, but they're all ex-cons, guys that have been okayed by the mob. Liddell smoked for a moment and blew at the ceiling. Suppose I ring in one of my boys. A guy with a record that'll make most of the rest of them look like Boy Scouts. The man in the checked shirt scratched his chin and shrugged. You might make it. How'd you go about it? Ange scowled. If they know him, it's a breeze. He just shows up for shape-up, sticks a toothpick behind his ear, and he's in. They'll probably stick him on a crane or a tractor while the rest of us slobs break our back. He jabbed his cigarette into the ashtray. But I'm warning you, mister. They'll look him over real good before they put him on. He'll stand up. Liddell looked at Farrell. What do you think? The newspaper man shrugged.
It's worth a try. The bartender started whistling a popular tune and stepped up the motion of the damp rag on the bar. Ange stiffened. His dark complexion turned a muddy color. I gotta get out of here. I'll be in touch with you, Farrell. He got up, scooted around a table, and disappeared through a door set in the back wall. What the hell was that all about? Liddell wanted to know. Meatballs. They're coming in. The barkeeper tipped him. Liddell half turned in his seat and stared at the door over the booth's partition. 2 men came in. The 2 men he had met the night before at the Harbor Cafe. They stood in the doorway and looked around. The fat one jabbed a pudgy finger at the booth. Who are they? He asked the bartender. Customers. Julian squinted at the booth and growled deep in his chest when he recognized Liddell. Fancy meeting you again, fat boy. Liddell grinned at him. He looked from Julian to the redhead. Nice of you to drop by, but I don't feel like riding tonight. He's been ruled off the waterfront, Condon, Julian grunted. Throw him out. Condon licked his lips. Make it easy on yourself, Fink. Get going. Liddell turned his back and finished his drink. Farrell leaned over the table and muttered under his breath. Watch out, Liddell. Here he comes. Don't you think... The redhead swaggered to a stop alongside the booth. So you want to be coaxed? He caught Liddell by the shoulder with a beefy hand and pulled him to his feet. His lips drew back from the stubs of his teeth in a sadistic grin. I said we should have done this last night. He threw a ham-like fist at Liddell's head and grunted when it went over the private detective's shoulder. Liddell brought up a stiff right, which the redhead fielded with the pit of his stomach. His eyes rolled back, and he went to his knees, gasping for breath. Liddell brought up his knee, caught the redhead under the chin, and slammed him back against the table. He rolled over on his face and lay still. That meatball was all soft inside. How about you, fat boy? Liddell pushed aside a chair and started for Julian. Come on and find out. Julian's hand disappeared under his jacket and came out with a knife. He started toward Liddell, but froze in his tracks when he saw the .45 that suddenly appeared in the detective's hand. His little eyes receded behind their discolored buttresses as he licked his puffy lips uncertainly. Liddell walked over to where the fat man stood, knife in hand, its point upward in the approved position of an experienced knifer. The private detective brought up the barrel of the .45 and slammed it down on Julian's knife hand with shattering force. The fat man roared his pain and dropped his knife to the floor. He started to spew curses at Liddell, bubbles forming and breaking between his lips. Liddell slammed the barrel of the gun across his mouth and drove him backward, knocking over a table and chair. Julian lay in the wreckage, breathing heavily, his pig-like eyes rimmed with fear. That's for nothing, meatball. Liddell reached down and dragged the fat man to his feet. The bubbles were pink-tinged now. Or maybe I don't like guys who go around scaring women. You and your buddy Kalo. He grabbed a handful of the fat man's shirt and pulled him close. Where is Kalo? Julian started to bluster, but stuttered to a halt when Liddell jammed the snout of the .45 into his belly. His jowls knotted and unknotted as he ground his teeth in impotent rage. I don't know. Liddell grinned mirthlessly. That's too bad. Maybe I can jog up your memory. He slammed the flat of his hand against the side of Julian's jaw, knocking his head to one side, then backhanded it back into place. Give you any ideas? The fat man cowered away and raised his elbow in front of his face. Don't hit me. I'll tell you everything I know. When Liddell moved back, the fat man lowered his elbow and wiped a wet smear of his mouth with the back of his hand. I don't know where Kalo holds up. He didn't show at the Union today at all. He backed away from Liddell's eyes. I'm leveling with you. He's got orders to lay low. He never lets anyone know where he lives. He's got a shack-up job he's jealous of. The redhead groaned and rolled over on his back. For a moment, Liddell's attention wandered from the fat man. Julian moved with surprising speed for a man his size. One fat hand caught Liddell's gun hand in a vice-like grip. Fat had covered the meatball's muscles, but they were still there. Julian gave his hand a flip, and the gun went skidding from Liddell's paralyzed fingers. Liddell chopped at the fat man's neck with his free hand and was rewarded with a grunt. Julian shook it off, shuffled in, and tried to get close enough to get a back-breaking hold on the private detective. Liddell chopped at the neck again, devoting all his attention to eluding the hold. He was having trouble with his right hand. It felt useless, almost as though it had been crushed. Julian suddenly rushed, and Liddell sidestepped and buried his left to the wrist in the fat man's midsection. The air wheezed out of Julian's lungs with a whistling rush. There was a purple tinge to the fat man's face. Perspiration gleamed on his upper lip and under his hairline. He sank into a half-crouch and started circling in an effort to get Liddell off guard. His head was almost lost between his hunched shoulders and offered no target as he came in slowly. His eyes were narrowed, mean. He licked at his lips with anticipation. As he circled Liddell, momentarily his back was to Farrell. The newspaper man picked up a chair and shattered it over the fat man's head and shoulders. He roared his rage and turned on Farrell. Liddell moved in and threw all his weight behind a punch that landed solidly on the fat man's Adam's apple. He gagged and ripped at his collar with both hands, eyes rolling madly. Liddell measured him and threw his Sunday punch. Julian went to his knees, fell forward, hit the floor face first, didn't move. Liddell wiped the beaded sweat off his upper lip with the back of his hand and steadied himself against a table. "Thanks, Farrell. If he'd ever hung that bear hug on me, I'd be a dead duck." He looked around the floor, located his .45, and returned it to his holster. "I couldn't have held him off much longer." Farrell watched grimly as Liddell turned the fat man over on his back with his foot. "What'd it prove? Now you're really on the list." Liddell stared down at Julian, who lay breathing heavily through his mouth. "Maybe it didn't prove anything, but it at least gave them their answer." "To what?" "They gave me a day to think over the matter of getting out of their hair and staying out. They wanted my answer." He stirred the fat man with his toe. "There it is." "Then you're going ahead with it?" Liddell nodded. "You mean I've got a choice now?" Farrell shook his head. "What's your next step?" "Get a couple of allies. The insurance companies, for instance. I've got an idea they'd be very happy to underwrite it." He picked up his hat and stuck it on the back of his head. "At any rate, I'm in a hell of a good spot to find out." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 12. After he left the newspaper man, Johnny Liddell caught a cab uptown and dropped it outside the Chrysler Building. He rode an elevator to the 55th floor and walked down the corridor to the double glass door at the far end of the hall bearing the inscription, Seaway Indemnity Company. He pushed through the door into the anteroom and nodded to the girl at the desk in the enclosed area. "Lee Devon in?" he wanted to know. The girl behind the desk stopped pecking at the typewriter keys and turned a pair of incurious eyes on him.
"Is Mr. Devon expecting you?"
"Not unless he's taken up crystal gazing."
"I'm sorry, but you'll have to make an appointment. He almost never sees anyone unless—"
"Tell him it's Johnny Liddell." The girl behind the desk failed to be impressed. She picked up a desk phone and punched a button on its base. After a moment, she took the instrument away from her mouth.
"Johnny Liddell, the private detective?"
she asked. Liddell nodded. She relayed the information. After a moment, she hung up the phone.
"He'll see you,"
she conceded. She got up from a chair.
"Will you follow me?"
Devon's office was halfway down a corridor of identical frosted glass doors. The word adjustment was gold-leafed in the lower left-hand corner of the glass panel. The girl stopped at the door and pushed it open. Lee Devon got up from behind the highly polished desk set between two windows at the far end of the room and met Liddell with outstretched hand.
"Hello, Liddell. Haven't seen you in quite a while."
His handshake was firm and cordial. His eyes hopscotched over to the girl.
"I won't take any calls for a while, Marge."
The girl nodded and closed the door behind her.
"Pull up a chair and let's visit."
Devon was tall, thin. His hair was sandy, cut short. He wore the narrow-lapelled, skimpily cut suit of the perennial Princetonian. His voice was silky and smooth, with an elusive trace of the Boston Back Bay where he'd gotten his start. Liddell followed him across the room, pulled an armchair close to the desk, and dropped into it. "How's the insurance business these days, Lee?" Devon shrugged as he studied Liddell.
"We have our ups and downs. Anything special on your mind?"
Liddell reached over, snagged a cigarette from the humidor on the corner of the desk, and stuck it in the corner of his mouth. "I had a long talk with Jim Keeley down at the Dispatch today. He was telling me a lot of interesting things about the waterfront." The insurance man swung his chair around and slid back a piece of paneling that disguised a built-in bar and miniature refrigerator.
"What kind of things?"
he asked over his shoulder. "Heavy losses. Things disappearing from under the noses of guards." Liddell touched a match to his cigarette, took a deep drag, and let it drift from his nostrils. Devon swung around and deposited a bottle and 2 glasses on the desktop.
"We have had some tough luck."
He scooped some ice from the refrigerator and dumped it into the glasses.
"Got any ideas?"
"Tried planting an op on the docks?" Devin looked up and grinned dryly. 3 times. All our men got were cracked skulls. He handed a drink to Liddell and leaned back. I don't have to kid you, Liddell. We're worried sick over the dock situation. We can't go on absorbing the losses we've had to take. That bad, eh? You wouldn't believe just how bad it really is. Whole cases of merchandise disappear. There's not a shipment comes in or goes out of this port that isn't broken into and looted. We screamed our heads off to the unions, but all we get's a shrug of the shoulders. How about the cops? Devin snorted. The honest ones can't do a thing about it, and the other kind don't even try. Sure, if we could take the evidence and all wrapped up in a pretty package, we might get some action, and we might not. Liddell sniffed at his drink and tasted it. It tasted as good as it smelled. It's a cinch you can't if you don't try. Devin leaned back and considered it. You've got something on your mind, Liddell. Suppose you put your cards down and let's have a look. Maybe we can do business. I want a crack at getting the evidence you need. Liddell took a drag on his cigarette, held it up, and blew a stream of smoke at the glowing end. I've got my own reasons for wanting to put some of the boys mixed up in the racket behind bars. I can do it a lot better if I have the backing and support of an outfit like Seaway. Devin considered it. What makes you think you can get the dope when the men we planted there couldn't? They were just earning a day's pay. I've got a personal stake. The insurance man rubbed the heel of his hand along the side of his jaw. You mean you'd go down there and... No, they know me. But I've got a boy I can plant who'd fit in with that mob like a kid glove. There's considerable risk involved. Those boys play rough. Liddell nodded, drained his glass, and set it on the desk. If the price is right, my boy doesn't scare easy. Devin pulled himself out of the armchair and paced the rug alongside the desk. It'd be worth almost any price to us to get that situation cleaned up, Johnny. But I don't think it can be done. I'm willing to take a crack at it. The insurance man stopped in front of Liddell's chair and nodded. You got yourself a deal. What do you need from us? Did the other ops you had planted turn in anything worthwhile? Devin shook his head. He walked around the desk and opened the top drawer with a key from his chain. He picked out a batch of flimsies that had been stapled together. Just routine reports. He tossed them across the desk and watched while Liddell riffled through them. My guess is they were spotted from the minute they started working there and were watched all the time. Liddell flipped the papers back on the desk. My boy won't be. He took a last drag on the cigarette and crushed it out in the ashtray on the desk. Even you're not going to know who he is. Suits me. Devin pointed to Liddell's empty glass but drew a shake of the head. Will you be reporting to me? Liddell considered to it. Not unless I have something special to tell you. Something in a report might point a finger to the op, and I'd rather take no chances. You think there's someone here? I don't know. With the kind of money that's at stake, there's nobody they couldn't buy. After all, the finger was put on your men someplace. Devin picked the papers off the desk and dropped them into the drawer. I never thought of it that way, but you're probably right. He locked the drawer and dropped the keys in his pocket. We'll do it your way. Good. Liddell stood up. How do you want the retainer drawn? Liddell shrugged. Just drop me a note retaining me to do some personnel checks for the company. Charge it to anything but the waterfront. Devin got up and extended his hand. Good luck, Johnny. I wish I thought you could swing it. Well, if I don't, I won't be the only one you'll be missing around here. Because if I have to go, I intend to take a couple of people with me. The Backstage Club was an old-fashioned residential hotel set between Broadway and 6th Avenue in the dingy backwash of buildings lining 47th Street. It had a faded awning that showed signs of waging a losing battle with time and strong winds. Nobody had bothered to patch the gaping rips that flapped noisily in the breeze. The stone facade was dirty and neglected-looking. The prim little lobby inside had the requisite number of tired rubber plants, a few chairs obviously unsafe to sit on, and a general air of decay. The girl behind the newsstand counter perked up as Liddell wandered in, pushed a few stray wisps of blondined hair into place with the tips of her fingers, and watched him expectantly. The interest drained out as he walked past, headed for the shabby registration desk and the rheumy-eyed old man who presided over it. The room clerk blew his nose noisily into a gray handkerchief and watched Liddell incuriously as he crossed the lobby. Ruby Cowan, Liddell told him. The old man stowed the handkerchief in his hip pocket and glanced up at the fly-specked face of the lobby clock. Ain't up yet. Never sees anybody this time of day. She'll see me. Try her. Liddell dug into his pocket, brought out a bill, and folded it suggestively. The old man looked undecided and puffed out his lips. I guess she's expecting you, huh? The rheumy eyes caressed the bill wetly. Ring Rudy Cowan, May, he called down to a faded middle-aged woman sitting at an old-fashioned switchboard. Tell her, Mr. He glanced at Liddell questioningly. Johnny Liddell. Johnny Liddell is here to see her. He made no attempt to get his hand out of the way when Liddell shoved the bill across the counter. The woman jabbed wearily at a key. After a moment, she pulled the plug.
Mad as a wet hen. Always is, you call her this time of day.
She sniffed. She looked at Liddell accusingly.
Sure wasn't expecting him.
Okay for him to go up? The old man cut her off. The woman nodded and went back to a magazine. Room 336, the clerk told Liddell. He seemed to lose interest in him and stared out the door. After a moment, he was lost in rapt consideration of an operation he was performing on a molar with a black-rimmed fingernail. At the third floor, Johnny Liddell followed a threadbare rug that had once been red, but was now a brownish pink with numerous breaks where the backing showed through. Ruby answered the door in response to his knock. She wore a shapeless housecoat. Her black hair spilled down over her shoulders, and her eyes were still clouded with sleep. She stepped aside and complained.
You sure don't waste any time taking a girl up on an invitation.
She watched as he walked past and tossed his hat at a chair. Nice place you got here. She kicked the door closed.
It's a dump and you know it. I hope you didn't come by to write it up for House Beautiful.
Liddell grinned and shook his head. I want to talk to Lulu as soon as possible.
Aside from not being very flattering, what's that got to do with me?
She caught her hair with a practiced motion and twisted it into a loose bun on the back of her neck.
You know where to reach him.
Sure, but it wouldn't be healthy for him if anybody got to know I was in contact with him. He dug into his pocket and brought out 2 cigarettes. I thought maybe you could set up the meet. He lit the cigarettes and passed one to the girl.
Could be. What's it all about?
Liddell shrugged. Just a job I want him to do for me? Ruby took a deep drag on her cigarette and let the smoke dribble from between half-parted lips.
I don't think Lulu approves of your playmates. He thinks they play too rough.
The bigger the risk, the more money, they always say.
How big's the risk?
About $1,000's worth. Ruby stopped with the cigarette halfway to her lips and pursed them in a noiseless whistle.
That's an awful big risk.
It's an awful big buck. I might even be willing to go for a bonus if he gets me what I want quick.
What do you want me to do?
I want to see Lulu as soon as possible.
Here?
The girl made a face.
That old biddy'll think we're making movies or something. Me alone with 2 guys.
Can you get him on the phone? Ruby picked up a traveling clock from the table and studied it.
I might be able to.
Try. The girl crossed the room, picked up the phone, and asked for an outside line. She dialed 3 numbers before she nodded and held her hand over the mouthpiece.
They're calling him. Want to talk to him?
Liddell nodded. After a moment, Lulu's voice came on.
What's up, Ruby?
This is Liddell, Lulu. I have to talk to you. There was a soft intake of breath over the wire.
What about?
I got a deal for you. A big, juicy one. The phone was silent for a moment.
How big?
$1,000, maybe more. Lulu considered and finally capitulated.
What do I find out about this?
Make it easy on yourself. Make it someplace where nobody will make me talking to you. I don't want anybody to know there's a connection. The receiver chuckled dryly.
You think I do? You're about as popular right now as Poison Ivy.
Where and when? Lulu hesitated.
You know the elite billiard parlor on 23rd off 8th?
Liddell shrugged. I can find it.
Guy named Denver operates it. They call him that because it's where a guy with lungs like that ought to be.
So?
So you can trust him. He's got a back room where we can talk.
He broke off a minute.
Can you make it in an hour?
In an hour.
Just make sure you're not tailed, will you, Liddell? You get careless and I could get dead.
I'll be careful. Liddell dropped the receiver on its hook and turned to the girl.
Where do I fit into this picture, Liddell?
She wanted to know. You'll be the contact point between us. It wouldn't be safe for Lulu to report to me. He'll tell you anything he has to report, and you'll pass it along to me. Ruby picked a crumb of tobacco from the tip of her tongue with a long, lacquered nail.
For how much?
I told you, it's $1,000 for the job, with a bonus. The girl smiled.
That's for Lulu. I eat, too.
She rested her hand on her hip and smoked for a moment. Suppose we say 200 for me? 100 now and 100 when you get what you're after? The information, I mean? Liddell pulled a roll from his pocket and peeled off 250s. That's all I ever pay for, baby. Information. Ruby picked it up, folded it, and stuck it down the neck of her robe. That's all that's for sale. She took another drag on the cigarette and looked Liddell over. I didn't say that's all that's available. That's all that's for sale. Liddell picked up his hat from the chair and punched it into shape. I better get moving if I'm going to meet Lulu in an hour. I'll check back with you after I've got it all set up. He stuck his hat on the back of his head. I just have time to grab a cup of coffee. Sure. How else could you kill an hour? She snorted, turned, and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The elite billiard parlor stared at the crosstown traffic along 23rd Street through two large, dusty plate glass windows set on the second floor of a 5-story brick building. Johnny Liddell climbed a flight of stairs and shouldered his way into the huge room. Shaded lamps hanging from the ceiling spilled triangles of light over the green felt tables. The clicking of pool balls was muted and constant. A painfully thin man wearing a sleeveless sweater was perched on a high stool behind the cash register, watching a hot game at the number 1 table. Liddell walked over, leaned his elbow on the counter, and watched. Looking for a friend, he told the thin man. He told me to ask for Denver. The man on the stool tilted his head slightly and studied Liddell with a pair of abnormally bright eyes. Denver? That's me, pal. Liddell picked up a pack of cigarettes and dropped a quarter on the counter. I was supposed to meet this friend here. Denver scooped up the quarter and rang it up. Your name, Liddell? He asked in a low voice. Liddell nodded and helped himself to a paper pack of matches. He thought there might be a nice quiet place where we could talk without being interrupted. Any chance of you being followed, mister? Denver's attention roamed back to the number 1 table. Maybe you ought to knock a few balls around for a while. Like that, we can see who comes in. Sounds good. The thin man slid off the stool and led the way to a table near the window. He rolled the rack of balls forward to the line, removed the rack, and dug an ivory cue ball from his pocket. From here, you can see both the street and the door. He turned around and nodded to a plain wooden door against the far wall. Through there and up the stairs. We use it for an office sometimes. Liddell nodded, walked over, and selected a cue. Thanks, Denver. He set the cue ball, broke, and ran 8 balls. The thin man watched with a half smile. You've been in a pool room before, pal. Liddell grinned. My old man always said that being a good pool player was proof of a misspent youth. He made a tough cushion shot, played position for a side shot, and cleared the table. He looked around and walked to the window while the thin man racked them up. What do you think? Denver shrugged. It's okay now. No tail would sit it out down there this long. All he knows, there might be a back door. He picked up the cue ball, polished it, and dropped it into his hip pocket. Come around sometime you got a few minutes. You could give a guy some competition. Liddell dug into his pocket, but drew a shake of the head from the thin man. This one's on the house, pal, Denver told him. Bring money the next time you come. He picked up Liddell's cue and stuck it into the cue rack. I'll keep my eyes open down here. Anything looks bad, there's a buzzer. 2 buzzers? Start moving. Lulu knows his way. Liddell nodded and shrugged into his jacket. He headed for the door against the back wall. When he was certain no one was paying him undue attention, he pushed it open and entered a small hallway leading to an upper story. At the head of the stairs, he went in through a door. Lulu Monty was straddling a chair playing solitaire on a rickety old wooden table. He looked up as Liddell came in and grinned. Didn't we give you the treatment? He nodded to the blue pool chalk on Liddell's hand. Wouldn't even let me pay for the game. Lulu chuckled. He didn't take you on for a game? Liddell shook his head. Hey, you must be good. He gives almost everybody the treatment. Only ones he passes up, they gotta be good. He pointed to a chair across the table. Want to get down to cases? Liddell dropped his hat on the table and sat down. Yeah. He looked around and grunted.
We're alone for sure? Monty nodded. For sure. You said something on the phone that interested me. You said $1,000, maybe more. That kind of language I like. I'd like to hear more. Who tipped you last night it was Kalo that did the schlammin' on me, Lulu? Monty smoothed the long hair over his ears with the flat of his hand. You don't expect me to spill a sauce. He took a handkerchief from his hip pocket and carefully wiped his palms. That's not healthy, Liddell. I don't care about your source, but somebody put the finger on Kalo for you. He's a meatball. Lulu looked up and nodded. That's right. The guy who gave you the tip has an inn on the docks. He knows the right people, apparently. Could be. What's that got to do with me? Liddell shrugged. It makes you $1,000. The easy way. He leaned forward. I need a man with an inn on the docks. That's you. Monty fished a gold pocket knife from his jacket and started working on his nails. What's this inn supposed to do for me? Get you a job on the docks, preferably on Pier A. The other man looked up. That's Kalo's dock. That's right. I don't know. Messing around with Kalo ain't no way for a guy to grow old gracefully. What am I supposed to do? Let's say I get this job. Keep your eyes and ears open? For what? Anything. Look, Lulu, there's plenty goes on down there. All I want is enough facts to pin something on Kalo and the rest of his mob. The only way I can get it is to plant a guy on them. A guy that can tip me off when to move. Monty went back to his manicuring. I ain't a fink by trade, Johnny. Why don't you send one of those guys you got working for you? Liddell snorted. It's been tried. They stand out like a sore thumb. He leaned back. I hear the only way a guy can get a job on the waterfront these days is to have a record, and a lot of connections. Monty folded the knife and dropped it into his pocket. Your hearing's pretty good, Johnny. Kalo likes it that way. He can handle the boys better. What do you think, Lulu? You've got the inn, haven't you? Lulu cracked his knuckles thoughtfully and nodded. Kalo's hiring boss on A did a stretch with me upstate. Half the guys working A were up there at the same time. He looked undecided. Those boys play for keeps if they ever tumble to me. They won't. Only 4 people will know. You, me, Ruby, and the guy in the insurance company that's paying for this party. And even he won't know who you are. But Ruby will? Liddell shrugged. We'll need her. After tonight, I don't want to have any contact with you at all. Not even by phone, just in case they try tapping mine. We use Ruby as the drop. Liddell nodded. You pass along to her anything that looks important. After all, she's your girl, and nobody's going to think twice about you seeing her every night. No, but if you start seeing her, don't worry about it, Lulu. There are plenty ways she can pass the dope along to me without anybody tumbling. Leave Ruby to me. How's that again? I just said everybody knows she's your girl, didn't I? All I want from either of you is information. He got up from the chair and stuck his hat on the back of his head. How soon do you think you can score at the docks? Monty shrugged. I'll set up a meet with my friend. He says it's okay. I start in the morning. If I score, you won't hear from me. If I don't, I'll give you a ring, let you know the deal's off. Check. Speaking of checks, what about the cash? $1,000, I think you said. You get it as soon as you start working on A. I'll have it left with Ruby. Monty considered it and finally nodded. Okay, Liddell. You'll be hearing from me, one way or another. He didn't get up as Liddell walked to the door. He picked up the cards and started laying out a hand of solitaire. Good luck, Lulu, Liddell told him. Monty grunted and laid a red 6 on a black 7. There ain't any other kind. Either I got good luck or I'm dead. Downstairs, Liddell sought out a phone booth, dug a handful of change from his pocket, and selected a dime. He dialed his office number and counted the rings. On the 5th ring, the answering service cut in.
Johnny Liddell's office.
A metallic voice intoned. This is Liddell. Any messages? There was a slight pause in the rustle of paper.
Your secretary called. She wants to see you. She's at home.
Liddell grunted. Anything else?
Another message, but I didn't take it, and I don't know what it means.
Try me, Liddell growled.
A man called. Didn't leave any name. Said Reuter has dropped out of sight.
She read.
Make any sense to you?
Yeah, that all?
That's all,
The receiver told him pertly.
There was a click and the connection was broken. Liddell tossed his receiver back on its hook, glowered at the instrument for a moment, then got up and pushed open the door to the booth. Denver straightened up from a table where he had been knocking a few balls around.
Feel like a little action, Liddell?
He spilled some powder into the palm of his hand and smoothed the length of a cue with it. Have to take a rain check on it, Denver. I've got to get back uptown. The thin man nodded.
Any time at all.
He bent over the table and sent the cue ball racing from cushion to cushion, finally tapping a ball into the corner pocket.
Don't get much competition around here.
On 23rd Street, Liddell picked up a cab, gave his office address, settled back against the cushions, and massaged his forehead with the tips of his fingers. According to his calculations, it shouldn't be too long before all hell started breaking loose. He wondered if getting the gang on his trail would take some of their attention away from Monty and give him a chance to get the information he needed. The cab skidded to a stop in front of his office building, and he shoved a bill through the window and started across the pavement to the entrance to the building. An old man with a tray of shoelaces and razor blades shuffled toward him.
"Blades? Laces, mister?"
he whined. His voice dropped to a hoarse whisper.
"Don't go in there, Liddell. They got your office staked out."
Liddell dug into his pocket, brought up some silver, and dumped it on the tray. You one of the dummies, men? The old man nodded.
"I got a message from Dummy."
Liddell looked around and picked up a package of blades. Where can I meet you?
"Across the street. Third bench off the library. 5 minutes."
The old man pocketed the change and shuffled away. Instead of entering the building, Liddell crossed 42nd Street and entered Bryant Park. He wandered along the paths until he found a bench where he could watch the third bench off the library and settled back to wait. He was on his second cigarette when he saw the old man, minus his tray and shuffle, walk over to the bench and drop onto it. Liddell took his time about crushing out his cigarette with his heel, then walked over and dropped down next to him. The old man pulled a newspaper out of his pocket and opened it in front of his face.
"You got Dummy's message about Ryder?"
he asked out of the side of his mouth. Liddell nodded. What's this stakeout business? The old man turned the page of the paper.
"Dummy wanted me to deliver this message to you. I'll go up to your office. I'm trying the door when I make one guy standing in the fire staircase and another at the other end of the hall. I make like I'm canvassing the floor from office to office until the super comes up and kicks me out."
Liddell nodded. Thanks for heading me off. He dug a cigarette out of his pocket and looked around casually. What's the message?
"It's not exactly what you want. Dummy says he can't get a line of where Kalo holds out either."
Liddell growled under his breath. They just didn't disappear into thin air. He stuck the cigarette into the corner of his mouth and lit it. He's got a baby shacked up with. Maybe... The old man folded the paper and appeared engrossed in an article on the sports page.
"We were way ahead of you. We found out who she is."
He looked up from his paper and glanced around the park.
"Her name's Winnie Dean. Mean anything to you?"
Should it?
"She's a stripper. Works in a 52nd Street clip joint called the Paradise Isle."
Liddell nodded. Good. Where can I find her now?
"You can't. She'll be at the joint tonight."
Liddell took a third puff on his cigarette and flipped it to the pavement. So will I. The old man got up, picked up the cigarette, puffed on it, and returned to the bench.
"You want to be careful, Liddell. From the looks of those 2 guns upstairs, you're on somebody's list."
Not just on the list, Pop. At the head of it. He got up, bent over, and brushed off his pants. Tell Dummy to keep trying for Reuter. I'll handle the Kalo end from here in. He straightened up and looked around. I'll keep in touch through the answering service. The old man opened his paper again and leaned back.
"If it's too hot to keep, one of the boys will find you."
Liddell strolled to the 40th Street exit, crossed the street to the National Republican Club, and entered the lobby. He gave the woman behind the switchboard 2 coins and the number of the El Condor. After a moment, she motioned him to booth 3. When the connection was made, a suave voice answered.
"El Condor? Reservations?"
Give me Tony Verone, Liddell told him. The voice was apologetic.
"I'm sorry, but Mr. Verone never—"
He will this time. Tell him it's Johnny Liddell.
"Just one moment, sir."
There was a click, then a pause. When the line clicked on again, it was Verone's voice.
"Liddell?"
He sounded surprised. Yeah, Tony. I just called to tell you I got the present you sent. The 2 stuffed gorillas.
Verone chuckled. "You don't think that was my idea, Liddell? I know you too well to think you'd walk into anything that simple."
I take it the period of grace is off? Verone sighed. You've been a bad boy, Johnny. I have to call the deal off. I was outvoted. Don't worry about it. There never was a deal, Tony. I told you I was out to get Kalo and anybody connected with him. That still goes. By the way, your friend Reuters dropped out of sight. Permanently, I believe, Liddell grunted. I thought you took care of your members. I think I also told you we frown on unnecessary killing. Reuter disobeyed orders to stay away from Mrs. Hart. He has to be disciplined. There was a pause. You're on the same list, Johnny. There was nothing I could do about it. Stop wasting sympathy. I'm not a half-baked shiv like Reuter. They've got to come get me. They will, Johnny. You're a bonus kill. There won't be a gun in the country who won't be out to collect once the word gets around. You got maybe 2-3 hours to start running. I'm not running, Tony. Maybe they'll take me, like you say. But maybe I'll be taking a couple of you boys along for company. You and Regan and Kalo. Now you're talking crazy. You couldn't. Liddell cut him off. Maybe not, but it's something to think about. Like you said, you know me a lot better than the rest of the boys. You know I don't shoot my mouth off for the sake of hearing myself talk. He tossed the receiver on its hook and leaned out of the booth. Get me the police headquarters, will you, please? I want to report 2 armed men hanging around the 12th floor corridor across the street. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 14. Pinky lived in the village. The cab dropped Johnny Liddell in front of a brownstone building nestled anonymously in a row of similar brownstone buildings. He climbed the 4 steps from the street level and pushed his way through the vestibule door. He followed the dimly lit hallway to the first-floor rear apartment and knocked on the door. After a moment, he heard the sound of a chain being removed. The door opened, and his red-headed secretary stood in the doorway. "Hello, Pink. Mind if I come in?" The redhead shook her head and stood aside. She watched Liddell without expression as he walked through the door into a cozily furnished living room. She was wearing a blue housecoat. Her copper-colored hair was piled on top of her head, and her face looked as though it had been freshly scrubbed. She wore no makeup except a faint smear of lipstick.
"I left a message for you. Did you get it?"
she asked. Liddell tossed his hat on the couch and nodded. "I would have been here sooner, but I've had some things to do. How are you feeling?" The redhead shrugged and picked up a cigarette from a humidor.
"I'm all right."
He snapped on a lighter and held it while she filled her lungs.
"I heard about Lucille Hart. It was the same ones?"
Liddell nodded. Maybe not the same two, but they were from the same mob. The redhead ran the palm of her hand along the side of her arm.
"I don't suppose the police are doing a thing about it."
"They're doing everything they can, Pink. Don't forget their hands are tied. There's a little thing called evidence. The brakes are all on the side of a mob like that." He walked to the window and looked out into the yard beyond. "That's why I like the way I operate. You don't need evidence. You just have to be sure." She crossed the room, caught him by the arm, and swung him around.
"Do you mean you're going to go with this until you're killed, too? What will that prove?"
"I'm not trying to prove anything, Pink. I'm just trying to even up for a lot of things." The redhead stamped her foot angrily.
"You're not going to keep up this crazy feud just because 2 men...
Liddell took her by the hand and led her back to the couch. "It's not that, baby. Maybe it started out that way. Maybe I was killing mad over what happened last night. But now it's bigger than that." He pulled her down alongside him on the couch. "It's Lucille Hart getting her throat cut because she tried to get out from under a lousy blackmailer. It's a little guy down on the piers kicking back part of his wages because his wife is pregnant and he's afraid she'll be roughed up. It's hundreds of little guys like that who's getting hurt by this mob." Pinky tossed her head.
"So you appoint yourself a committee of 1 to correct the evils of the world," she snorted. "You're going out to kill or get killed. And when the shooting's over, what have you done?"
"Maybe not much. Maybe nothing," Liddell shrugged. "On the other hand, maybe it'll turn the spotlight of publicity on what's going on. Maybe a lot of other little guys like me will figure it's their fight too and pick it up."
"But you're only 1 man, Johnny. What can 1 man do?"
Liddell lifted the cigarette from between her fingers and took a deep drag. I don't know. But it brings back something I read once. A priest asked that all the lights in his church be turned out. It was pitch dark. Then he lit a match and there was a faint light. Soon, others started lighting matches, and pretty soon the place was as bright as day.
Now I've heard everything.
The redhead leaned back against the couch and rolled her eyes ceilingward.
Now he's going around lighting matches in churches. I had an uncle like that. They put him away as a pyromaniac.
Liddell grinned and stuck the cigarette back in her mouth. You're beginning to sound more like yourself. Next thing I know, you'll be ordering me around again. She reached out and put a hand on his knee.
No, Johnny, seriously. You're going up against an organization. You're only one man. You can't win.
I've got to win, Pink. Me or some guy like me. Because if we don't, the only lucky ones will be the dead ones. He covered her hand with his. Don't you see where these rats are heading? Unless somebody stops them, none of us will be able to call his soul his own.
That's what the police are for. Let them do it.
Don't you think they'd like to, most of them? But their hands are tied. Pretty soon the ones who want to do something about it will be out, and they'll have all their men in. A decent man will be ashamed to wear a badge. Then it's too late, for all of us.
Johnny, tell me the truth. How far have you gone?
Liddell grinned. Too far. There's a price on my head right now, Pink. 2 of Verone's guns had the office staked out a little while ago.
That's just the beginning, Johnny. There are hundreds of them against you. No matter how many of them you get first, they'll just keep bringing in more and more until they get you.
Maybe, maybe not. If I can get the queen bee, the rest will run in all directions and destroy themselves. She started to argue, but he cut her off. It's happened before. There was another racketeer thought he had a foolproof system. A character named Hitler. When they got to him, the whole thing fell apart.
I remember Hitler. And I also remember it wasn't a one-man job to knock him off. It took hundreds of thousands of men.
That's right. Liddell nodded. But a few men had to die to point the way for those hundreds of thousands. Somebody had to light the first match.
You're a pretty big boy to start playing with matches now.
Pinky leaned back, her breast jutting against the thin fabric of the gown.
I hope you didn't think I was running out when I didn't show up this morning.
Were you? The redhead shrugged.
I don't know. I was confused. I had to have some time to think, after what happened.
I know, Pink. It was seeing you pushed around that started me on this toot. Then I started looking around, and I'm convinced that unless we all make a stand now, they'll be able to push all of us around all the time. Pinky nodded.
That's what I called you about. I wanted to tell you I was sorry for kicking up such a storm. I wanted to come back to work.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't come back today with those 2 hoods patrolling the hall. He checked his wristwatch. Okay to make a call?
Sure.
Liddell pulled himself off the couch and walked over to the foyer phone and dialed headquarters. After a moment, he was connected with Inspector Herlihy.
Where the hell are you?
Herlihy roared across the wire.
Did you know we picked up 2 guns staked out outside your office?
Liddell grinned. Who do you think tipped the bureau?
What's it all about?
I guess somebody doesn't like me, Inspector. Have you got any word on a guy named Reuter? Lived in the Settler Arms? There was a pause.
No, why?
If I were you, I'd put out a pickup on him. He's the one that killed the Hart dame. He was blackmailing her. When she tried to get the stuff back through me, he went over there and cut her throat.
Why didn't you tell me this before now?
The receiver barked. I wasn't sure, Liddell told him mildly. And before now, I thought Reuter was alive and I could deliver him.
But now?
Now I'm not too sure. The receiver was silent for a moment.
Where are you, Liddell?
At Pinky's place in the village, 69 Warburton. Why?
I don't know. I got the feeling I'll have to send a car over there to pick you up, just for safekeeping.
If you do, you're signing my death warrant, Inspector. You'd be setting me up for them. You know how safe I'd be in protective custody. They'd have me like a sitting duck.
Then why did you call in?
Because there's just an outside chance that Reuter is still alive. You might be able to get to him, and if he's scared enough, he may do some talking. Herlihy considered it and grunted.
There's usually a catch to it someplace when you pass out these tips. But I'll put you on the word.
As an afterthought.
Here's a tip from me to you. If you've been playing footsie with that mob, you're harder than a 50-cent pistol. Stay under cover.
I intend to, Liddell grinned. He tossed the receiver back on its hook and walked over to the couch.
You intend to what?
Pinky demanded. Herlihy suggested I stay where I am. He says I'm hotter than a 50-cent pistol. The redhead sniffed.
That's strictly a corp's own opinion. I don't think you're so hot.
That does it. Liddell looked around. I give up. Where is it?
What?
What do you have around here for a man on the verge of collapse?
Spirits of ammonia? But if you're hinting for a drink, it's out in the kitchen closet.
Liddell walked out and found a bottle of bourbon behind the door.
Know what I feel like? A sour. There's some lemon juice in the refrigerator,
she called out to him. A sour? Liddell grumbled. You sure you...
A sour.
Pinky brought her feet up and stretched out on the couch. Liddell slammed open the icebox, found the lemon juice, dumped it into the shaker, and added bourbon, ice, and sugar. The redhead lay on the couch lazily and yawned as she watched him go through the motions of mixing the drink.
You know this crusade of yours can put us out of business, she reminded Liddell. You can't get any clients if you can't come out from under the couch.
I don't need any new clients. I got a big one on this deal. Lee Devon of Seaway has dumped the whole waterfront setup into my lap. He found 2 clean glasses on the sink behind chintz curtains, caught the shaker under his arm, and walked to the couch. He swept 2 books and a magazine off the end table and put down the shaker and glasses.
How come Seaway gets into the act?
Pinky wanted to know. They've been taking a royal shellacking down at the docks. Cleaning up the mob means cleaning out the racket bosses on the waterfront. They're all tied together. He poured 2 drinks from the shaker, handed one to the girl, and sniffed the other. You're sure these things are fit for human consumption? Pinky took a sip of hers.
Of course. There's only a little lemon juice in it.
I'm old-fashioned. I like my lemon straight. He took a taste of his drink and made a wry face. The girl on the couch laughed as he walked back to the sink, emptied his glass, and refilled it from the bottle. Then he walked back to the couch, lifted the girl's head, sat down, and cradled it in his lap.
What do you do now, Johnny?
Liddell shrugged. Sit tight for a while. I've got a man planted on Pier A. As soon as he finds something we can get our teeth into, we can get the show on the road.
And where were you figuring on sitting tight? They've got your office staked out. It's a cinch they've got your apartment watched. You can't stay here. Not indefinitely, at least.
Liddell took a swallow from his bourbon and set the glass down. I was figuring that maybe I'd go down and see Hu Shan down in Chinatown. He owes me a favor.
Would you be safe down there?
Liddell nodded. None of the syndicate boys would step into Hu Shan's territory. They'd never get out in one piece. They have a healthy respect for him.
But maybe he wouldn't want to cross them by hiding you out. If they found out...
Don't worry about Hu, Pink. These boys don't scare him even a little bit. Hu's gambling setup down there is about the only racket in town that doesn't have to pay to keep operating. He reached down and snagged his glass. The only trouble is I'd better stay put until it gets dark. That is, unless you've got something else planned. Pinky grinned at him, caught him by the tie, and pulled his mouth down to hers.
Not a thing, Johnny.
The room was half dark when Johnny Liddell awoke. The telephone was jangling noisily in the foyer. There was a dark brown taste in his mouth as he crossed the room to the phone and yanked the receiver off its hook.
That you, Liddell?
A metallic voice asked. Who's this?
A friend. I hear you're looking for Kalo.
Yeah, why?
He's sitting at the bar at the Astor. If you hurry, you might just catch him.
There was a click as the connection was broken. Liddell depressed the bar several times. Hello? Hello? Finally, he hung up the receiver. Pinky stirred uneasily on the couch, sat up, and rubbed her eyes.
What is it, Johnny?
Liddell shook his head. I don't know. I think it was one of the dummies' men, but I'm not sure. He told me where to find Kalo. Pinky consulted her watch in the dim light.
It's only 8 o'clock. Hadn't you better stay under cover until it's good and dark?
Liddell shook his head. This is one baby I want to meet, and right now. He walked out to the kitchen, splashed water into his face, swabbed it dry with a towel, and ran a comb through his hair.
Will you be coming back here?
The redhead wanted to know. I don't think so, Pink. If you want to get in touch with me, you can reach me at Hu Shan's. He'll know where I am. He picked up his hat, bent over the girl, and kissed her lightly on the mouth. Stay away from the office for a few days, but keep in touch with the answering service. They may get word from my man on the piers.
I'll walk to the door with you.
She got up, smoothed the gown down over her thighs, and tucked a few stray hairs into place with her fingertips. She linked her arm in his and walked down the hallway with him to the vestibule. She stood there, slipped her arms around his neck, and pressed her mouth against his.
Take care of yourself, Johnny.
Liddell winked at her. Don't worry about me.
He started out the door. Somewhere there was the roar of a motor being stamped into life. Instinctively, Liddell shoved the redhead back into the hallway and dug into his jacket for his .45. A black sedan roared away from the curb halfway down the block. As it pulled abreast of the house where Liddell stood, it slowed down. There was a dull glint of metal in the back window, then it started to belch orange flame. Liddell had his .45 in hand, squeezing the trigger as he tried to back into the vestibule. Heavy caliber bullets chewed holes in the door jamb, gouged trenches in the concrete near his head, and splinters stung his face. He raised the .45 and got the back window of the sedan on its front sight. Before he could pull the trigger, a heavy slug hit him in the chest and sent him reeling backward. The heavy boom of the gun in the back seat could be heard above the roar of the motor as it pulled away from the curb and gathered speed. Liddell felt a numbness in his chest, a gathering cloud of darkness as he swayed on the top step. Suddenly he pitched forward and tumbled headlong to the sidewalk below. He lay there, semi-conscious, dimly aware of a crowd gathering, of the numbness in his side. The cold butt of the .45 was reassuring against the heat of his palm. He tried to sit up but fell back weakly. From somewhere, an authoritative voice impressed itself on his consciousness.
"Let me through. I'm a doctor. If that man's hurt, I can help him."
Liddell had a blurred impression of a face topped by wavy hair bending over him, white teeth bared in a wolfish grin. He caught the flash of metal in the doctor's hand. Laboriously, he raised the .45 and squeezed the trigger. The face dissolved in a red flood and a knife clattered to the sidewalk from the dead man's hand. From somewhere, a woman started screaming as the doctor's body fell across Liddell. A dark cloud moved in and squeezed consciousness from Liddell's mind. He closed his eyes and was swirled into its depths. When he opened his eyes, a white-faced Pinky was anxiously hovering over him. He tried to move and had the sensation of being nailed to the pavement by a giant hand.
"Don't move, Johnny," the redhead pleaded. "An ambulance is on its way."
He looked past her to where two policemen stood scribbling notes in their report books. One held Liddell's .45 wrapped in a handkerchief.
"He's still alive,"
someone in the crowd tittered nervously. They all started to move in morbidly for a closer look. One of the cops strolled over and pushed the crowd back. "The man's hurt. Give him air." He leaned over Liddell. "You feel okay, mister?" Liddell tried to nod and regretted the impulse. He could feel the black cloud moving in again. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and fought it off.
"Can't you see he's hurt?" he heard Pinky arguing. "Let him alone until the ambulance gets here, can't you?"
She pushed the cop back.
"I told you everything you have to know. They tried to kill him from a car, and then sent a man here with a knife to finish the job. You have enough witnesses. They all saw it. Ask them."
"Look, lady," the cop explained patiently. "No matter how many people saw it, a couple of guys turned my beat into a shooting gallery. I got to have the answers when my boss starts asking questions." He leaned over Liddell. "Look, mister." He broke off as an ambulance skidded to a stop at the curb, and a white-coated intern hopped off. He shouldered his way through the crowd and walked over to where the policeman stood above Liddell.
"Save any for me?"
The cop pointed to Liddell with a pencil. "He's all yours, Doc." The intern nodded and knelt at Liddell's side.
"Is he going to be all right, Doctor?"
Pinky wanted to know.
"Now in a minute, lady,"
the intern grunted. He tore open Liddell's bloody shirt, swabbed his chest dry with a piece of gauze, and grunted. He looked up at the cop.
"What's supposed to have happened to this character, Mac?"
"Stopped a couple, I guess. A couple of guys poured it on out the back window of a car. He filled it a couple and nosedived off the stoop." He pointed to the steps with his pencil.
"Not this character."
The intern pulled back Liddell's coat and examined the heavy holster.
"Here's your answer. Take a look."
He pointed to a ragged tear in the leather of the holster.
"This took the slug and deflected it. All he's got's a sore chest and the wind knocked out of him. Maybe a cracked rib."
He scratched his head.
"Thing I can't figure out's where all the blood came from."
"You ought to see the other guy," the cop told him. He pointed to a newspaper-covered form. The intern walked over, pulled back the paper, and whistled softly.
"Oh, this guy's not going anyplace. Not with that bullet hole he's wearing for a third eye."
He dropped the paper back into place and straightened up. The cop slammed his notebook disgustedly. "All that fireworks and that guy doesn't even get nicked." He nodded at the doctor's body. "You gonna clean up that mess so as all these nice people can go home to their supper?"
"And mess up our brand new ambulance? The city would never forgive us."
He tugged a pad of printed forms off his hip.
"I'll give you a DOA and the meat wagon will pick him up for you."
He scribbled on the form, initialed it, and handed it to the cop.
I better take this one in and shoot a couple of pictures of his ribs. That slug must have hit him with the kick of a mule.
The redhead tugged at his elbow.
I live right here. Can't I take him up to my place?
The intern looked over the curves revealed by the clinging gown.
I wouldn't want to try anything strenuous for a while. You his wife?
Pinky shook her head.
His secretary.
I better take him in. One thing he's not strong enough for is dictation. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 15. A sickly sweet smell persisted in his nostrils. Johnny Liddell opened his eyes and stared around the unfamiliar sterile whiteness of the room. The little clock on the bedstand said 11:30. A heavy-set man was sitting in an armchair near the door, reading a paper. He looked up as he heard Liddell stir, folded the paper, and stuck it in his jacket pocket.
Sleeping Beauty had nothing on you, pal. How do you feel?
I'm still alive, Liddell grunted.
The inspector will be glad to hear that.
The big man pulled himself out of the chair with a grunt.
He's been wanting to talk to you.
I'll bet, Liddell grimaced. He managed to get himself up on one elbow and fell back against the pillow with a grunt. Where is he? The plainclothes man checked his watch.
Probably on his way over. The doc told him you'd be opening your baby blue eyes around 11.
He walked over to the door, stuck his head out, and talked to someone.
The doc will be right in to see you, he told Liddell.
After a few minutes, a white-coated intern walked in. He nodded to the plainclothesman and grinned at Liddell.
You're a pretty lucky guy from what they tell me, mister,
he told him. He walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and pulled open Liddell's pajama top.
No bones broken, not even cracked.
He pressed gently with his fingertips around the bruised area.
You'll be good as new tomorrow. Maybe a bit stiff in that wing for a couple of days, but you've nothing to worry about.
Thanks, Doc. How long do I have to stay in here? The intern shrugged.
You can go any time you like.
He turned the night table clock around.
It's kind of late to be checking out tonight. Why don't you wait until morning?
Liddell nodded. Can you arrange to get me some clothes?
Already been taken care of. Your secretary was here around 10 with a complete outfit. They're in the closet over there.
Good. Liddell managed to prop himself up on one elbow and let the intern help him into a sitting position. No law against smoking, is there, Doc? The intern dug into his blouse pocket and brought out a pack of Chesterfields.
Have one of mine.
He waited until Liddell had hung it in the corner of his mouth, then scratched a match and held the light. There was a rap on the door. An elderly nurse pushed it open.
Inspector Hurley, he's here, Doctor. Is it all right for him to come in?
The intern looked to Liddell, who shrugged, back to the nurse.
Yes, nurse. Ask the inspector to come in.
The nurse's head was withdrawn. Inspector Hurley stamped into the room, nodded to the doctor, and glared at Liddell.
How unlucky can I get? They tell me they're going to turn you loose on the unsuspecting city again tomorrow.
Couldn't find a thing wrong with him, Inspector.
The intern nodded.
He's a pretty lucky guy.
The inspector grunted and turned to the heavy-set man.
You might as well pack it in, Loomis.
The plainclothes man tapped the brim of his hat with his finger, nodded to Liddell, and walked out and closed the door after him. Thanks for the bodyguard, Inspector. I guess I wasn't very good company.
He wasn't here to be entertained. He was here to make sure nothing else happened to you.
The rest didn't do you a bit of harm. You've had a couple of hours' sleep.
The intern told him. He got up from the bed and brushed the wrinkles out of his white ducks.
Well, if you're leaving in the morning, I probably won't be seeing you again.
He shoved out his hand and shook Liddell's.
Good luck. In the meantime, if you want anything, just ring. Since you're okay, and since we are short-handed for nurses, I'll leave word that they needn't come by unless you want something, okay?
Liddell nodded. Don't worry about me. I'm going to grab myself another 8 hours as soon as the inspector is through giving me the 3rd degree. I'll probably need it. The intern grinned and left. Hurley walked around the room, hands clasped behind his back. Finally, he grabbed a chair, pulled it over to the bed, and dropped into it with a sigh.
Suppose you start leveling with me, Liddell, he growled. Maybe if you'd done it this morning, this wouldn't have happened.
Liddell shifted position, winced at the pain in his chest, and rubbed it gently. Look, Inspector,
If you think I consider it a gay way to spend an evening having some hood try to stick a shiv in me, you've got another guess coming. Herlihy pulled off the sheriff-type fedora and dropped it on the bed.
You recognize the guy you killed? The one that claimed to be a doctor?
I'd seen him before. The inspector pursed his lips, brought a fresh stick of gum from his pocket, and started denuding it.
Where?
In my office. He and another hood busted in on us and started roughing me and Pinky up. This guy held the gun on me while the other one did the slamming.
The other guy?
Kalo. Herlihy nodded, jammed the gum between his teeth, and crushed it.
Now that you're breaking down and telling me the truth, maybe we'll get someplace.
He leaned forward.
What did they want?
I guess there's no harm telling you now. Reuter was blackmailing Lucille Hart. I paid him a visit and took the stuff away from him. He shrugged. Kalo and this guy dropped by to tell me to keep my hands off.
If you'd have come to me before you went out trying to do a one-man gang-busting job, we could have picked that guy up.
Liddell took a drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke at the ceiling. Suppose I had screamed copper and you picked him up. So what? You think he's the only killer the syndicate has on tap?
Then you know who he is, too?
Liddell shrugged. You don't have to be a detective to spot the fact that he's a specialist. Probably imported talent. Herlihy nodded glumly.
From St. Louis. His name was Joey Ramone.
He raked his fingers through his thick hair.
Picked up 12 times or more. Knew his business, I guess.
Either that or he really had a solid fix out there. Maybe here, too, Liddell grunted.
Meaning?
Meaning that guys like Ramone and Kalo have the Indian sign on all of us. They've got connections so high they can get away with anything, murder included. Herlihy chewed at his gum and looked old and tired.
You're beginning to talk like you see too many television shows.
Do I? Then why does a sheet like the Dispatch have all the facts on the waterfront racket ready to roll, then kill it because orders come down from upstairs? Why can a big operator like Varone run his girls and his dope right under the noses of the police? How come guys like Joey Ramone walk the streets with a string of kills as big as your arm in back of him? And how come the hoods and the ex-cons can strangle the waterfront of the biggest city in the world?
You sound like you have an answer, Liddell.
Herlihy broke in. Maybe I do. How about you, Inspector? Herlihy shook his head.
I don't know the answer. Tell me.
If you had an answer, would you do something about it, Inspector? Herlihy stared at him for a moment, the bead on his gum unbroken.
Look, Liddell, I put my whole life into the job of being a cop. I worked my way up from a flatfoot pounding a beat to where I am today. I like being a cop. I'm proud of being a cop. And there are thousands of others just like me who want nothing better than to be a cop. A good cop.
He leaned back and spat at the floor.
But a handful of rotten apples have tied our hands, giving us all a bad name.
Why don't you do something about it, Inspector?
Such as what? Arrest Marty Regan or your pal Tony Varone? Or maybe even Joe Cleach in Harlem. You know how long I could hold them?
He snapped his fingers.
Not that long.
Suppose you had the evidence to hold them. The inspector snorted.
Evidence disappears. Witnesses suddenly lose their memories. You couldn't make a thing stick. He grinned glumly. Now you've got me talking like you.
I intend to try. The grin faded on the older man's face and the tight look around his eyes returned.
Not by a lot of indiscriminate shooting and killing. It's a little corny, I'll admit, but you can't right one wrong with another.
Let me ask you an honest question, Inspector. If you knew that you had a fighting chance to smash Regan's hold on the city, if there was a way you could rout out all the rats that have been planted in your department, what would you do? Herlihy studied the private detective's face.
I'd jump at it.
It could mean your pension. Herlihy chewed placidly and nodded.
It would be worth it. For a fighting chance.
The clock on the night table showed 1:30. Johnny Liddell swung his legs over the side of the bed, walked softly to the door, and opened it a crack. The empty corridor beyond was bathed in a soft, dim light. Quietly, he shut the door, walked over to the closet, and dressed swiftly in the clothes Pinky had brought for him. When he was dressed, he stuffed the pillows under the sheet and pounded them into shape. In the half-light from the corridor, they would look like a sleeping figure. He walked back to the door, made sure the corridor was still empty, and slipped out. He walked to the end of the hall where a red light announced a fire exit and descended to the first floor.
The lobby was deserted as he stepped out and headed for the front door exiting on Water Street. 3 blocks north on Grand, he picked up a late cruising cab and gave his office address. He leaned back against the cushions, tested his chest experimentally with the tips of his fingers, and found much of the soreness disappearing. At the corner of 42nd and 6th, he dropped the cab and rode up to the 12th floor in the night self-service elevator. Once inside his office, he headed for a metal-doored cabinet in the private office, opened it with his key, and took out a .38. He found a box of shells in the desk drawer, loaded the gun, and stuck it in the waistband of his trousers, covering it with his jacket. Back on the street, he flagged down a cab and told the driver to take him to 52nd Street. He half-turned in his seat as Liddell got in and studied him judiciously. "Out on the town, bud?" Liddell grunted and settled back. The driver chewed on his toothpick. "Bad part of town, that 52nd Street. Real bad these days." He turned around and eased the cab into gear. "Too much mixing going on down there. Going to be a race riot on that street some one of these days. Both of 'em hopped up to the eyeballs most nights." He swung around the corner on 6th and headed north. "Plenty Mickeys getting poured and the suckers rolled. Want to watch that Paradise Isle. I hear that's a real clipperoo." He skidded to a stop for a light on 46th Street. "Where'd you say to drop you, pal?" "The Paradise Isle," Liddell told him with a straight face. The driver showed wide eyes in the rearview mirror and shrugged. He was still silent when he swung east on 52nd Street and braked in front of a converted cellar that was emblazoned with huge signs announcing Paradise Isle. When Liddell got out, the driver's eyes dropped to the butt of the gun tucked in his belt and the color drained from his face. As soon as Liddell had pushed the fare through the window, the driver released the clutch and roared toward 5th. The Paradise Isle had a pseudo-Hawaiian front, a canopy running to the curb advertising the glamorous queen of the Strip, Winnie Dean. A bulky-shouldered ex-pug in a purple greatcoat that had started to fade stood at the entrance, picking his teeth. His beady little eyes looked Liddell over incuriously as the private detective crossed the sidewalk and entered the club. Inside it was a foul-smelling cellar. Clouds of stagnant smoke eddied near the ceiling and seemed to hover over the postage stamp-sized dance floor. A cluster of tables surrounded the floor, and on a small raised dais a 5-piece combination lolled indifferently on gilt chairs. Along one side of the room was a large bar, presided over by a tremendous Negro sporting a small Van Dyke and a rakish beret. "It's crazy, that's what it is, friend, crazy," he greeted Liddell, big white teeth gleaming in the shining black of his face. "They'll stone you. It's crazier than that." Liddell pulled a bar stool to the end where he could rest his back against the wall. "Save that for the tourists, pal." He grinned back at the bartender. "Just give me a nice normal slug of bourbon and soda." The Negro shrugged at him. "Okay, boss." He made a production of selecting a bottle from the back bar, caught himself, and put it back. "I forgot you wasn't a tourist." He pulled a bottle from under the bar and tilted it over a glass. "Better make it a triple if you want to taste it." "You're the doctor." Liddell turned his back to the bar and squinted through the smoke. "When's the next floor show go on?" The bartender flashed his big teeth in another wide-mouthed grin. "Any time now, boss. They just wait soon as they get a big enough house." Liddell swung around to the bar, tasted his drink, and nodded to the bartender. "Not bad." Behind him, the band started to warm up and come alive on the gilt chairs. It broke into a frenetic beat that seemed to swell in volume until Liddell felt as though his head would split. Suddenly the noise died away, leaving a tangible void. The audience applauded and pounded on tables. Liddell had another triple bourbon. Suddenly an expectant hush fell on the room, and the buzz of conversation died away. From somewhere a metallic voice announced through the loudspeaker.
"And now, the Queen of the Strip, that lovely, devastating, breathtaking Queen of 52nd Street, Winnie Dean!"
The orchestra made a brave attempt at a fanfare. A curtain at the far end of the dance floor was pulled aside, and a tall, full-blown blonde stood in the doorway. She wore a white beaded gown, long white gloves, and demurely carried a parasol. As she started onto the dance floor, the band began an indifferent rendition of Lady of the Evening. "She really something, boss." The bartender leaned over and whispered, "Really something." As the blonde walked across the floor, her face remained angelically pure, but she managed to give her body a motion that started her full breasts flowing and swaying in the loose bodice of her gown. When she reached the front of the dance floor, she swung around and walked back. Her hips worked slowly and tantalizingly under the soft fabric of the gown. When she reached the doorway, she stood for a moment, a smile on her lips,
stripped off the gloves, pulled a pin from the neck of her gown, and let it sag open. Now the band stepped up the tempo. She half danced, half strutted across the floor, drawing pin after pin till the gown hung open to her waist. She strutted around the floor, her breasts like something alive swaying in and out of the gaping front of her dress. This time when she reached the doorway, she slid the dress back over her shoulders and stepped out of it. The whiteness of her body gleamed in the spotlight. Her legs were long, sensuously shaped. Full rounded thighs swelled into high-set hips and converged into a narrow waist. A thin brassiere made a half-hearted effort to hide the full breasts, their pink tips straining upward. A beaded fringe hung from her hips. The drummer, his face gleaming with sweat, his lips moving spasmodically, started to beat out a primitive rhythm that set the hairs on the back of Liddell's neck on edge. The blonde undulated to the middle of the floor and stood there. Her hands started at the sides of her thighs, came up slowly, palms smoothing the skin over her hips, and slid over her stomach, up under her breasts, cupping them. Her shoulders started to sway in rhythm to the drum. She ran her palms up over her cheeks to her hair, released it, and let it flow down over her shoulders in a molten cascade. The room suddenly seemed charged with electricity as the drummer picked up the tempo. The girl's body started to twist and squirm, undulating with feverish intensity from shoulders to ankles. As the trumpet picked up the beat, her twisting and squirming became more frenetic until the music hit a shattering peak, then died away to a silence that seemed to shatter the eardrums. She stood in the middle of the floor, tore off her brassiere with a frenzied scream, and stood there proudly. The lights suddenly went down, and when they came back on, the floor was empty. The faces of the ringsiders gleamed wetly in the reflected light. At the bar, Liddell turned around and took a deep swallow from his glass. "That Winnie, oh, woman." The bartender licked his thick lips and wiped his damp forehead on his sleeve. "She liked to kill him like that every night." "She's quite a gal," Liddell nodded. "How'd the guy go about getting to meet her?" The whites of his eyes gleamed in the bartender's face. "He don't. Not if he's smart, mister." He looked around, dropped his voice, and pretended to be swabbing the bar. "She got herself a man. A real mean man. And he don't like competition." Liddell finished his drink and set the glass back on the bar. "Maybe tonight's his night off." He fished a 10 from his pocket and wrapped it around his index finger. "I'd sure like to meet her." The bartender shook his head firmly. "Save your money, mister. There's plenty girls around here be glad to show you a good time. You stay away from that Winnie. She never get no night off." He looked up and dropped his eyes. "You see what I say? Here comes her man now." Liddell looked into the dingy back bar mirror and spotted Kalo as he walked in from the street. The meatball looked neither left nor right as he skirted the tables around the dance floor and headed for the curtained door to backstage. "Better let me have one for the road, George," Liddell grunted. He leaned back and watched the remainder of the floor show. Overage strippers who looked pathetic in their efforts to seem seductive. 2 queers in what was intended to be a burlesque of an adagio dance. A blues singer who closed the show with a cracked, whiskey-coarsened voice. "How long does the blonde usually take to get ready to leave?" Liddell asked the bartender. 15 minutes, maybe half hour sometimes." The Negro looked worried. "If I was you, mister, I'd go peddle my love life some other place." Liddell nodded and settled back to wait. "I just wanted another look at her." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 16. Johnny Liddell was huddled over his drink back to the floor when Kalo and the stripper finally emerged. He waited until they had reached the street, then got up and nodded to the bartender. He ambled slowly after them. On the curb, Kalo had just pushed the blonde into a cab and was following her in. Liddell flagged down the next cab. "See that checker just pulling away?" he asked the driver. "There's a fin in it if he can't lose you." The driver snorted.
For $5 I could find a spit in the ocean."
He waited until Liddell was in, then jerked the cab away from the curb with a clashing of gears. Up ahead, Kalo's cab was stopped by a red light on 5th. When the light turned, the checker swung south on 5th, Liddell's cab right behind it. At 50th, it swung east, made the light at Madison, and swung right 2 blocks, then headed east again.
"He's heading for the east side, making the lights. We'll throw him off if he's noticed us behind him," the driver grunted. Instead of making the left at 48th, he shot to 46th and swung east to Lexington.
As he made the light and swung right onto Lexington, he looked up into the rearview mirror and chuckled. There they are back there, waiting for the light. We'll let them pass now. At 46th Street, the checker shot past them and made a light. Liddell's driver deliberately missed the light and lounged back in his seat. I don't think they made us, mister. Good. At 28th and 3rd, Kalo's cab swung east and stopped at a house in the middle of the block. Pass him and drop me on the corner, Liddell told the driver. As they passed the parked cab, Liddell marked the house the blonde was entering. At the corner, he pushed a tin through the window at the driver. You earned that one in spades. He waited until the cab pulled away, then walked slowly back to the house he had marked. It was a 3-story converted stone building. Liddell walked up the steps to the vestibule and pushed open the door. A row of well-polished brass mailboxes glistened on the far wall. He snapped on his lighter and ran his finger along the names on the boxes. The apartment was in Winnie Dean's name, 2D. The door to the inner hall bore a card that read, For your own comfort, please make sure this door is closed behind you. Kalo apparently didn't believe in signs. The door was ajar. Liddell pushed it open and climbed softly to the second floor. Number 2D was in the rear. He walked down the carpeted hallway, stopped in front of the door, and put his ear against it. From inside came sounds of bitter quarreling. He tried the knob gently. It was locked. Liddell tugged the .38 from his waistband and tapped it softly on the door. The sound of quarreling inside stopped. Feet shuffled across the floor and stopped at the door.
Who is it?
A hoarse voice demanded. Julian, Tony Verone sent me with a message. Liddell could hear Kalo swearing, then a key snapped in the lock and the door swung open.
What are you doing here, Julian? You know I...
He broke off in the middle of the sentence. His eyes bugged as he recognized Liddell. Surprise! Liddell poked the snout of the .38 into the big man's stomach. For a moment it looked as though Kalo was going to resist. Then all the fight drained out of him and his arms dropped to his side. You're not very polite. Aren't you going to invite me in? Kalo backed away and watched with bleak eyes as Liddell stepped into the apartment and kicked the door shut behind him. You don't seem very happy to see me, and here I've been looking forward to it so much. Liddell looked around and failed to see the blonde. Where's Winnie?
In the bedroom.
Call her out. The muscles worked along the side of the strong-armed man's jaw. Finally, he barked,
Winnie, come out here.
The door to the bedroom opened and the blonde stripper walked out. She had pulled off her street dress and was shrugging into a housecoat. The side of her face was dyed an ugly red and her mascara was smeared from crying.
If you think you're going to smack me around some more.
Her voice trailed off when she saw the gun in Liddell's hand.
What is this?
Liddell motioned her out with his free hand. Come on and join the party, baby. He kept his eyes on Kalo. This is sort of old home week. I met a friend of yours today, Kalo, a character named Joey Raimoni. He's spending the night on the city, down in the morgue. Kalo licked at his lips.
You're scaring me to death.
I'm not trying to, yet. I didn't scare Joey to death, but it's a cinch that .45 slug he's wearing for an eye didn't help him break 100. The blonde looked from one to the other in bewilderment.
Who's this guy, Stanley?
I'm a fan of yours, Winnie. My name's Liddell, Johnny Liddell. Some of the color drained out of the girl's face.
I thought you said he was...
Shut up,
Kalo snarled. His hand lashed out and caught her across the face with a sharp smack that drove her backward. Why don't you let the girl talk, Kalo? What were you going to say, honey? You thought they knocked me off? He grinned mirthlessly at Kalo. There was a little slip-up. Joey's the guy that got it. I dropped by to clear up a little unfinished business with the meatball here. He walked closer to Kalo. Where were you when Joey got it and I was supposed to? Kalo snarled, his upper lip lifting away from discolored teeth.
None of your business.
Liddell smiled gently and his gun hand moved fast. He slammed the barrel of the gun across the big man's cheek and knocked him to his knees. I like you that way, Kalo. Nice and stubborn. He told him softly. I hope you make me do it the hard way. He reached over and caught the meatball by the hair and pulled his head back. Where were you? Kalo showed his teeth and grabbed for Liddell's gun hand. The private detective brought the barrel of the gun down with shattering force on Kalo's wrist. The big man yelped his pain, caught the wrist with his good hand, and bent over it, groaning. The blonde stood massaging the side of her face with the tips of her fingers.
You can dish it out, but you can't take it, can you?
She taunted him.
Everybody's afraid of you. You told me so yourself. What's the matter? Did you forget to tell this joker how tough you are?
Kalo looked up at Liddell with pain-clouded eyes.
Have your fun now, Seamus. You won't get out of here alive.
Liddell grinned. Get smart, pal. If there's one place in town they won't be looking for me, it's right here. He backed away from the man on his knees and motioned with the gun. Get on your feet. Kalo pulled himself heavily to his feet and glared at Liddell from under heavily veined eyelids. You and I are going to have a long heart-to-heart talk, Kalo. You're going to tell me everything I want to know. The meatball sneered at him.
You'll never see that day.
You can do it the easy way or the hard way. You'll tell me what I want to know, or I'll leave you as toothless as the day you were born. Sit down. Kalo stared at him defiantly, then hastily dropped into a chair when Liddell started for him. The blonde watched with amusement.
So this is the guy the syndicate put the finger on. One little guy against the whole organization. And here he is pushing you around. What's the matter, Kalo?
She walked over to where he sat and sneered down at him.
I thought guys fainted when you looked hard at them.
Is there a phone in the bedroom, Winnie? Liddell asked. The blonde shook her head. You'd better wait in there. This might not be pretty. The blonde shrugged and turned to go. Kalo's hand shot out, caught her by the arm, and pulled her in front of him as a shield. As she struggled to get free, Kalo sank his fingers into the soft part of her arms and twisted. She moaned and stopped struggling.
Okay, Seamus, go ahead and shoot.
He pulled the girl in front of him and backed toward the phone. The blonde squirmed, tried to break free, and screamed as Kalo's fingers twisted her flesh and bruised it. Liddell waited until the man had almost reached the phone, then rushed him. Kalo grunted his satisfaction and pushed the girl's body at the private detective, knocking him off balance, jarring the gun out of his hand and sending it skidding across the floor. Before Liddell could recover his balance, Kalo was on him. He lashed out with his toe and caught the private detective in the side and sent him reeling backward. Kalo moved in and tried to press his advantage. Liddell rolled to one side, eluded the lunge, and sank his right into the meatball's kidney, bringing a gasp. The next time Kalo lunged, Liddell was set and waiting for him. He stood flat-footed and slammed out with both hands at the midsection. They stopped the meatball's rush, and he tried to back away. Liddell moved in relentlessly and threw a right to the jaw that spun the big man around and knocked him against a table. Liddell caught him by the shoulder, turned him around, and hit him flush in the face with an overhand left that knocked him clear over the table. He landed in a heap on the far side and didn't move. The blonde sat on the floor sobbing. Liddell walked over to her and helped her up. You all right, Winnie? She tried for a smile but didn't make it.
I guess so.
She looked over to where Kalo lay with loathing.
He didn't care if you shot me.
She walked to where the .38 lay against the wall, picked it up, and looked from it to Liddell. Then she smiled, reversed the gun, and held it out to Liddell, butt first.
He thought it was the gun that made the difference. I didn't.
Liddell took the gun and stowed it in his waistband. He walked around the table to where Kalo lay, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him to the chair and dumped him in it. Got a couple of pairs of stockings you can spare? The blonde nodded and disappeared into the bedroom. She brought out 6 filmy sheer nylons and handed them to him. He rolled 2 together into a rope, pulled the meatball's hands behind the chair, and tied them. Then he repeated the procedure with the stockings and tied each of Kalo's legs to a leg of the chair. The blonde watched with a half-smile on her face. Finally, Liddell straightened up, checked his handiwork, and was satisfied. Where was he this afternoon?
He went out with the Nance, the one you called Joey,
Winnie told him.
Kalo got a call from somebody and said you were at a certain address at the village. They went out to get you.
Liddell nodded. Then it was Kalo in the car. Where's his gun?
Inside, in the dresser drawer.
Get it for me. The blonde looked puzzled.
Why?
Because I finally got something I can pin on him. If the slugs from his gun match the slugs they take out of that door, we can put him away for a long time. That ought to dent his pride. The blonde returned to the bedroom and took a few minutes before she came out. She stood in the doorway and looked at the meatball, whose rolling head showed a slow return to consciousness. She struck a pose in the doorway and tossed the gun on the table.
You really liked my act at the club, Liddell?
She asked. Liddell grinned and nodded. Really? She motioned to the couch against the wall.
Sit down. I'll give you a special performance, courtesy of Kalo.
At the sound of his name, the man in the chair raised his head and looked around blearily. When his eyes finally focused on Liddell, his lips shaped a vicious obscenity. When he started across the room in the breast-swaying strut she used in her number, she paraded between the 2 men twice. Then she walked over to the light switch, snapped it off. The only light in the room, the indirect lighting from the bedroom. She strutted back, reached up, and fumbled with the zipper on her gown. There was a rustle of silk against flesh as she pushed it back off her shoulders. She stood for a moment, the bedroom light highlighting her full breasts, the long legs, the sensuous hips. Slowly she walked to Liddell. The man in the chair strained against the nylon ropes and tried to pull himself free. The blonde dropped down on the couch, her head in Liddell's lap. She reached up and slid her arm around his neck and glued her mouth against his. He could feel her lips moving against his, her fingers digging into his back. She squirmed deliciously, emitted little animal cries. The man in the chair was frothing his impotence. The perspiration gleamed on his face, the cords stood out in his neck. Finally, the blonde pulled away.
You really want to hurt his pride, Liddell?
She looked over at the man in the chair and laughed.
He always said there wasn't a man alive who'd dare lay a hand on me. I think you would.
Liddell kissed her ear in the hollow of her throat. It'd be a pleasure. From the chair, the stream of obscenity rose to a pitch of hysterical frenzy. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 17. The clerk in the outside office at police headquarters told Johnny Liddell that Inspector Hurley couldn't be disturbed the following morning. He let himself be talked into checking with the inspector himself, plugged into the inter-office communicator, and muttered into it. He nodded and flipped off the switch. I guess he'll see you, he conceded. Hurley was sitting on the side of the leather couch in his office, running his fingers through his hair. He was yawning when Liddell walked in and greeted him with no signs of enthusiasm.
Where the hell have you been? He growled. We've had half the department out looking for you.
I spent the night with some friends, Liddell grinned. He watched the inspector get up, walk over to the sink in the corner, and slap cold water in his face. What was all the excitement? The inspector dried his face on a towel and glared at him.
A couple of hoods forced their way into the hospital around 3 this morning and pumped 6 shots into your bed. Tore the hell out of a couple of perfectly good pillows.
He ran a comb through his hair.
You expected them?
Liddell shrugged. I figured they'd make a try.
Why the hell didn't you tell me? Hurley growled. I would have left a couple of men around.
Liddell dug a cigarette out of his pocket and nodded. Sure you would. Then there would have been a lot of shooting and maybe somebody'd get hurt. He stuck the cigarette in the corner of his mouth. This way all that happened was a couple of pillows got chewed up. Hurley refused to be mollified, stamped back to his desk and pushed a button on the base of his phone.
I'm sending out for some coffee. Want some?
Liddell nodded. Make mine black. A uniformed cop stuck his head in the door.
Get a couple of containers of coffee, Ray. 1 black.
The cop's head withdrew and the door closed after him. Hurley dropped into his desk chair, studied Liddell's face, and drummed on the end of the desk with his fingers.
What about these friends of yours? Suppose they had the place covered and followed you there.
He broke off and rubbed the tips of his fingers along the faint stubble along his chin.
By the way, who were these friends?
Stanley Kalo and his girl. Hurley's jaw dropped.
Kalo?
Why not? That'd be the last place they'd look for me. Worked out well, too. He opened his jacket, tugged a gun from the waistband of his pants, and slid it across the desk to the inspector. Here's Kalo's heater. Check it against the slugs that were tossed at me last night, and you'll have something to hold him on that'll stick.
And where do you think Kalo will be? Just sitting around waiting for us to pick him up?
The inspector growled. Liddell nodded. Sure. In fact, he's at my office right now.
You mean he was at your office?
Hurley grabbed for a phone. He's still there, Liddell assured him. I handcuffed him to a steam pipe. If he gets wanderlust, he'll have to take the heating system with him. The inspector shook his head, jammed the phone to his ear, and jabbed at a button on the desk.
Send a man in to pick up a weapon for ballistics, and send a squad to make a pickup at Johnny Liddell's office on West 42nd. A hood named Kalo. Yeah, he's there. He's handcuffed to a steam pipe.
He dropped the receiver back on its hook.
Suppose the gun doesn't match.
It will. The girl he was shacked up with told me he went out on that job with Joey. Liddell smoked placidly. Looks like it's your ball, Inspector. What are you going to do?
Book him and hold him as long as I can.
A uniformed cop opened the door, walked in, and deposited 2 containers of coffee on the desk.
Yeah, got something you want me to take down to ballistics, Inspector? Hurley nodded and shoved the gun over to him.
Ask Barney to check this against the slugs we dug out of the wall in that village shooting last night, Ray. I want to report as soon as he got something.
Liddell waited until the uniformed cop had closed the door behind him. He reached over, snagged one of the containers, and gouged the top out of it. Inspector, has it occurred to you that maybe the mob has a wire right into headquarters? An ugly red flush started to climb up from the inspector's collar.
Look, Liddell, I can't argue with you when you say there are some of my men on the take. But when you start to say,
Inspector, you're the only one outside of Pinky and me who knew where I was last night. Yet the place was staked out. He sipped at the coffee, burned his tongue, and swore. What's more, they had the telephone number and got me out with a phone call. Hurley scowled at him and finally shook his head.
Maybe they tailed you there. Consider that.
And then waited outside the place for 3, maybe 4 hours? He shook his head. Besides, when he says Kalo got a phone call telling him where I was, and he and Joey went out to make the hit. Hurley chewed on his nail and seemed undecided. And how about those torpedoes who broke into the hospital and thought they were blasting me? Liddell continued. They didn't have to stop and ask what room I was in. They walked right up there. A tight look creased a V between the inspector's brows. He pulled his coffee to him and rolled the warm container between his palms.
I see what you mean.
He spat his gum into the wastebasket and thoughtfully pulled the seal off the container. And that's not all. Those hoods knew you'd taken the guard off. Liddell leaned back and took a deep swallow from his container. Somebody in here is feeding information back to the mob. Hurley sighed and shook his head.
I'd hate to think so, Liddell. Most of my men have been with me for years.
He clenched his fist and pounded the end of the desk.
But if there is a rat among them, I'm going to smoke him out.
The phone on the desk buzzed. Hurley grabbed it up and growled into it. He listened for a moment, then slammed it down on its hook. He looked over at Liddell and grinned humorlessly.
There's a mouthpiece out there demanding to see Kalo.
He raked his fingers through his hair and swore.
We haven't even booked him, and already they know about it.
The guy must sleep here.
His office is right across the street. He handles all the syndicate's business. It's like I told you. We no sooner get our hands on one of these hoods, but a mouthpiece shows. Right now, while this guy's trying to keep us from questioning Kalo, another shyster is sitting down with a bought and paid for judge getting a writ.
He shrugged wearily.
Kalo's as good as on the street right now.
You can't turn him over to them if he isn't here, Liddell pointed out mildly.
The mouthpiece is in no hurry. He'll wait.
Liddell grinned. It would be an awful shame if he waited all day and Kalo never showed.
Meaning?
I suppose there are other precincts where a hood can be booked. Suppose the boys that pick Kalo up don't bring him back here to be booked. Suppose they get Wanderlust and take him out to the wilds of Staten Island. The inspector rubbed the heel of his hand along his chin.
Outside of annoying the big boys and giving the guy waiting outside nervous prostration, what good would that do? Sooner or later they'd run him down and book him.
Maybe by that time we could think of something else to tag him with and slam him right back into the pokey.
What's percolating in that skull of yours, Johnny?
Just an idea. Maybe if we keep jabbing them often enough and hard enough, we'll get them so annoyed they'll play a wrong card. That's all we need. Just one wrong card. Hurley considered it and shook his head.
It sounds good, Johnny, but it won't work. Sure, it'll annoy them, but they'll brush me off like a flea annoying an elephant. In a couple of days, I'd be polishing my buttons out in the swamps.
Maybe by that time we could give them too much to worry about to bother with you. Maybe if we could persuade Kalo that the mob has forgotten him and is tossing him to the wolves, he might start taking singing lessons.
Kalo? You're crazy.
It's happened before. A guy named Abe Reels saying, there's none of these rats that won't if they think they can save their own skin. Just give them the idea that the ship's sinking and they'll crawl over each other trying to get off. Hurley swirled his coffee around the sides of the container and grunted.
I have a feeling I'm going to hate myself in the morning.
He picked up the phone, started to bark into it, then reconsidered.
Give me an outside line. He held his hand over the mouthpiece. What's your office number, Liddell?
Liddell gave him the number and watched him dial it. When the connection was made, he identified himself.
Everything okay, Nash?
He nodded and grinned.
I'll bet he did. Look, don't bring him back here for booking. Take him out to Tottenville. Then keep him moving. There's a shyster here with a writ, and I don't want it served for a while.
He tossed the receiver back on its hook and leaned back in his chair.
That makes 2 of us who are crazy. You can trust Nash? If the mob finds out where they're taking Kalo, they'll have a writ waiting there. Hurley finished his coffee, crushed the cup in his fist, and threw it at the wastebasket. That's a good way to find out if he's the leak. And if he isn't? The inspector got out of his chair, walked over to where the water cooler was muttering to itself, and helped himself to a drink. If he isn't, we'll find out who it is. I'm going to have every phone out of my office tapped. Liddell pinched at his nostrils with thumb and forefinger. That's not exactly legal and not admissible as evidence. Hurley walked back to the desk. I don't want evidence. I want to satisfy myself that I have got a rat working with me. I'll handle him myself. By tonight, I'll have every trunk going out of here tapped. Liddell nodded and pulled himself out of his chair. I hope you get him. We will. Where do you think you're going? Places. I've got things to do. Hurley scowled at him. You better stay put. They've tried for you twice in the last 12 hours. Real college tries. Good, but not good enough. You've been lucky so far, but how much further can you push your luck? They'll be throwing them at you in pairs. Sure, maybe you'll score before you get hit, but you can't read your press clippings in a shroud. They won't get to me, Inspector. Hurley snorted. There's no place on earth those boys can't reach, especially if you've got a price on your head. How about Chinatown? Hurley considered it and shrugged. I don't know. How about it? The white mobs have never been able to make a dent down there. They cut in a little on numbers because it's a game where the cops have to be taken care of. The red flush started up from Hurley's neck again. Liddell cut him off. But the rest of the rackets down there are strictly run by the Chinese for the Chinese. You think they cover for you? Liddell nodded. I pulled Hu Shan out of a nasty spot once. The Chinese always pay their debts. If he puts me up, the mob couldn't find me down there with a road map. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 18. Johnny Liddell stepped out of the slow-moving tide of sightseers, Western-garbed Orientals, slant-eyed schoolchildren who spoke with the American idiom and all the other inconsistencies that make Mott Street the main street of New York's Chinatown. He swung off onto a side street where the stores featured smoked fish and eels and other delicacies in their windows instead of the gaudy porcelain and gilded gimcracks that filled the windows of the tourist traps on Mott. The buildings were weather-beaten, but bore their age with dignity. Here the stores did not cater to tourists. Chinese sold to Chinese, the merchandise too exotic and sometimes too strong for the Occidental palate. In the apothecary shop near the corner, nationally advertised patent medicines had given way to potions compiled of portions of reptiles and rodents. The elderly Chinese who shuffled by were placid, unhurried. The younger Chinese were vaguely uncomfortable and self-conscious in their Western clothes, as they too adopted the traditional shuffle of the East. Liddell walked a few blocks along the quaint street and stopped outside a store whose windows were piled high with a miscellany of junk. Through the begrimed windows he could see a thin, stoop-shouldered Chinese sitting at a white enameled table that served as a desk, painting Chinese figures on an orange sheet of paper. He held the camel's hair brush perpendicularly between thumb and forefinger and twisted his mouth in concentration as he worked. Liddell pushed at the door and walked in. The man at the table looked up, his face bland, polite. His eyes looked big and bulging through thick lenses of the spectacles he wore. "Please?" His voice was shrill, sing-song. "I'd like to see Hu Shan." The Chinese shook his moon-shaped face and smiled politely. "Then why do you come to my poor store? The great Hu Shan is not to be found here." Liddell dug out his wallet, flipped through it, and took out a card from one of the compartments. "Several years ago I was able to be of service to Hu Shan. He told me that if I ever needed his help, I was to come here." He held out a card bearing the printed notice, Hu Shan, Imported Novelties, Porcelain, and Jade, and an address on Mott Street. Some Chinese characters had been brushed across the face of the card. The man with the glasses read the inscription with moving lips and looked up. "You are indeed a friend of Hu Shan. Come, I will take you to him." He led the way to a curtained recess in the back of the store. A young Chinese woman, dressed in a traditional gown with a high collar and split skirt, rose from a chair, folded her hands across her chest, and bowed.
The man with the spectacles told her something in a liquid Cantonese. She bowed again and walked past them into the front of the store. The Chinese motioned for Liddell to follow him, led the way to the back of the room, and fumbled with the molding. He pushed back a partition and stepped through into a dark passageway that smelled damp. The passageway led into another room farther back where a group of men huddled over a game of Chinese dominoes, through the small room into another passageway. Farther on there was a huge storeroom, obviously a catch-all for the stores above it. Odds and ends were dumped in confusion. Old furniture and empty crates were piled to the ceiling. The Chinese moved a large empty packing case from what was apparently the entrance to another passage. As soon as Liddell had followed him in, the Chinese pulled the packing case back against the entrance, cutting off all light in the passage. He took a flashlight from his pocket that spilled a weak light into the passageway in front of them. They went down a flight of rough steps hewn out of stone into an area that smelled strongly of dampness. A few feet farther they went down another flight of stairs and passed under what was apparently a street above. Once across the street, the stairs led up to the street level and another sliding door. The Chinese pushed it open and doused his light. The room beyond was small, lamplit. As the door slid open, a wave of sickly sweet smoke swirled out at them. Liddell wrinkled his nose and held his breath as they walked past a tier of bunks occupied by emaciated-looking men of indeterminate color who lay back on the mattresses, hands dangling over the sides of the bunk. A door at the far side of the room led into a larger room. Here, huge shaded lamps concentrated a yellow triangle of light on two tables, leaving the corners of the room in darkness. There were no apparent windows. The walls were covered with a heavy draping material.
"You will wait here. I will see if Hu Shan can see you now,"
the guide told him. Liddell nodded and watched the Chinese melt into the shadows that blackened out the corners of the room. He concentrated his attention on the fan-tan tables. At each table a stickman presided, armed with a bamboo stick and a large pot cover. Each corner of the table was numbered from 1 to 4. After the players had stacked piles of bills on each of the numbers, the stickman would reach into a pot at his elbow, take a handful of beans, and spill them on the table. Then he covered as many as he could with the pot cover and brushed the surplus back into the pot with the bamboo stick. After the table was cleared, he lifted the pot cover and counted off the beans under it 4 at a time in a sing-song voice. The eyes of the players were glued to his hand, making sure that only the tip of the bamboo stick and not his hand touched the beans. Then, when all the beans were cleared away that could be counted in 4s, 3 beans remained on the table. The stickman picked the piles of bills from the 1, 2, and 4 corners and paid the holders of the 3 corner at the rate of 3 to 1. After the second game, Liddell started to drift closer. A burly shadow detached itself from the shadows and stepped in front of him. "Chinese only," he told Liddell in a guttural voice. The private detective shrugged and moved back. After a few more games with constantly mounting payoffs had been played, his guide rematerialized from the gloom.
"Hu Shan will see you now. You will follow the passage that leads from that corner until you come to a door that blocks the passage. You will knock. I cannot accompany you. I must return to my poor little store."
He bowed slightly.
"I need not remind you that it would be unwise to wander up the wrong passage without an escort. Some of our people might not understand your explanation."
Liddell followed the passage until he came to the door and knocked. After a moment, a hidden floodlight bathed him in a bright, penetrating light. He stood there and waited. The door in front of him slowly slid back. He stepped through and waited while the door closed behind him. As soon as the wall had slid shut, the lights in the room went on. It was a large room, paneled in cypress. A deep pile carpet covered the floor, and somewhere an air conditioner was humming, explaining the sweetness of the air after the dampness of the passage beyond. It was furnished in heavy Oriental style, with only a large walnut desk and a leather chair to strike an Occidental note. Hu Shan sat behind the desk and waved Liddell over. He was thin and dapper. His hair was thick and lacquered black with no trace of gray. He wore a brown tweed suit, a yellow cashmere sweater, and a rust-colored knitted tie.
"Welcome to Chinatown, Liddell. You haven't honored us with a visit in a long time."
Liddell grinned. "I don't get much time for sightseeing anymore." The Chinese leaned back.
"I know how busy you are. I've been hearing things about you."
He worked at a smile that didn't reach the slanted eyes.
You've been making yourself a lot of enemies.
Liddell looked around for a chair and settled for the corner of the desk. Not you, Hushan? Hushan shook his head.
Marty Regan's enemies are not my enemies.
He leaned back and folded his hands in his lap.
What brought you here?
You once told me if I needed help to come. I need plenty of help.
You did me a big favor once. I owe you one.
Hushan nodded.
What do you want?
A base of operations. A frown marred the smoothness of the Chinese forehead.
You mean you want a safe place to lay low until the finger is off you?
Liddell shook his head. I don't want things to die down, Hushan. I've started something I want to finish. I'm out to smash Reagan's organization. I need a place to hole up where he can't get at me until I'm ready for him. Hushan took a carved ivory cigarette holder from his breast pocket and rolled it between thumb and forefinger.
You've bitten off what I'd call a pretty big mouthful.
He stuck the cigarette holder between strong white teeth and chewed on it.
How do you figure to swing it?
Hit and run. Keep jabbing where it hurts until he lowers his guard long enough to tag him with a Sunday punch. He picked a cigarette from the humidor on the desk, smelled it, and put it back. I need a place to run after I hit.
And you think I can give it to you?
You can if you will. Liddell dug one of his own cigarettes out of his pocket. This is your part of town. Even Regan wouldn't want to try to blast his way in here after me. Hushan considered it and nodded.
He'd never get out alive, that's for sure.
He selected a cigarette from the humidor and fitted it to the holder.
How long will you be with us?
It's hard to say. I think we've got the ball rolling now. If we can get enough momentum behind it, it might be sooner than either of us think. Hushan put the cigarette holder in the center of his mouth and touched a jeweled lighter to the end of the cigarette.
You interest me. Many people have tried to hit back at Regan. Big Sam Jason, who ran the numbers racket in Harlem before Cleach and his white racketeers moved in, tried it. He was wiped out, and the whites have run it ever since. Some of the loan sharks were pretty well organized in Brooklyn, but Regan forced them out. If they couldn't buck the organization, how do you figure to?
By making the organization undermine itself. Liddell blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling. Suppose the boys lost faith in Regan's ability to take care of them. Suppose they got the idea it was a case of every man for himself.
That's a lot of supposing. The fact is that Regan does take care of his boys.
Do you know Tony Verone, Hushan? The Chinese's eyes narrowed.
He is Regan's right hand. He runs the women and dope end of the syndicate.
Suppose Verone was arrested, and the charge stuck.
Hushan smiled. Ridiculous. No policeman in his right mind would pick up Verone if he caught him standing over a fresh corpse with a smoking gun in his hand.
But you will admit that if we could pin Verone, and Regan couldn't spring him, the boys would get nervous and might be stampeded? The Chinese rolled the cigarette holder in the center of his lips.
I'll admit that, he conceded finally. Regan would never be able to hold them together if he couldn't produce.
Not only that, but how about Verone? You think he's going down without dragging Regan with him? He'd sing like a stage-struck canary. Hushan sighed and flipped the butt from the end of the holder.
You paint a very pretty picture, Liddell, but it couldn't happen. Regan couldn't afford to let it happen.
Liddell got off the end of the desk and paced the room. I'm not so sure. Ever hear of a guy named Kalo? Hushan repeated the name several times and shook his head.
No.
Kalo runs the waterfront for the mob. Pier A's his own baby. Hushan chuckled.
I've heard of Pier A. It has certain advantages to importers, let us say.
Liddell nodded. That's just the point. Verone and Kalo work pretty close, which leads me to believe that Verone brings his narcotics in through Pier A. That means Kalo is pretty important to the syndicate, right? The Chinese blew through the stem of the holder and dropped it into his breast pocket.
I'd say he was vital.
Okay. This morning I turned Kalo over to the police with proof of attempted murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and enough other complaints to keep him in a deep freeze for a long time. That puts Verone and Regan on a spot. Hushan looked unimpressed.
It's one thing turning them over to the police, and another thing entirely having them convicted.
Liddell stopped pacing, leaning across the desk. If we can convict Kalo, he'll spill plenty for a deal. He'll involve Verone right up to his eyeballs, and we've got the split we need. Bouchon grinned.
Sure, make it sound easy. In the meantime, we'll get you two set up so you can come and go whenever you please.
He clapped his hands sharply. A short, fat Chinese, his face gleaming damply, came in on a trot. He stood before the desk, his head bowed slightly. Bouchon gave him instructions in Chinese. He broke off and looked to Liddell.
Do you have all the necessary clothes and toilet equipment?
Liddell shook his head. I left in a bit of a hurry. Bouchon nodded and continued to give instructions to the Chinese. When he was finished, he dismissed him with a gesture. The fat little man trotted out of the room.
I have a small apartment available. It has 2 entrances on 2 different streets. No one can enter without your knowledge. Both doors are equipped similarly to the one you came through. Look.
He pointed to the door through which Liddell had entered. It looked like an ordinary glass door until the light outside flashed on. He could see the passageway beyond clearly. The door was of one-way glass, reinforced with a fine steel mesh.
If there is anything further I can do for you, it will be my pleasure,
Bouchon told him. Liddell grinned and shook his head. Not a thing. He reached across the desk and offered his hand. The Chinese shook it gravely.
Good luck, Liddell.
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 19. The telephone jangled loudly on the table next to the bed. Johnny Liddell grunted, turned over on his back, and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. He sat up, swung his legs over the side, looked around, and took minutes before he could identify his surroundings. The apartment Bouchon had provided was in a ramshackle old building that gave no external evidence of the well-furnished modern apartments it contained. His was a railroad flat that ran between 2 buildings connected with an exit to the street beyond. The telephone continued to shrill at him. He yawned and picked it up. Pinky's familiar voice came through the receiver.
Johnny, what are you going to do? Sleep all day?
Liddell grinned. Where are you, Pink? Pinky sounded annoyed.
I've been wandering around Chinatown for almost an hour trying to find that place you said you were. I'm in Bouchon's shop on Mott. The clerk wants to talk to you.
There was a pause, then a low, syrupy voice came over the receiver.
So sorry to disturb you, Mr. Liddell. Bouchon gave orders you must not be disturbed, but this lady say she's your secretary.
That's right. Let her up.
Very good, Mr. Liddell. But the gentleman?
The voice dropped.
He have very much the appearance of police.
Put the lady back on.
Very good, Mr. Liddell.
Pinky's voice came back on.
Do we get an audience, Your Highness?
Who's with you, Pink?
The inspector. He's been trying to reach you since last night.
Last night? Liddell consulted his watch. What the hell time is it? He whistled when he saw the time. 4:30. I practically slept the clock around. Sure, come on up. The clerk will show you the way. He dropped the receiver on the hook and walked into the bathroom and got under a shower. He was just slipping into a fresh shirt when the buzzer at the door sounded. Standing in the room through the glass door, he could see Pinky, the inspector, and the conservatively dressed clerk from Bouchon's curio shop. He walked over and unlocked the door. Come on in, he invited. Pinky and the inspector walked in and looked around. The clerk bowed slightly.
I shall get back to my duties. If you want anything, please call.
He bowed again to Pinky and the inspector, turned, and walked sedately down the stairs. I thought you said you knew a place where you'd be safe from the mob. Hurley growled. They could walk in here and... Liddell closed the door. Could they? That door could withstand a battering ram. He pointed to the fine steel mesh that ran throughout the glass. I'd know who was out there an hour before they could hope to smash their way in. By that time, I'd be out of here any one of a half-dozen ways. Hurley grunted, walked over, and examined the door. Clever people, these Chinese. He tossed his hat at a chair, moved over to the bed, and sat down. Well, what's been happening while I've been sleeping the sleep of the just? Liddell wanted to know. Hurley shrugged. Not much.
Just that all hell's broken loose.
Still got Kalo? The inspector snorted.
You kidding? He was out last night. They caught up to us with the writ in Bathgate Station at about 8.
A tip? Hurley nodded.
It had to be. There was no other way they could have found him. We moved him every hour on the hour. When we got him to Bathgate, they had a man waiting. They sprung him in an hour.
You still have no idea who's the leak?
Hurley shrugged. It could be anybody. By 8, the whole squad knew we was playing checkers with Kalo.
He pulled a piece of gum from his pocket, stripped it of its covering, rolled it into a ball, and chewed on it.
That's not the worst, Johnny. There's real trouble. Reuter's been found.
Dead?
Hurley nodded. Shot with a .45.
He laced his fingers in his lap and looked down at them.
The bullets match slugs fired from your gun that we've had on file.
Liddell sat down hard. My gun? He looked from Hurley to Pinky and back. That's crazy. I wouldn't kill the little rat. I wanted to use him to put some heat on the mob.
It doesn't look good, Johnny. They got an old man that acts as janitor in that place where you beat him up down to identify your picture. That bodyguard of Reuter's gave a statement saying you were out to kill Reuter and that you were the one that broke his back.
He shook his head.
It don't look good.
Liddell got up and paced the room. Wait a minute. Which gun? Hurley looked up at him.
What do you mean, which gun?
Liddell walked over to the dresser and pulled out a .38. This one?
It was a .45, the one you usually carry.
That gun's at headquarters, Inspector. Has been since the shooting in the village. The cop took it and turned it in. Pinky jumped up.
That's right, Inspector.
Hurley got up, walked over to the phone, and dialed the number.
This is Inspector Hurley, he barked. Give me the property clerk.
After a minute, the connection was made.
This is Inspector Hurley. There was a shooting in the village 2 nights ago. One of the beat cops turned in a .45 belonging to a man named Liddell. Check it.
He held his hand over the mouthpiece.
If you're right, maybe you have got them on the run, Johnny. Maybe they're going to start playing those wrong cards you were talking about.
That's the first crack in the organization, knocking off one of the guys who were paying them for protection. Now we're really started. The inspector held up his hand for silence.
Yes? What?
He roared.
I want a full report on that on my desk immediately.
He slammed the receiver down.
He's got it on his list, but the gun's missing. Your luck is holding.
He jabbed a finger at Liddell.
That gun's been in the property clerk's office almost 48 hours. Reuter was killed late last night with that gun. It couldn't have been you.
Of course I didn't kill him, Liddell protested indignantly.
All right, I knew it, Pinky knew it, and you knew. But now we can prove it. That is, they can prove it.
What's that supposed to mean? Liddell wanted to know.
I'm up for a departmental trial, Johnny. Looks like I'll be out on my ear within 2 weeks. It'll take them at least that long to railroad it through.
What for?
Holding Kalo, Hurley grunted.
They can't get away with that, Liddell roared. You had a right to hold him. What did ballistics say? Was it the gun?
Was what the gun?
Liddell stared at him. You nuts? I gave you the gun that Kalo used. It was open and shut.
Except for one thing. The gun's disappeared. There's no evidence against Kalo, and his mouthpieces are moving to have me kicked out for infringing on his civil liberties.
Liddell swore under his breath. I sure got you into something.
Forget it, Hurley growled. I'm just happy that we're able to clear you of the Reuter kill. I thought they had you dead to rights on that one.
That was pretty sloppy work on their part. They're getting careless, Inspector, and that's when we lower the boom on them. There was a buzz at the door. A Chinese stood outside holding a covered tray. Dinner is served. Will you join me? He walked to the door and opened it. The fat-faced Chinese from Hu Shan's office glided in, nodded, and carried the food to a table. He set it down and pulled back the cover to reveal half a dozen plates. He smiled his wide-mouthed smile and glided back out the door and down the stairs.
All this and you don't even have to rub a lamp,
Hurley growled. He lifted the top off some of the dishes and smelled.
I'd like to stay, Johnny, but I better get back to headquarters. I feel a lot better now that we have the answer to the Reuter deal.
He dipped a finger into one of the steaming dishes and tasted it.
Sometime I'll have to come down here and try this stuff.
Sure you can't stay, Inspector? Liddell wanted to know. Hurley picked up his hat and walked to the door.
How do you get out of this fishbowl?
Liddell walked over and opened the door. See you later, Inspector.
So long, Pinky. Hurley waved to the redhead. Don't let this guy get you into any trouble.
Why, Inspector? Liddell chided him.
Thanks for escorting me down. I would have been scared stiff by myself,
Pinky called after him. After the inspector had disappeared down the stairs, Pinky breathed a deep sigh.
I really was scared when he told me about Reuter. It never occurred to me about the cop taking your gun.
She took off her hat, kicked off her shoes, and sighed contentedly.
My feet are killing me. I must have covered 1,000 miles in Chinatown looking for this place.
Liddell put the contents of the dishes on 2 plates and handed one to the girl. Any calls or anything?
Yeah, some gal named Ruby wants you to call her. She called about 4 times this morning.
Liddell almost upset his plate getting to his feet. Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know you were that anxious. Who or what's Ruby?
Liddell headed for the phone. She's my contact with the undercover man I've got planted on Kalo's Pier. He snatched the instrument off the hook and dialed the number of the backstage club. After a moment, the dry voice of the switchboard operator came through. Ruby Cowan, Liddell told her. There was a brief pause, then Ruby's voice.
Yeah?
Liddell, can you talk? The girl's voice sounded annoyed.
Well, it's about time. I've been flipping my wig trying to reach you. Where you been?
Around. What's up? The girl's voice dropped.
Lulu called me.
Never mind the names, Liddell growled. Just give me the message.
Okay. He wants to see you. Tonight. He stumbled on something big, he says.
Already? The girl's shrug practically came over the wire.
Why ask me? He says the big boss didn't show up on the pier yesterday or today, and he's been helping the hiring boss, the guy he knew in Stir. Something about a big cargo that came in today. He'll tell you.
Where do I meet him?
Wait a minute. I wrote it down.
He could hear the rustle of paper.
The Sheridan Theater on West 42nd. Know the place?
Liddell nodded. A flea trap? What time? The girl paused a second.
7 o'clock in the back of the center section.
Okay, look, Ruby, wasn't he any more definite than that? Just something about a cargo? What cargo?
I don't know from nothing. Ask him.
Okay, baby, I will. He dropped the receiver on the hook and explored the bristles of his chin with the tips of his finger. He lifted the receiver again and dialed the number of Hushan's curio shop. The clerk answered. This is Liddell. I need a couple of things. Could you get them up to me? The clerk's voice was polite and unctuous.
Of course.
Give me a copy of this morning's New York Times and a barber. He was about to hang up when, as an afterthought, he added, preferably a barber who can't speak English. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 20. Lulu Monty stood on the corner of 42nd Street and 8th Avenue and looked up at the Paramount Theater clock. It lacked a few minutes to 6. In the not-too-distant past, this block of 42nd Street was the main artery of New York after dark and housed legitimate plays that brought a white-tie audience and fine ladies in the latest fashions. Time is dealt cruelly with 42nd Street. Today, Army and Navy stores vie for trade with orange juice stands, automats, and hot dog stands. Second-hand bookstores flaunt their preoccupation with sex and perversions through the lurid titles that fill their windows. A penny arcade contributes the steady ping of 22 rifles to the already deafening cacophony of the street. All that remains of the glamour that once was 42nd Street are the old theaters, their fronts and lobbies neglected and run down. Where once they housed famous plays, now they have fallen into the pattern of their neighbors, the second-hand bookstores, the Army and Navy stores, and show second-run pictures. Lulu Monty walked slowly up 42nd Street, stopping to look at book titles in the windows, giving all the appearance of a man with a lot of time and no place to go. When he had satisfied himself by using the windows as a mirror that he wasn't being followed, he walked up to the cashier's box of a theater, advertising, "O'Toole, there never was such a man." He dropped a dollar bill, scooped up the change, and headed for the entrance to the theater. As soon as Monty had disappeared into the interior, a thin man in a sharply cut suit standing at the curb lost interest in the nails he had been paring for the past 15 minutes. He snapped a small gold knife shut and dropped it into his pocket. He walked over to the cashier, dropped the exact change, and followed Monty into the theater. He paused just inside the door to give his eyes a few minutes to become accustomed to the dimness. As he walked in, he could see Monty slipping into the back row of the center section. The thin man walked slowly across the back of the theater and leaned against the railing behind the back row. He noted with satisfaction that Monty had the entire back row to himself. A thin usherette in a uniform coat 3 sizes too long detached herself from the shadows against the back wall and walked over to him to whisper that there were plenty of seats. He assured her politely that he was waiting for someone. She was easily satisfied and melted back into the shadows against the wall. On the screen, the hero was working up to the big battle scene with 4 villains. The patrons were straining forward in their seats, the imminence of violence draping an anticipatory hush over the entire theater. The thin man looked around casually. Over near the entrance, a cop was stealing a smoke, the butt cupped in the palm of his hand. The usherette had her back to him, completely engrossed in a companion who stood in the shadow. On the screen, violence suddenly exploded with a crash of action. The noise of the movie fight spilled over into the audience and claimed a rapt attention as it built to an emotional pitch. The man against the rail slid his hand under his coat and tugged an ice pick from a specially constructed leather sheath. He tested the point against the ball of his thumb and was satisfied. As the fight on the screen reached the chair-breaking, table-shattering climax, he leaned over and slid his arm around the neck of the man in the back row, pulling his head back against the seat in a murderous mugger's grip. Monty tried to squirm free, his fingers tearing at the arm that was cutting off his breath. His eyes rolled upward fearfully, the whites gleaming in the dim light. The man with the ice pick aimed for the right eye. The blade sank home almost to the handle. Monty's body jerked as the ice pick bit into his brain, lunged forward against the restraining arm, then sagged back into the seat. The killer plunged the ice pick into Monty's chest a half-dozen times and wiped it off on the dead man's shirt. The fight on the screen reached a smashing climax. Suddenly, the sound died away. The killer straightened up and looked around unconcernedly. The cop was just finishing his smoke, took a last drag, dropped it to the floor, and ground it out with his heel. The usherette was completely oblivious, her body half turned to conceal her companion's fumbling hands in her open coat. The killer took one last look at the screen, turned, and walked unhurriedly through the door. Out on 42nd Street, he looked both ways undecidedly, then finally headed toward Broadway. Johnny Liddell left his hideaway at 6:30, picked up his car in the garage where Pinky had left it for him, and headed uptown. He parked the car at the 23rd Street station of the 8th Avenue subway and rode the 3 stops to 42nd Street. As he emerged from the subway entrance on the corner of 8th and started across the street, he saw the crowd gathered outside the Sheridan Theater. He drew back into the subway entrance and watched while 2 men came out of the theater bearing a stretcher. They shoved it into the back of the morgue wagon and drove off. Liddell edged over to the newsstand in the entrance to the subway kiosk, picked up a paper, and dropped a dime. "What happened across the street in the movie, Mac?" he asked. The newspaper dealer scooped up the dime and replaced it with a nickel.
Guy gets himself knocked off. Ice pick artist, I hear.
He looked across the street and shook his head.
This block's getting worse than 125th Street. There's been 3 cuttings in those flea bags this week already. First killing, though.
He shook his head and rearranged the pile of newspapers on the stand.
Gets worse and worse every week.
"Where's the nearest phone?"
"At the foot of the stairs, just before you go through the turnstile."
Liddell walked down the stairs, found the booth, and dialed the number of the dispatch. "Give me Jim Keeley, baby," he told the operator. After a brief pause, a familiar voice informed him.
"Keeley."
"This is Liddell, Jim." He could hear the soft intake of breath at the other end of the phone.
"Where are you, man? I thought you had sense enough to lay low. The word's all over town that you're a bonus kill."
Liddell laughed. "I'm on the corner of 42nd and 8th.
42nd and 8th? There's been a killing down there. Some movie. You involved?"
"That's what I want to know. Was it Lulu Monty?" Keeley's voice was puzzled.
"I'm not sure. I didn't pay too much attention. Wait a minute."
Liddell could hear him bellowing for a copy boy, giving instructions that a rewrite man come in. After a moment,
"Yeah, it was Lulu Monty. How'd you know?"
"I was supposed to meet him there. He was doing some undercover work for me down on the docks." Keeley whistled softly.
They must have tumbled to him."
"I don't know how," Liddell grumbled. "Monty was no amateur."
"You got a good hideout? Get in it and stay there. These boys are nervous, and when they get nervous, they start dropping packages on every street corner in town. You're likely to be one of them."
"Now would be a hell of a time to quit. This is what I wanted. Get them scared and suspicious of each other, and they're liable to open at the seams. I want to see you, Jim, tonight."
I can't leave until we're rolling.
Liddell answered. "You set the time."
11, okay.
"Where?"
Someplace out of the way. How about Luigi's over in Brooklyn?"
11 at Luigi's, Liddell said. He tossed the receiver back on its hook. He sat in the booth for a moment, satisfied himself no one was paying undue attention to him, then pushed open the door and walked over to the subway turnstile. He rode the subway back to 23rd Street, picked up his car, and headed back uptown. 15 minutes later, he pulled the car to the curb outside the Backstage Club. The same old man was behind the shabby desk. He recognized Liddell and suspended operations on his molar long enough to ask, "Ruby Cowan?" Liddell nodded and headed for the elevator. The clerk cast a reproachful look at his departing back when no tip was forthcoming and sadly went back to the tooth. Ruby's face was pale, her eyes still clouded with shock when she opened the door in response to his knock. She worked at a smile but didn't quite make it. "I thought you'd be coming." She stepped aside and closed the door behind him. "It's on the radio. They killed him, didn't they?" Liddell tossed his hat at the table and dropped into a chair with a grunt. "Yeah, they killed him." "Who did it, Liddell?" "I don't know the name of the ice pick artist. It's not important. Right now he's probably on his way out of town. I can tell you who ordered the hit. Tony Verone." "But what happened? Weren't you supposed to meet him?" "He must have gotten there early for some reason." Liddell scowled. "I was right on the nose at 7. When I got there, they were taking him away." He pounded his fist into the palm of his hand. "If he could only have given us what he picked up. If I only had that." "They found out he was working for you." It was more a statement than a question. Liddell shrugged. "They must have. How, I don't know." He thought about it for a minute, then shook his head. "The only explanation is that Lulu tipped his mitt. And that doesn't sound like Lulu, not when table stakes were this high." Ruby lit a cigarette and smoked with short, jerky puffs. "But they killed him." Liddell puffed out his cheeks warily and rubbed the tips of his fingers across his eyes. "You're sure that's all he told you? That he had found something he wanted to give me? Something about a ship docking, nothing else?" "Nothing else that I can remember." She wrinkled her forehead in concentration. "The big boss, this Kalo, didn't show yesterday or today. Lulu's stir pal had to take over Kalo's work as well as his own, and he asked Lulu to help him." She shrugged. "While he was helping, he stumbled on something." Liddell chewed on his thumbnail for a moment, reached into his pocket, and brought out a folded sheet from the New York Times. He studied a list of items on the shipping pages. The only boat docking at A today was a freighter from Genoa. He underscored the listing with his thumbnail. Cargo, olive oil, nothing else. He looked up at her and shook his head. "Doesn't mean a damn thing." Ruby took a few more short puffs on the cigarette, then stubbed it out nervously. "Can you use a drink?" Liddell nodded and stared at the listing in the paper. He was still staring at it when she returned with a bottle and 2 glasses and handed him one. "If we only knew how they tumbled to Monty," Liddell growled. He took a drink of the liquor and swirled the rest around the glass. How could they have fingered him so fast? "What's the difference how they did it? They did. That's all that counts." The girl tossed off her drink in one swallow and coughed. "I never should have let him do it. I should have known you can't buck the syndicate." She fumbled with the pack of cigarettes, managed to get one out, but had difficulty restraining her shaking hand long enough to get it between her lips. "But I didn't know they would kill him." Liddell put his hand over hers and steadied it while he held a light for her. "Neither did I, baby. It was just one of those things nobody could figure out in advance. Nobody's to blame if—" He was interrupted by a sharp rat-a-tat on the apartment door. The girl started so violently she spilled half her drink and the cigarette fell from her slack lips into her lap. She looked to Liddell with wide, frightened eyes. There was another series of peremptory raps. "Who can it be?" she whispered. "The desk never lets anyone up without calling unless I leave word I'm expecting them." "You're not expecting anybody?" She shook her head. Liddell tugged the .38 from his waistband. "Open it up." Ruby smoothed the skirt down over her thighs in a nervous gesture and walked to the door. With her hand on the knob, she turned and received a nod of encouragement. She turned the knob and pulled the door open and stepped back out of range. Liddell covered the open door with the .38. Lieutenant Roddy of Homicide stood in the doorway. He looked past the girl with the corners of his lips tilted upward in a sardonic grin.
You make a mighty heroic figure standing there with a cannon, mister. Spoiled a little by hiding behind the lady's skirts. His colorless eyes dropped to the tight-fitting dress. If you can rightfully call it a skirt.
What do you want? Who are you?
Ruby wanted to know. Roddy, homicide. Aren't you going to ask me in?
I make it a practice never to ask strange men into my apartment. That goes double for cops without search warrants.
The lieutenant will think you don't like him, baby, Liddell told her.
Why should I be different from everybody else? What did you want to see me about?
Roddy grinned the cold grin again. Your boyfriend's murder. His eyes rolled over to Liddell. Maybe you're too busy mourning to talk about it. That has the earmarks of a snide crack, Lieutenant, Liddell grinned back. Is it supposed to mean anything? Roddy shrugged. You tell me. It just strikes me as cozy that a guy gets put on the spot, and right after it, his babe and, he fumbled for a word. Let's say his business associate get together to cry on each other's shoulder. He looked back to Ruby. The talk can wait. We can have it downtown sometime real soon, baby. He turned on his heel and walked back toward the elevator. Ruby slammed the door and stood glaring at it, quivering.
The dirty, no-good creep.
She walked back, snatched her glass from the low table, spilled some liquor into it, and drained it. You might as well have talked to him, Ruby. You'll have to sooner or later.
Johnny, suppose the mob thinks I know too much. Suppose they think that Lulu told me what he found out.
Why should they? Just because you were his girl don't mean he told you everything he knew. He watched her chain light another cigarette from her half-finished one. Why should they figure any other way? She shrugged her shoulders nervously and started pacing the room.
How do I know? But you can't figure.
She puffed rapidly on the cigarette.
Maybe they'll think it's better to be safe than sorry.
She stopped close to him.
I've got to get out of town, Liddell. I've got to go someplace where they won't find me. You'll help me?
Liddell stared at her thoughtfully. Yeah, sure, I'll help. He chewed on his thumbnail for a moment. You know, it just occurs to me that only 3 of us knew Lulu was planted. You, him, and me. The girl backed away from him.
What do you mean by that?
Lulu didn't tip him off. I didn't. He cocked an eye at her. How about you, baby? She shook her head.
You don't mean that. You couldn't.
Liddell dropped down onto the couch and stared up at her for a second. For your sake, I hope you didn't. Because if you did...
I didn't, I tell you.
She kept backing away until the table was at her back. She leaned her hands back onto it and steadied herself.
You don't think I'd do anything to Lulu?
For the right price, I think you'd do anything to anybody, baby, Liddell told her softly.
If you didn't trust me, why'd you let me in on it?
Liddell grinned mirthlessly. Because I thought you were too smart to put yourself on a spot. The girl moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue.
What do you mean?
Liddell shrugged. Suppose Lulu did tell you more than you told me. Then maybe the mob does think you know too much. She caught her lower lip between her teeth.
How would they get that idea?
Liddell shook his head. Not unless you told him, baby. That would be a sucker play for real, wouldn't it? He watched her closely. What time did Lulu want to meet me, baby?
7 o'clock? I told you, didn't I?
That's what you told me. 7 o'clock. He was dead by that time. He jabbed his finger at her. What time did you tell him?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me guess, baby. Lulu did get to you. He had something he wanted you to pass along to me. Something hot, right? She shook her head and tried to talk, but no words came. You realized how important it was and figured you could get more by selling it to the man involved than to me, didn't you? He got up from the couch and crossed over to where she stood and caught her by the shoulder. Who did you sell it to? Tony Verone? She stared at him, the color draining from her face. That's how it happened that Lulu was there an hour early, wasn't it, Ruby? He shook her roughly. You set the date for 6 with him and 7 with me. That gave the ice pick artist all the time he needed.
You're crazy. I wouldn't set Lulu up for a kill.
Maybe you didn't know they were going to kill him. Maybe you didn't realize how important the information was you passed along. What did Lulu tell you, baby? Ruby shook her head and tried to pull free from his grip.
Nothing, I tell you. You must be crazy.
No, but you are. Do you think they can let you live knowing they knocked Lulu off? And if you did pass the information along to them, don't you realize that now you're as dangerous as Lulu was?
You know what it was they killed Lulu to hide. Ruby's makeup was a dark smear against the pallor. She jammed her fist between her teeth and tried to control the shaking of her hand.
All right, he did tell me something. He said they were going to hijack 20 drums of oil for delivery to Verone's place tonight.
Any 20 drums? The girl shook her head.
That's why I thought it was important. The drums were set to one side. They had some kind of a marking on them.
Liddell dropped his hand from her shoulder. Who'd you tell? She licked at her lips.
Verone.
Her voice was so low he could hardly hear her.
I thought it'd be worth more to him than you'd pay for it.
She dry-washed her hands miserably.
I didn't know they'd kill him. I just thought they'd scare him.
You told him he was working for me? The girl shook her head.
No, I swear it. I just told him he was finking for the insurance company. I swear it.
Liddell raked his fingers through his hair and swore under his breath. He walked back to the end table, picked up his glass, and drained it. Before he had time to set it down, he heard the hall door slam. When he turned around, the girl was gone. He ran to the door and wasted precious moments trying to get it open. By the time he got it open, the indicator over the elevator cage showed that the car was on its way down. He raced for the staircase and went down the steps 2 at a time. As he rounded the landing on the second floor, he heard the elevator wind to a stop at the lobby level. He rushed down the remaining 2 flights of stairs and emerged into the lobby breathless. "Cowan! Ruby Cowan! Did she come down in that elevator?" He yelled at the man behind the desk. The old man's eyes popped.
She just went out the door.
Liddell raced across the lobby. As he reached the door, he saw Ruby Cowan in his car. He cursed himself for leaving the keys in the ignition and yelled to her. She flashed one look at him and jammed her foot on the starter. There was a muffled roar. A flash of flame seemed to shoot out from under the dashboard and envelop her body. The whole car lifted inches from the street and settled back, a shattered mass of twisted metal and smashed glass. Liddell crossed the sidewalk in a run and tried to pull open the sprung door. Smoke was still rising in a twisted spiral from the hood and from under the dashboard. Inside, the girl lay twisted, broken across the wheel. Her eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the floor. A thin stream of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. The desk clerk came running out and stood next to Liddell. His jaw hung open, and his eyes were white-rimmed.
"What happened?"
"She walked into a trap that was set for me," Liddell growled at him. "You'd better call the police. Ask for Inspector Hurley. Tell him what happened." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 21. At headquarters, Johnny Liddell was led through a door that read Wilson Dietz, District Attorney. Behind a waist-high enclosure, a male secretary was typing a deposition. He favored Liddell with a brief glance as he entered, then went back to his typing.
"I got orders to deliver this character to the DA. His name's Liddell," the cop with him told the stenographer. "Okay to leave him here?" The stenographer nodded and looked Liddell over with new interest. "They're expecting him." He nodded toward a stained oak door that had the word private stenciled on it. The room beyond had high-beamed ceilings that gave it a peculiar absence of sound. The floor was covered with a thick gray-green carpeting, and the leather of the armchairs had been polished to a soft patina. One side of the room was covered with a huge bookcase filled with reference books. In the center, facing the door, a large, highly polished desk dominated the room. A man was sitting behind the desk, chair tilted back, hands folded across his chest. Inspector Hurley stood at the window, looking down at the street lights below. "Thanks for coming in to see me, Liddell." The district attorney nodded and waved Liddell in with a well-manicured hand. "I gather you had a close call." His thick black hair was carefully lacquered into place, high cheekbones accentuated, dark liquid eyes, and a pencil-lined mustache separated a full, sensuous mouth from a perfectly chiseled nose. Several, in fact. "Nobody can say they're not trying," Liddell grunted. He looked over at the man at the window. "Hello, Inspector." Hurley turned and nodded. His face was haggard and drawn. "Hello, Johnny." "It was your car that was blown up, I understand?" The district attorney's voice was low, well modulated. Liddell got comfortable in an overstuffed chair. "It was supposed to be my package, too." The DA raised his eyebrows. "Your package?" Hurley turned, stamped across the floor, and pulled up a chair. "He means the bomb was meant for him." He looked at Liddell. "They've set my departmental trial for Monday, Johnny. Could you use a slightly shop-worn operative?
What do you think his chances are of beating the rap, Mr. Dietz? Liddell wanted to know.
Dietz shrugged. Hard telling, but I'm very much afraid that with all the pressure being brought to bear by Carlotti...
The deputy commissioner? He looked to Hurley. He one of Reagan's men?
Probably. He's been moving hell and high water to have me suspended right away. But they haven't made any moves, and they probably won't until the trial.
He took a deep breath.
They've got nothing to worry about. It's open and shut.
Where does Mr. Dietz stand, Inspector? Liddell asked.
On our side. That's why I had you brought down here instead of up to my office. We still haven't found out where the leak is, and until we do...
I think I can put my finger on him, Liddell told him.
Who?
That refugee from College Humor. The one they call Billy the Kid. A frown of disbelief ridged the inspector's forehead.
Roddy, what makes you pick on him?
A lot of things. Liddell held up his fingers and started to tick them off. Did you call off the pickup order they had out on me for the Reuter kill?
Hurley shook his head. I haven't been able to give Bill here the facts until a little while ago. We're killing that order tonight.
Yet Roddy saw me in Ruby Cowan's apartment and made no effort to take me. Want to know why?
Hurley nodded. Yeah, why?
Because he didn't want to take me alive.
Who's this Ruby Cowan? The one that was killed?
Lulu Monte's girl. Didn't you know?
How the hell would I know?
Hurley growled. Roddy knew. You know how? Ruby sold Tony Verone the dope Lulu had picked up for me. After they'd taken care of Lulu, I think Verone sent Roddy to see to it that Ruby didn't do too much talking.
That's just conjecture, Liddell, the district attorney reminded him. You have no proof that Roddy went to that apartment to silence that girl.
Maybe not, but chew on this one, Mr. Dietz. No one knew I was in that apartment except Roddy. Who knew the license number on my car, Inspector? Roddy. You sent him to my place the other day because my car was parked out Lucille Hart's place, remember?
Hurley nodded, got up and stamped the length of the room. By God, I'd do with that.
He stopped in front of Liddell.
You think he fingered it for the mechanic who rigged the bomb?
Liddell nodded. He's also the guy that sidetracked Kalo's gun so we couldn't check the bullets. And he smuggled my gun out so Reuter could be killed with it. He's been your leak right along.
Hurley looked to the district attorney, who shrugged. It's still not proof, Inspector, the DA pointed out.
I know the way to get the proof, Liddell grunted. You've had a tap on the trunks out of here for the past 36 hours, right?
Hurley nodded. And a hell of a lot of good it did us.
Liddell checked his watch. It's now almost 9:45. Where's Roddy now?
In my office, probably,
Hurley growled. Suppose you plant a phony lead with him, and him alone. Suppose he had to reach Tony Verone or Regan or someone within a matter of minutes so that he didn't have time to leave the building.
He'd have to use my phone if he wanted to warn them. Hurley nodded. How about it, Bill?
Dietz nodded.
That's proof. The wiretapping angle may not stand up from a legalistic point of view, but at least it'll stand up for the commissioner.
Hurley grunted and grabbed the phone off the DA's desk.
This is Hurley in homicide. Get me Roddy in my office right away.
While he waited, he drummed the top of the desk with his fingertips. Then,
Roddy, Inspector Hurley, I'm down at the DA's office. Call me the minute Nash checks in on that Cleach tip, will you?
The voice on the other end sounded puzzled.
What Cleach tip, Inspector?
Abrams and the boys down in Vice are staging a raid on Cleach's main numbers bank in Harlem at 9:45.
He pulled his sleeve up and checked his watch.
That's a few minutes from now. I assigned Nash to go along. We had a tip Kalo was up there. I figure if we can get him for anything, it may take the heat off me on that false arrest rap.
Oh.
The phone was silent for a moment.
Okay, Inspector, I'll call you the minute I hear.
Hurley nodded and grinned grimly. He depressed the horizontal bar on the instrument and broke the connection. When he got a buzz, he dialed 8, then waited a moment and dialed 999. It buzzed once, then a cautious voice answered.
Yeah?
This is Inspector Hurley. Got a bleeder on the trunk that carries my office line and my private wire?
Yes, Inspector. We got him on every trunk running out of headquarters.
Good. I expect a call to be made from my office. I want...
Hold it a second, Inspector, the voice told him. I just got a signal from one of the boys. He's tuned in on something.
The line was silent. Hurley looked over at Dietz and nodded.
The minute I hung up, he called Cleach to warn him.
He chewed on the inside of his cheek while he waited for the man at the other end of the phone to come back on. After what seemed like a year, the voice was back.
We picked somebody up on your phone, Inspector. He didn't give a name. He called an uptown number, Linux 92121.
Hurley nodded. What was the message?
Not much.
There was a rattle of paper over the wire.
Here's what my man picked up. Raid due on main bank. Get Kalo out if he's there.
He read.
Sorry, that's all.
Have that written out and two of you witness it. Then have it delivered to the DA's office.
Okay, Inspector.
You can dismantle the bleeds. I think we got our man. Thanks. The inspector dropped the receiver on its hook and straightened up wearily. It was Roddy all the time. He raked his fingers through his hair. It makes sense. What are you going to do, Inspector? Dietz wanted to know. Wrap up all the evidence and turn it over to the department. It's their ball now. Pretty soon I'll be out in the bleachers just watching. Dietz helped himself to a cigar from the humidor and held the box out to Liddell, who shook his head. Chances are it'll get before a deputy who's on the same payroll and never see the light of day. He slit the cellophane with his thumbnail and rolled it into a ball. They've got us pretty much in a box. I don't know about that, Liddell disagreed. As a matter of fact, I think we're just coming up to bat for the first time. Hurley stared at him. Coming to bat with what? I'm on my way out. You can't even show your face on the street without picking up a hole in it. Bill here hasn't a thing he can pin on him that'll stick. And you say we're coming up to bat. If we are, it's only so they can throw beanballs at our heads. We've had a few kicks in the face, Liddell conceded. But we've got a few breaks, too. Don't forget the main reason I planted Lulu Monte on Pier A was because I figured there might be some tie-up between Kalo and Tony Verone. Verone? The nightclub operator? Dietz looked from Liddell to Hurley and back. What conceivable connection could there be between those two? That's what I wanted to find out, Liddell answered. We know Verone handles women and narcotics for the syndicate. You mean we suspect? Dietz told him sadly. You suspect, I know, Liddell growled. Okay, so Verone must have some way of getting the stuff in. What's a better place than a completely controlled pier? Hurley let his breath out in a long sigh. For a minute I thought you were going to come up with something. The feds have been over that pier with a fine-tooth comb 100 times. Every time a boat docks, they go through the crew and every inch of it, no dope. Liddell considered and pursed his lips. The feds? Any chance the syndicate being into them? Hurley shook his head. Washington would give its right arm to pin something on Regan or Verone. That's a dry run, son. Maybe not. I just wanted to get the picture. Liddell pulled the shipping page of the Times out of his pocket and smoothed it out on the desk. Today, a boat docked at A from Genoa carrying olive oil. Genoa. Ring a bell? Dietz shrugged. The only thing Genoa means to me is Christopher Columbus. If you're going to tell me he's mixed up in this, I'm going home. Genoa means Italy. Italy is where we deported half a dozen of the top members of the syndicate in the past 10 years or so. Italy is now supposed to be the capital of the dope smuggling ring. Hurley looked impressed and sat down. Go ahead. Okay. Ever hear any olive oil being hijacked off Pier A, Inspector? Hurley scratched at his scalp and shook his head. Not offhand. Why? Because just before Lulu Monte died, he told his girl Ruby that he had stumbled on a deal to hijack 20 drums of olive oil. Hurley leaned back. So that's the big deal. A couple of 100 gallons of olive oil disappear. You think Regan's behind a petty larceny deal like that? Or Verone? Suppose that every time a shipment of olive oil comes in, 20 drums disappear. Would that mean anything? Just that a hell of a lot of people like lasagna, I guess. He scowled at Liddell. What the hell are you trying to say? You said you could find out if there have been reports of olive oil hijacking in the past. Why don't you? Hurley looked to the DA. Can you send that man in your outside office upstairs to get the reports, Bill? Dietz nodded and jabbed at the button on his desk. After a brief second, the stenographer from the outside office stuck his head in. Go upstairs to the 10th and ask for Captain Ryan. Tell him I want the file on waterfront pilferage for the past 6 months. Bring it right down, Hurley told him. The stenographer nodded, withdrew his head, and closed the door behind him. Hurley got up and started pacing the room. Liddell leaned back, hooked a leg over the arm of his chair, and found a cigarette and lit it. The district attorney rolled the unlit cigar in the center of his mouth and studied Liddell with puzzled eyes. No one spoke while they waited. 10 minutes later, the stenographer knocked on the door, walked in, and dropped a thick folder on the district attorney's desk. Dietz dismissed him with a nod and waited until he had closed the door behind him. Hurley walked over and stood behind the district attorney's chair while he leafed through the reports in the folder. When he had finished, he leaned back. Who's making your crystal balls this season, Liddell? Twice in the past 6 months,
Drums of olive oil have been reported stolen from the docks.
The feds know about that?
Why should they? Petty pilferage is a local matter, strictly for our boys. There's no federal violation involved,
Hurley argued. Or do you have a different idea, Liddell? Dietz wanted to know. I think the feds were involved. I think there was dope in those drums.
In olive oil?
Liddell shrugged. Why not? Encased in waterproof bags?
Where'd that inspiration come from?
Liddell shrugged. So far, it's just a hunch. I finally made a tie between Verone and Kalo. The 20 drums that were supposed to be hijacked were put aside, and guess where they're supposed to be delivered?
Verone's place?
Hurley wanted to know. Liddell nodded. Verone wouldn't need 20 drums of oil any more than I'd need a hole in the head. But he would have plenty of use for the dope.
You sound like you've been sampling the stuff.
Hurley looked over to Dietz.
What do you think, Bill?
The district attorney removed the cigar from between his lips and pasted a loose leaf back with the tip of his tongue.
It's just barefaced enough to get by. But even knowing that there's something funny about those 20 drums, how does that help us tag Verone or Regan?
They're supposed to be delivered to Verone tonight. Hurley jumped to his feet.
What are we waiting for?
Not so fast, Inspector, Liddell told him. We don't want to take any chances on this leaking back to Verone. If we keep it right inside this room until we're ready to jump, it won't. Those drums will go into the river, and we haven't got a thing. I vote we turn it over to the feds.
It may be too late, Dietz argued.
He pulled up his sleeve and consulted his watch.
It's after 10 now.
We've got plenty of time. They'll wait until the El Condor is closed before they deliver the stuff. That'd be about 4:30. Hurley appeared to Dietz.
Think he's right. Shall we let the feds handle it, Bill?
Dietz chewed on the cigar irritably and finally nodded.
I think so.
You know the agent in charge in this area, Inspector? Liddell wanted to know.
Donovan.
Suppose you fill him in on it. Let him stick the place out around 3:30. By the time the delivery is made, they can have the place sewed up so tight a flea couldn't get out. Liddell pushed back his chair. Okay, if I get out of here, Mr. Dietz. I've got an 11 o'clock date with Jim Keeley of the Dispatch.
Dietz shrugged. Suit yourself. I think you're safer right here. Why don't you sit it out until the feds move in on Verone? Then they'll be too busy saving their own hides to worry about yours.
Liddell walked over to the window. Because getting Verone is only the first step. We've got to pour enough heat on him to crack him wide open. Once he starts talking, we can smash the whole syndicate from Regan down.
That'll be our job, Johnny. Hurley nodded. The DA's right, Johnny. You're real hot right now. There's a bonus on you. I suppose you know that? Any gun-happy hood would be tickled silly to burn you down on sight.
Liddell nodded and stared out the window at the street below.
But I bet you didn't know there's a double bonus if they turn you over to Kalo alive. Either way, you can't win.
Liddell turned away from the window. Your office know I was being brought here, Inspector?
Hurley nodded. I guess so, why?
Come here. When Hurley and the district attorney had joined him at the window, Liddell pointed down. On the north side of the street, a heavy sedan was parked, headed west. On the south side, its twin was parked, headed east. I've got an escort waiting. Dietz stared.
You don't mean they're Verone's men?
Hurley swore under his breath.
They've got headquarters staked out.
He stepped back from the window and pounded his fist into the palm of his hand.
That's how sure they are themselves, Bill. They're actually laying siege to headquarters.
Dietz stamped back to the desk and grabbed the phone. This is Dietz. Get me the riot squad immediately. He chewed on a well-manicured thumbnail while he waited. Emergency? This is Dietz, district attorney. Who am I speaking to? Who? Captain Blonson? He picked up a pencil and scribbled the name down on his pad. Now listen carefully, Captain, because I'm going to hold you personally responsible. There are 2 cars loaded with armed men parked outside of headquarters, waiting to ambush one of my witnesses. The receiver started to rattle as the man on the other end tried to cut in. Dietz cut him off. How many men do you have available over there? The receiver snapped back at him. Good. I want every man armed with a submachine gun, and I want those men in the cars outside brought in and booked. He slammed the receiver back on its hook and rejoined the 2 men at the window. This time even Regan has gone too far. He tore the cigar from between his teeth and slammed it to the floor. They won't get away with this if I have to put in a call for the National Guard. The boys must be getting really desperate, Liddell grinned. We wanted to pour enough heat on to panic them. They're really riding when they pull a sculler like this. He stood at the window and smoked unconcernedly. Hurley resumed his pacing, stopped every so often to swear fervently and to glare down at the cars below.
Dietz sat in his big desk chair, fist clenching and unclenching, glaring at the far wall. Down below in the street, there was no sign of life. The two cars sat waiting, their lights out. Suddenly, from either end of the street, police trucks swung in and took up positions crosswise of the street, blocking it off. Men poured out of the trucks and took up positions with submachine guns. Spotlights split the gloom of the street and lighted up the two waiting cars. The one on the north side of the street roared into motion. Orange flames shot from its windows. The cops at the west end of the street took refuge behind their truck and returned to withering machine gun fire. The black sedan roared at them, driving right into the blistering hail of fire. Suddenly it wavered, skidded out of control, jumped the curb, and came to a shattering stop against the side of a building. There was no sign of life from the car. The men from the other car piled out docilely, hands over their heads, submitting to a search. One of the patrolmen searched the car and piled up 2 sawed-off shotguns and some revolvers on the street. The police herded the 4 men from the car into police headquarters.
"You'd better get going if you're going to keep an 11 o'clock date, Johnny," Hurley told him grimly. "We'll do our best to make sure Regan doesn't have one of his shysters spring these, but as soon as he hears what happened, he'll be sending others after you. Keep moving."
When Liddell left headquarters, the emergency squad was helping remove the 4 bodies from the wrecked car. One of them was easily recognizable as the big redhead Condon, who worked as a team with Julian. The meatball, Liddell guessed, had been in the other car, each of the men assigned to a car to finger him for the killers. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 22. The cab dropped Johnny Liddell in front of an old brownstone house in the heart of Brooklyn Heights, within the shadow of the Hotel St. George. There was no indication of the character of the house aside from the oversized garbage cans in the alleyway. Liddell pushed a bill through the window at the driver and crossed the sidewalk to the iron-grilled door in the basement and pushed the button. After a moment, the door creaked open. An amply proportioned woman filled the doorway.
"Mr. Liddell, it is good seeing you again."
There was a flash of white teeth and a garlic-laden breath.
"You no come see Seraphine so often now like you used to when Miss Muggsy around."
She stood aside to let him squeeze by. "I've been pretty busy these last few months, Seraphine." Liddell patted her arm. "Jim Keeley here?"
"He wait at table."
She put the flat of her hand against her cheek.
"Mamma mia, he in terrible mood. He not even want a manicotti and veal like always."
She waddled from the vestibule into a basement room that had been enlarged by tearing out the walls of several small rooms to make one large dining room. At the back was an old-fashioned wood-burning stove on which some pots simmered, filling the room with spicy odors. Jim Keeley sat at a table with a red-checkered cloth at the far wall. Liddell walked over and slid into a chair across the table from him. "Hope I'm not late, Jim." Keeley shook his head.
"I was early."
When he looked at Liddell, his mouth was a thin, bloodless line.
"I just came from Roosevelt Hospital. They've got Tom Farrell in there with a fractured skull and a broken arm."
"The mob?" Keeley nodded curtly.
"The mob. They gave him a real going over."
Liddell cursed bitterly. "It's my fault, Jim. I got him into it."
"No, it's my fault. It's my fault because I didn't have enough guts to rip into these guys before."
He pounded the end of the table with his fist.
"But by God, they're not getting away with this."
"You're in?"
"All the way, Johnny. I guess it's got to hit close to home before you realize what a stranglehold these rats really have. One of my own boys, they half killed him, and there's nothing anybody can do about it."
"There's plenty we can do about it, Jim, and we're doing it. With you and the paper on our side, we can do it that much faster." He looked around and lowered his voice.
"Know what they pulled tonight? Surrounded headquarters with a shotgun squad waiting for me. The emergency boys chewed one of the cars to bits with Tommy guns. The other car gave up."
Keeley leaned back and stared at the private detective.
"You're kidding. They wouldn't try anything like that."
"They did. They've gone crazy with power, Jim. They've got to be stopped." He picked up a piece of bread, tore it apart, and chewed on the crust. "You know about Ruby Cowan?"
"Your car, I understand. Meant for you?"
Liddell nodded. "I was fingered by a cop on Hurley's squad, a guy named Roddy. Know him?"
"Yeah, looks like a college boy. They call him Billy the Kid, so he's on the take, huh? Who else?"
Liddell shrugged. "The department's probably shot full of them.
They can all be taken care of once we spike Regan and his mob, but it's got to be fast. Did you know Hurley was slated for the skids? A departmental.
What? Keeley roared. He's the cleanest cop in the department. He's got 20 years in the job, and
that's why they got to get to him. He's too clean. Liddell broke off while Seraphine put a raffia-covered bottle and 2 glasses on the table.
You tried a Chianti. It's real good.
She winked, her mustache adding brilliance to her toothy smile.
On to me.
She watched until Liddell had poured some into each of the glasses, then waddled off.
They can't make a departmental stick on Hurley. They haven't got a thing on him, Keeley growled. They never have had.
They have now, and I handed it to him on a silver platter. Liddell sipped at his glass and set it down. I handed him Kalo as the guy that pegged the shots at me outside Pinky's place the other night. Gave him the gun Kalo used as evidence. So? Liddell took a deep breath and blew it out. The gun disappeared. On my say-so, Hurley kept moving Kalo around from precinct to precinct, so Regan's shysters couldn't spring him on a writ. They're going to throw the book at him for interfering with the civil rights of a sterling citizen like Kalo. He spat the words out as though they had a bad taste. That's why we got to move fast.
What do you want me to do?
Bust everything you've got all over the front page. The siege at headquarters, the stuff Tom Farrell dug on the dock mess, the fact that a mob plant has been working in headquarters, tipping the mobs off. Everything. Keeley growled deep in his chest.
I'd like to, Johnny, but I don't know if I can clear the front office.
Damn it all, Jim. This is no time to worry about a penny-wasted publisher. We've got them on the run. If we give them time to get their breath,
what have we got to prove?
The gunfight at headquarters. All of it. Liddell leaned across the table. Suppose I hand you Verone on a silver platter with proof that he's been smuggling dope into the country and peddling it through that plush upholstered sewer he calls a nightclub. Some of the interest drained out of the newspaper man's eyes.
That's old stuff. We all know that. They've had him in a dozen times, but they've never been able to hold him, even overnight.
This time they will. This time they're going to catch him with the goods. Liddell dropped his voice and told Keeley the story of the hijacked olive oil drums.
What do you think?
Keeley wiped his lips with the side of his hand and considered.
That's big, he conceded. Too big for even Regan to beat.
He pulled out his pipe and pouch and busied his fingers packing the bowl.
So we've got Verone, but Regan beats the rap. That it?
Not if you'll play ball.
How?
Regan has to dump Verone, right? Keeley nodded, tamped the tobacco down with his index finger, and waited for Liddell to continue. Okay, if Regan dumps his number 1 man, Verone, what do you think the lesser stooges are going to start thinking? If he can dump Verone, he can dump them, right?
It figures, but you haven't got anything on anybody else.
That's where you come in. Liddell leaned back and swirled his wine around the glass. Suppose every little bookmaker that paid Regan protection got dragged in and put through the mill. If every hustler got picked up and shoved around, and the numbers drops were hit and the writers jugged. Suppose we just turn this town upside down and keep shaking it until they fall apart at the seams. Know what would happen? Somebody would start talking, and then it would be a race to see who would talk first and spill the most. Keeley jammed the pipe between his teeth and touched a match to it.
It could happen at that.
It's happened before. Look at the way Abe Reels opened up and sent half the Brooklyn troupe to the chair and the other half to Sing Sing. There wasn't one of them that didn't sing when it looked like the fat was in the fire. It'll be the same this time with Tony Verone as the choir master.
How do we fit in?
Pour on the heat. This is an election year, and no politician can afford to stay off the bandwagon. Lay the law down to the administration. You and I know who's to be trusted in the police department. Give them a free hand. Let the honest cops know they're not going to get their fingers wrapped for rousting the bookies and the pimps. See what happens. Keeley thought about it and nodded.
It could be done. The cops know all the small-time hoods. We can keep them off balance. We can jug them every time they spit on the sidewalk.
He hit the table with the heel of his hand.
I'm in, and so is my paper. Or they can get themselves another boy.
He got up and fumbled through his pockets for a coin.
Got a dime? I want to make a call.
Who are you going to call?
Harry Allen Edwards, Jr., publisher of the Dispatch. I'm going to tell him he's about to have some company. I haven't been up on Park Avenue in months. I just feel like some slumming tonight.
Harry Allen Edwards, Jr. sat in a leather lounge chair and stared at Jim Keeley and the private detective with no particular enthusiasm.
His hair was straw-colored, kinky, and receded from his forehead, exposing a freckled pate. His face was almost round, his eyes moist and cow-like. He wore a blue satin robe with a white emblem embroidered on its breast pocket, and his feet were encased in red Morocco slippers. "I hope this is sufficiently important to warrant your intruding on my leisure time, Keeley." His voice was silky, suave, and still bore traces of the 4 years he had spent at Cambridge. "You realize, of course, I don't like to bring my business into my home." Keeley shifted from one foot to the other. "This was so important it couldn't wait, Mr. Edwards. One of our reporters was beaten up by mobsters tonight. He's in Roosevelt Hospital in critical condition." Edwards rolled his cow-like eyes to the ceiling. "Most unfortunate, I'm sure. See to it that he gets the best of attention. Is that what you wanted to see me about?" "Partly. Aren't you interested in why Regan's mobsters beat him up?" Edwards looked down from the ceiling at his managing editor. "Should I be? Of course, the very fact that he works for me is enough to—" "He was beaten up because he did a series of articles on the waterfront situation. Articles that would have exposed the whole rotten setup if we'd used them." The publisher held his hands out, palms upward. "If we didn't use them, why should he have been attacked?" "Because he was seen with Liddell, and the mob figured he was turning the facts over to him. They knew we didn't have the guts to use them, but they figured Liddell might." The publisher turned to Liddell and looked him over incuriously. "So you're Liddell. I've heard about you. Now I begin to understand what this is all about." He shifted in the chair and got comfortable. "What it boils down to is that you want to use my paper to carry on a personal feud, is that it?" Liddell snorted. "What's personal about trying to smash a mob that's got a stranglehold on the whole city?" He jabbed a finger at the man in the chair. "Unless somebody does something to clean up that mess down there on the waterfront, this is going to become a ghost town." "Really, Liddell?" The man in the chair chided him. "That sounds like the plot of a very bad movie." "What's happening in this town would make the cockeyedest movie you ever saw look tame, mister. Today, 2 people were killed. One ice-picked, another blown up. Tonight, 2 carloads of hoodlums lay siege to police headquarters. And you sit here in your ivory tower and tell me it sounds like a bad movie. What should I do to prevent a bunch of thugs from killing each other off? Carried far enough, I need hardly point out, it might be a civic improvement. Don't kid yourself that this is restricted to one hood knocking off another, mister. These boys run your town, and someday you're going to wake up and find it out." "We could goose the politicians into taking the blinders off the cops. Clear the streets of hustlers and bookies," Keeley put in. "You've gone for this, Keeley," the publisher stormed. "What would you use for proof? Just the word of a—" He looked at Liddell, pronouncing the words as though they had a bad taste. "A private detective?" "Stop kidding yourself," Liddell growled. "There's not a working newspaper man or an honest cop that doesn't know that Regan runs this town. He hands out the dope concessions, the gambling concessions, everything. Why don't you run that kind of news instead of the junk you do run?" "I don't propose to be told by you how to run my paper, Liddell," Edwards told him. "The function of a newspaper is to print the news, not to make it." "The function of a decent paper is to spotlight the dry rot and the corruption that's undermining the city," Liddell snapped. "You don't have to make the news, you just give the public the facts. They'll do their own house cleaning." "So you propose that we start publishing as fact all the backroom rumors and latrine gossip about Regan and Tony Verone and the others?" "No. I propose that you lay the law down on the administration. See to it that the laws are enforced. Every time a hoodlum breaks an ordinance, toss him in the pokey." He grinned bleakly. "You got any idea how many ordinances there are, mister? You couldn't walk from here to the corner without breaking a half a dozen of them." "Ridiculous. You'd have to have a police department twice the size of this one to do it." "Don't you believe it. Every decent cop would be glad to work 24 hours a day doing it. They'd consider it a favor. Do you have any idea how tough it is on the decent cop in this town? On the job, he gets the works because the crooks are pampered. At home, his wife and kids are almost ashamed of the job he's got because of the few rats who have given the department a bad name." He walked over and picked up a pack of cigarettes from an end table and shook one loose. "Just give the honest boys a chance to wipe the slate clean. They'll make the news, not you." Edward's eyes rolled over to Keeley. "What do you make about this?" "I'm in all the way," Keeley told him. "So would your father have been. Don't forget the way he built this paper was fighting corruption and graft. It was the roust the Dispatch put on back in 1911 that sent Lieutenant Becker to the chair. He wouldn't sit still for—" The publisher tossed his head impatiently.
That's the trouble with you old-timers. Everything in the old days was glamorous, particularly to those of you who look back on it through an alcoholic fog. The newspaper business has grown up. It's a big business that... Maybe it's got to be too big business. Keeley cut him off. Maybe you've lost touch with the public through your syndicated columnists and your canned editorials. Maybe it's about time we all stopped being journalists and went back to being newspaper men. Edwards pounded the padded arm of his chair with his fist. Rot! All damn rot! The Dispatch will continue its present policy of printing news and only news, not unverified fiction from, he glared at Liddell, undependable sources. Keeley started to report, then shrugged. It's your paper. I'm glad you haven't forgotten that, Keeley. I don't like the idea of you coming here with this... Keeley walked over to where Edwards sat, reached down and caught him by the lapel of his robe. Don't say it, Junior, because as of 10 minutes ago I stopped working for you, and it wouldn't take a hell of a lot to make me kick you right in that fat belly of yours. Edwards' color turned a brick red. Get out! He yelled. Get out of my house! He jabbed at a button next to the chair. Get out before I have you thrown out! He looked at the closed door of the study and kept jabbing at the button. The door opened and a thin old woman walked in. Stop pushing the button, Junior. I told Warren you wouldn't be needing him. She looked over to where Jim Keeley stood. Jim Keeley, you haven't been to see us in years. I'm glad to see you. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 23. The old woman walked into the room and held her hand out to Jim Keeley. You used to come see us more often when the boss was alive. Keeley shook hands with her gravely. I guess it'll be even less frequent in the future, Mrs. Edward. I've just quit the paper. The woman smiled, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Nonsense, we couldn't let you do that. The Dispatch wouldn't be the same without you. Not after all these years. She wasn't more than 5 feet tall, and couldn't have weighed 100 pounds even, with the incredible amount of jewelry she had draped around her neck. We couldn't hear of such a thing, could we, Junior? He didn't have to quit, I would have fired him. I won't have anybody working on my paper. The white-haired woman smiled indulgently. I was under the impression that I was the majority stockholder of the Dispatch. Edwards flushed and made a futile stab at retaining his dignity. I'm only watching out for your interests, Mother, and as long as I'm the publisher of the Dispatch... The white-haired woman waved him to silence and turned to Keeley. I'm afraid I was eavesdropping a bit, Jim, but my ears aren't what they were. What is this all about? One of my men was beaten so badly by a pack of hoodlums tonight that he may not live, Mrs. Edwards. Beaten because he did a job of digging up the facts on the waterfront racket. The white-haired woman looked puzzled. I'll admit I'm not as close to the paper as in the old days, Jim, but I don't remember that series. Keeley looked at the man in the lounge chair. Your son ordered it killed, Mrs. Edwards. Wouldn't run it. Was it factual, Jim? Every line of it. The old woman turned to her son. Why was that series killed? Edwards glared at Keeley and tried to sidestep. I didn't feel that it warranted the emphasis the desk was putting on it. Why not? She snapped. He was afraid it would hurt the paper's advertising, Keeley snorted. The racketeers who control the waterfront have their finger in 100 pies. He was afraid it would hurt the paper's revenue. Mrs. Edwards' eyes snapped. That's not true, is it? She asked her son. You didn't kill an important series because an advertiser was bringing pressure. Why not? The son squirmed. If we got into that fight, we wouldn't have a line of advertising in a week. As publisher... You just stopped being the publisher. We're going back to running a newspaper. Your father did it. A man named Pulitzer did it. We can do it. She turned to Keeley. While my son is preparing for a long sea voyage, would you be willing to accept the job of acting publisher with full authority to shape the policy of the paper, Jim? Harry Edwards jumped to his feet. I don't intend to... Shut up, Junior, the old woman told him without looking in his direction. He collapsed and slumped back into his chair. Well, Jim? Keeley looked at Liddell, who nodded, then back to the old woman. You'd better find out what you're letting yourself in for before I answer that question, Mrs. Edwards. I'd like to hear what you have in mind. Keeley motioned to Liddell. This is Johnny Liddell, a private detective. He has been waging a one-man war against the syndicate that controls all the crime and vice in this city. He's a marked man with a price on his head to professional killers because he's been doing a job we should have been doing. The white-haired woman held out her hand. I'm glad to know you, Mr. Liddell. Her grip was warm and firm. Would you mind telling me something of what's been going on? I'd be glad to. Quite by accident, I stumbled on the fact that every petty racketeer and hustler and crook of any kind pays for and gets protection from a mob run by Marty Regan. Because I tried to protect the interests of a client against one of the syndicate's members, my secretary and I were beaten up. The man who did the beating was a doc strong-arm named Kalo. When I went after Kalo, I found myself being warned off by Tony Verone, who owns the El Condor. Mrs. Edwards nodded. I know the place, of course. I found a connection between Verone and Kalo, and it led to my accepting an assignment from the Seaway Indemnity Company to try to smash a gang looting the docks, and headed by Kalo. I planted a man on Kalo's docks. He was ice-picked to death. His sweetheart was also murdered, both in an attempt to destroy evidence of the looting. Tonight, when the mob was tipped off by a crooked cop on Inspector Hurley's staff that I was being grilled by the DA, they sent 2 carloads of gunmen to blast me when I left headquarters. The woman looked from Liddell to Keeley with stricken eyes. This is true, Jim? Keeley nodded. Every word of it. And we knew about it. Keeley shrugged. We knew about the looting on the docks and some of the rest of it, but we weren't allowed to break it. I see. And this reporter of ours, he was the one who did the dock story, and for that he was beaten? Keeley nodded. For doing his job. And if those hoods get away with that, no reporter will be able to do a job and walk the streets safely. The old woman flashed a look of contempt at her son. As acting publisher of the Dispatch, I want you to break the entire dock story. I want the men responsible for that assault behind bars. That's ridiculous, Mother. Who knows who's responsible? It's just conjecture that Regan's men. You don't have to worry about your precious hide, Junior, Keeley snorted. I'll take full responsibility. He turned to the woman. There's only one way we can hit back, Mrs. Edwards. I want your full permission and backing to start a roust. The woman considered and nodded. What do you intend to do first? With your okay, I intend to call the mayor. I intend to tell him that, starting tomorrow, we're going to tear the hide off every cop who ever took a dime from Regan or his men. We're going to print every fact we can about every crooked commissioner on his staff. We're going to find the name of every judge that ever signed a writ to turn a killer loose in the city. Liddell nodded. That's just the beginning. Tell him that the handcuffs must be taken off of the honest cops. Let them run in every bookie, every pimp, every numbers writer they know. As soon as they're sprung, arrest them again, and keep it up until they beat it out of town. The old woman approved. I'm behind you all the way. Sooner or later, they'll start to crack. All we need is for one of them to start talking. And I think I've got your canary for you. Who? Liddell looked at Keeley and drew a nod. By tomorrow morning, I expect to be able to hand you Tony Verone on a silver platter, with a wrap around his neck nobody can fix. And when he realizes that he's the patsy, I want to be around to hear him sing. Mrs. Edwards looked at Keeley. All right, Jim. There's the telephone. Do you know the mayor's private number? Keeley nodded. What are you waiting for? It was after 3 when Johnny Liddell left the Edwards apartment at Park and 74th. Jim Keeley was still on the telephone laying the groundwork for the most ambitious roust since the days of Joseph Pulitzer. City officials were calling hurried huddles. The staff of the Dispatch was being routed from nightclubs, beds, and gin mills all over town. Liddell flagged down a cruising cab. Drop me on the Madison Avenue corner of 55th, he told the driver. The cabbie skidded into an illegal U-turn around the avenue on the middle of Park and headed south. There was no sign of life along the darkened street running toward 5th when he dropped Liddell at the corner of 55th. Liddell melted into the shadows and started down the street toward where the entrance to El Condor lay shrouded in darkness. As he passed a darkened doorway near the middle of the block, a voice came out from the shadows. Looking for someone, mister? A form detached itself from the deeper shadows toward the rear of the vestibule. Live around here? I'm looking for Donovan, Liddell told him. Step in. Let's have a look at you. Liddell walked into the vestibule. The man scratched a match and examined him by its weak light. Who are you, mister? My name's Liddell. I represent Seaway Indemnity. Inspector Hurley can vouch for me. He dug into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. Here's my ticket. The man in the vestibule scratched another match.
flipped through the credentials, and seemed satisfied.
You'd better stay here. You'd get stopped all along the block. It's lousy with agents.
Liddell nodded and melted back into the shadows. The other man pulled up his sleeve and consulted the luminous face of his wristwatch.
Getting near 4.
He stuck his head out cautiously and looked up the block.
Shouldn't be long now. The doorman's gone off. Place must be pretty well emptied out.
You don't know where Hurley is, do you?
Up front someplace with Donovan, I guess.
He turned and looked east and growled.
What the hell's wrong with these guys? They want to kick over the whole deal?
He stared as a black sedan with the familiar red headlights of the police department swept past, rolled down the street, and pulled to a stop in front of the El Condor.
Those monkeys will never make a drop with a police car parked right out in front of the joint.
Not unless that particular police car is running convoy for the shipment, Liddell growled. He inched to the front of the vestibule and stared down the street to where the police sedan was parked. If I don't miss my guess, Hurley's really blowing his stack right now. That's his division limousine. From somewhere close came the sound of a heavy motor laboring. Here comes the truck now. The two men pulled back into the doorway and were swallowed up by the shadows. A heavy truck rumbled noisily past the doorway and pulled up behind the police sedan. What's the program from here in? Liddell asked.
We let them unload and get the stuff into El Condor. We want to get Verone right this time, with the stuff right on his premises.
The federal man pushed back his sleeve and consulted his watch again.
It shouldn't take too long. Cop cover or no cop cover, they're not going to hang around any longer than they have to.
Down the street, 3 men jumped off the truck, pulled back the tarpaulin, and started unloading huge drums of olive oil. The door to the El Condor swung open and 2 men came out pushing a small loading truck. The operation went like clockwork. When the last drum had been wheeled into the club, the federal man tugged Liddell's sleeve.
We move in now. Tie a handkerchief on your sleeve for identification. No shooting unless it's absolutely necessary. Check?
Check. Liddell tugged a handkerchief from his breast pocket and tied it on his arm. The agent did likewise. Down the street, men started emerging from doorways, converging slowly on the club. Ahead, Liddell could make out the familiar sheriff's Stetson and white hair of Inspector Hurley. He left the man with whom he had shared the doorway and caught up with the inspector. Looks like we got him dead to rights, Inspector. Hurley nodded grimly.
Not only him. You saw my car riding convoy for him? Looks like Billy the Kid's taking his last ride.
Ahead, a man jumped out of the police car and waved a gun. Get back! What is this? He looked from group to group. This is the police! Inspector Hurley tugged his .38 from his holster.
And this is Inspector Hurley, you rat! You're under arrest!
The plainclothesman at the car looked around and saw himself surrounded. He dropped his gun.
What is this, Inspector? I thought it was a stick-up.
What are you doing here, crossin'?
Hurley growled.
We just stopped by for a drink before closing.
Where's Roddy?
Inside?
He looked around fearfully.
Who are these men?
Federal men.
He turned to the Treasury agents.
Put him under arrest and get him out of here before I forget he's a prisoner.
From someplace close came 2 toots from a whistle. A thin man with a painfully prominent Adam's apple came loping up.
The men on the roof and in the back are in position, Inspector. We got the place sealed tight. We're going to move in.
He caught sight of Liddell.
Who's this? This is Liddell, the Seaway op I was telling you about.
He indicated the thin man.
Donovan here's agent in charge for Treasury, Johnny.
Donovan nodded. We owe you one for the tip, I understand. Thanks. He looked up and down the street and raised his hand to signal them on. 4 men took up positions outside the building where they could cover the entire front. Other agents brought up huge floodlights and bathed the front of the entire building in a glaring white light. A flying squad of 4 men with Hurley and Liddell bringing up the rear rushed the front door. The thick plate glass was locked on the inside and resisted all efforts at pressure. Donovan signaled for one of the automatic pistols and almost blasted the door off its hinges. They stood in the entrance to the passageway. That elevator goes up to Verone's private office. Liddell pointed to the cage he had ridden on his recent visit. That leads to the bar. Donovan nodded, assigned an agent to the bar, and signaled another to cover the elevator. At the top of the stairs, the door leading to Verone's combination office and study was closed. Donovan knocked.
Open up.
There was a pause, then the door opened. Tony Verone stood in the doorway. His thick hair looked mussed, the icy blue of his eyes faintly troubled.
What is this? Who are you?
Donovan, Treasury.
Donovan produced a leather wallet and flipped it open to his identification.
You're under arrest.
The familiar lazy smile cut white trenches in the tan of his cheeks as his eyes sought out Liddell.
Still trying to make the 4 the hard way, Johnny.
His eyes rolled back to Donovan. You're making a horse's neck out of yourself busting into my place this way, Donovan. What's the charge?
Possession of narcotics, conspiracy to evade the Customs Act, and grand larceny. You name it, we'll prove it.
Verone looked unimpressed.
Do we have to go through all this again?
He walked back into his study and poured himself a drink from a silver decanter and tossed it off.
There's a little thing called evidence.
We got all the evidence we need and then some, Donovan told him. A truck delivered 20 drums of olive oil here tonight.
Is there a federal law against buying olive oil now?
Yeah, especially if you find it before it's been lost. And particularly if it's flavored with morphine, Donovan told him. Where is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. If there's something irregular about the olive oil my cook bought, why bother me? Ask him about it.
We will.
Where's Roddy?
Inspector Hurley wanted to know. Verone looked at him and sneered.
I never heard of the guy.
Hurley grinned.
You should have. He's the guy that tipped off the whole setup. Best undercover man we ever planted with Regan.
The nightclub man started, but managed to regain his calm.
Fishing, Inspector?
That why we know we're supposed to look for the water bag proofs in the drums containing the white stuff, Tony?
Liddell wanted to know.
Don't you know when you've been sold out?
Verone's face went a murky yellow under the deep tan. He clenched his fists so tightly the knuckles turned white. The muscles at the side of his jaw knotted and unknotted.
This time you've really had it, Verone. Donovan nodded grimly. This time you're going away for a long time. Maybe for keeps.
He whipped out a pair of handcuffs.
This is a pleasure I've been promising myself for years. Stick 'em out.
Verone put his hands out. As Donovan walked over to snap on the bracelets, the nightclub man brought his hands up with all his strength, caught the agent under the chin, and sent him reeling backward into Liddell. Before either could regain their balance, Verone sprinted through the door and slammed it behind him. He headed for the balcony that ran along the supper room 3 stories below. Liddell was the first one to the door. He tugged it open in time to see the nightclub man head for the staircase and disappear down the stairwell.
Stop, Tony, he yelled after him. The place is sealed tight.
He sprinted for the staircase and followed him down. Donovan restrained the inspector from following.
He can't get out. I've got this place as tight as a drum.
Don't count on it.
Hurley shook his head.
Verone's an old-time bootlegger. There are probably half a dozen exits and drops in the place that you'll never find. It may take us all night to find that olive oil as it is.
Down below, Verone had appeared on the second-floor balcony, skirting the floor below, heading for a drape that covered the far end of the balcony.
Head him off down there,
Donovan yelled. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the third-floor balcony.
There's Roddy,
the inspector yelled. Roddy had raised his gun and was aiming at the nightclub man on the balcony below.
Don't shoot, Roddy,
the inspector yelled. For a moment, Roddy was thrown off. He threw a frightened glance at the inspector and turned again and aimed at the man below. Tony Verone stopped, looked up, and raised his hand. It seemed to spurt an orange flame. Roddy staggered and grabbed at his chest. Verone fired again. A puff of dust came from Roddy's jacket. He stood there, bent over, his hands trying without success to stem the flow of red that was already seeping through his fingers. He staggered forward, and the low railing caught him at the waist and gave away with a screech. Verone stood, gun in hand, and watched the body of the man from the upper balcony tumble to the dinner floor below. He offered no resistance when Liddell stepped up behind him and disarmed him.
I'll beat it, Johnny, he murmured. He was no cop, and it was self-defense. Regan will have me out by noon.
Liddell shook his head. Not this time, Tony. Regan's going to be too busy looking out for Regan. There's a new deal coming up for this town, and you boys are in the discard. Verone walked up to the railing and looked down to where Billy the Kid lay spread-eagled over a table.
I always told Regan to watch out for that monkey. He was too much of an eager beaver.
I warned you before, Tony. There always comes a time to get out from under. It's still not too late. Verone looked at him and shook his head.
You know me better than that, Liddell. I'm Tony Verone.
He nodded his head contemptuously at the body below.
A rat like that you can do business with. Not me. Regan'll never be too busy to take care of Tony Verone.
Liddell shrugged. It's your neck, Tony. They watched as Hurley and the Treasury man came down the stairs. Donovan clapped the bracelet on the nightclub man's wrists.
Let's go, Tony. I think you've had enough fun for one night.
He looked down at Roddy's body.
I've got a feeling this time you're through playing games according to your own rules.
Verone snorted.
You don't really think so, Donovan? You've never been able to make it stick before.
That was before, Tony.
Wait until you read tomorrow's papers. The whole syndicate's coming apart at the seams, Liddell told him. He turned to Hurley. The dispatch is calling for a roust, Inspector. Every hood will get the heat. And guess who's being put in charge of it? You're not kidding? Hurley demanded. Call your office. I got a hunch the mayor and the commissioner have been trying to reach you. This time it's for real. Hurley stared at him for a moment, then scooted toward a phone booth. You leveling with the old bird, Liddell? Verone wanted to know. Liddell nodded. Verone scratched at his chin with manacled hands. Regan told me the skids were under Hurley. There was a worried frown between his eyes. I guess you can't win every trick, though, as long as you win the big ones. Who drove the cargo in, Tony? Kalo? Liddell wanted to know. The old smile was back, digging trenches in the tan of his cheeks. Still after him, eh? He looked around and dropped his voice. He'd like to see you, too. Alone. Where? Try the cellar. There's a sliding door behind the oil burner. He watched as Donovan came back from the rail and caught him by the arm. Don't say I never gave you anything, Liddell. He offered no resistance as the Treasury man led him away. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Grave Danger by Frank Kane. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 24. Johnny Liddell descended the cellar stairs slowly, cautiously, gun stuck out in front of him. At the foot of the stairs, he halted and looked around. It was a large cellar apparently used as a storage space for surplus tables and chairs and other equipment. At the left side of the cellar, a huge heating plant covered most of the wall. Liddell walked over and studied the wall behind it. At first glance, it appeared to be solid, but upon closer scrutiny, he detected scratch marks on the surface that could have been caused by sliding sections. He walked slowly to the wall, ran his fingers along the molding, and found there was an overlap of almost 1/8 of an inch. He pushed the molding to one side and grunted his satisfaction when it started to slide on well-oiled rollers. It revealed a large, unlighted space beyond. Suddenly, from inside the inner cellar, there was the boom of a gun, and a bullet ricocheted noisily off the metal furnace. Liddell flattened against the wall and blasted the overhead light that provided the only illumination in the cellar. He stood against the wall, feeling the perspiration on his neck and down his back, straining his eyes and ears against the darkness. There was no sound to betray the presence of the other man. I hear you wanted to see me, Kalo. What's the matter? Getting bashful? Liddell taunted. There was no response. I've got a message for you from Winnie, Kalo, Liddell called. She told me to tell you she... There was a muffled curse from the other room, followed by 3 shots. Liddell fired at the orange flash and listened. From somewhere there was a gurgling sound, thick, bubbling. Liddell listened and blinked his eyes at the wall of darkness that seemed to envelop him. There was no further sound from the man in the inner cellar. Slowly, laboriously, Liddell inched around the wall to the open space leading to the inner cellar. He slid in and got his back against the wall. The only sound in the room was that of heavy breathing, his own. Slowly he started forward, gun at ready. It was like moving in a black void. Suddenly his foot clanged against a metal drum with a noise that sounded louder than the peal of doom. Almost simultaneously a gun went off nearby. There was the banshee screech of the slug as it caromed off the metal drums. The shot came from about 10 feet to his right. Liddell could still hear the puzzling gurgle as he stood there, trying to see the other man. Suddenly he caught a glint in the darkness. He moved toward it as fast as he could. His feet seemed to sink into a quick silverish fluid and skidded out from under him. A gun boomed so close the powder stung his face. He hit the floor with a thud that jarred his gun from his hand and lay stunned for a second. Now he could hear the other man moving about cautiously. He felt out with his hand and discovered the cause of the gurgling. He had punctured a drum of olive oil with his first shot. It was slowly covering the floor. He caught the glint of metal again, a foot or so above where he lay. He rolled over on his back and brought his knees back to his chest and lashed out with both heels. He felt the heel of his right foot make contact. Kalo yelped with pain, and there was a clang as the meatball's gun hit the floor. Okay, meatball, Liddell grunted. He tried to get to his feet and fell again. Now it's even Steven. No guns. Kalo tried to locate him by his voice and made a running dive at him. They skidded around on the slippery floor, trying desperately to get a hold on each other. Finally, Kalo managed to grab Liddell's throat and push him back onto the floor. I don't need a gun, he panted. I like it better this way.
When he reached for his knife, he had to release his grip on the private detective. Liddell twisted desperately and managed to unseat the meatball. As he struggled to get to his feet, he skidded flat on his face on the oil. The only sound in the room was the labored breathing of both men. Liddell could feel the perspiration digging little rivulets in the oil on his face. He crouched, waiting for Kalo's next assault. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the other man's foot as it scuffed an oil drum on his right. Liddell wheeled and kicked out at where he figured the other man's shin would be, and had the satisfaction of hearing Kalo grunt with pain. Liddell lost his balance and his foot skidded from under him, dumping him on his back. Before he could catch his breath, Kalo was on him. They wrestled around the oil-covered floor. Liddell managed to straddle the other man, one hand holding the wrist of the meatball's hand. He tried to force it back where he could smash the knuckles against the stone floor. The perspiration beaded on his forehead and upper lip, ran down into his eyes and blinded him. Kalo was breathing in gasps, using his free hand in an attempt to claw Liddell's eyes or throat. The struggle grew more violent. Liddell could feel his oil-soaked hands slipping on the other man's wrist. Kalo was twisting and squirming in an effort to dislodge him. Suddenly, the private detective lost his grip on the man's hand and rolled to the side as Kalo slashed at where his face had been. Liddell squirmed across the floor and managed to pull himself to his feet by grabbing an oil drum. He could hear Kalo panting as he, too, managed to get to his feet. Liddell took a deep breath, guided himself by the heavy breathing, and threw himself forward. His body hit Kalo's and knocked him back against some piled oil drums. Silently, desperately, they wrestled, thrashing and panting. Suddenly, Kalo's feet went out from under him, and he crashed to the floor, Liddell on top. The meatball sighed and stopped struggling. After a moment, Liddell pulled himself to his feet. He snapped on his cigarette lighter and stared down at Kalo in the weak flicker of the light. The meatball lay on his back, his legs folded under him. The handle of his knife protruded from just under the V of his ribs. His eyes were open, staring up at Liddell with sightless hatred. The private detective was still standing there panting when two of Donovan's agents came feeling their way down the cellar steps carrying a huge flashlight. They took one look at the oil-doused figure of the private detective and whistled.
"You look all set for a deep fry," one grunted. "Who's he?"
"His name's Kalo. He's the meatball that's been in charge of running the dope in the country for Tony Verone. You'll find it in waterproof bags in the oil drums." A week later, Johnny Liddell joined Jim Keeley and Inspector Herlihy in the district attorney's office. Wilson Dietz sat behind his desk beaming, making no effort to disguise the fact that he was at peace with the world.
"We've got a runaway grand jury in session, gentlemen," Dietz told them, "and it's running our way. By the time it recesses, we'll have indictments against everybody from Regan down." He turned to Herlihy. "I hear the deputy commissioner threw in the sponge today."
Herlihy nodded.
"When they threw out the departmental charges against me, he quit. He damn near dropped dead when the mayor accepted his resignation."
He grinned at Jim Keeley.
"You're sure getting action with that roust of yours, Jim. The boys are getting out of town on anything that'll take them far and fast." "We've only started, Inspector. Tomorrow we're yelling even louder for another shake-up in your department, preferably one that'll shake you up where you can't get it reorganized."
Herlihy shook his head.
"I'm satisfied where I am, and you'll find that every cop on the force is grateful to you and your paper, Jim. I never saw faster action than we got the minute they heard the raps were off."
Dietz chuckled.
"You should have heard those bums squeal when they found their fix was no good. Every petty larceny bookie and numbers guy yelled for Regan, but he was too busy taking care of Regan to worry about them."
Keeley looked to Liddell.
"How about Regan, Johnny? We still can't pin him. Unless one of his boys opens up and really spills the inside stuff, he'll get to Mexico or someplace and sit it out."
"That's why I asked Mr. Dietz to call this meeting. I had a little talk with Tony last night." He lit a cigarette and flipped a match at the wastebasket. "I finally convinced him that Regan's getting ready to powder and leave him holding the bag." Jim Keeley leaned forward eagerly.
"And?"
"He asked me to act as his personal emissary and to ask for a session with the DA and you, Jim." He reached into his breast pocket and brought out a signed form. "Here's his signed consent to be interviewed." He flipped it onto Dietz's desk. "The DA has him waiting outside in the anteroom." Dietz nodded, leaned back, and laced his fingers across his chest.
"You men did more than anybody else in the city to smash Regan. I'd like you to be present when we start that ball rolling down the stretch."
He jabbed at a button. A door opened, and two men brought in a manacled Tony Verone. Verone stood looking around and nodded affably to the men in the room. He held up his hands.
"Are these necessary?"
The DA gestured for the detectives to remove the cuffs. Verone adjusted his sleeves and sat down. He showed no signs of nervousness or concern. I made a proposition to Liddell. He said he didn't have the authority to give me a yes or no. I'll make it to you, Mr. Dietz. You want Regan and you want him bad, right? The DA nodded. Okay, I'll give him to you. I'll give him to you all wrapped up in pink ribbons. I'll also give you enough on killings and syndicate operations to blast this town apart. I'll tell you where to find the list of cops and judges on the take and what they get. He adjusted his tie and leaned back comfortably. In return, I want to walk out clean. Dietz growled and shook his head. Out of the question. Verone shrugged. You'll never get a better deal. Don't take it and Regan will have his organization back in shape again within 2 years. Take it and he's done. You're up on a murder charge. Maybe if we reduce it to 2nd degree? Verone shook his head. No murder, too. No manslaughter. No nothing. I walk out clean. Dietz grabbed a cigar from the humidor, bit it savagely, and spat the end at the wastebasket. He looked around from face to face. What do you think, Inspector? Hurley shrugged. I say let's talk. Dietz looked to the newspaper man. Keeley? Keeley stared at Verone for a moment and pursed his lips. I think I'd be willing to let him off the hook for the killing if he'll blow the whole syndicate operation open with names, dates, and places. Names, dates, and places, Verone nodded. And proof. Dietz looked to Liddell, who nodded. The district attorney shrugged. All right, Verone. You prove to us that you can deliver what you say you can, and I'll quash the murder indictment. But I can't deal for the feds. Verone grinned, his dimples cutting the white trenches in the prison pallor that had washed out most of the tan. I'll take my federal rep. It might be an idea to be out of circulation for a while. He looked around. You may not know it, but you just made the best deal the law's ever made. He nodded to the district attorney. Let's get a couple of stenographers in here, and I'll give you enough stuff to blast the lid off the whole damn city. End of chapter 24, and end of Grave Danger by Frank Kane.